Some hidden texts could only be read by moonlight, others were revealed by a sudden shaft of lightning. Others still required the concocting of alchemical solutions that, when applied with the greatest care to the vellum, would force them to disclose their secrets, although one had to be careful that they did not also release a breath of lethal poison at the same time, to ensure that their innermost treasures were never revealed. Yet this incunabulum was different. It was embedded within the words themselves, like a cipher. Linnaeus had only to apply a sprinkling of mirror dust, an old mag's trick, and the hidden text appeared, glimmering in the lamplight. And as Linnaeus leaned closer, he thought he heard a far-distant murmur of deep voices that sent a shiver through his body. It was a curse, and a very powerful one too. Centuries after it had been pronounced, the resonances still lingered, a warning to the unwary. 7. They were 7, the dark angels of destruction. Accursed be the barbarous priests of Tynaga who first summoned these dread warriors to do their bidding. And thrice accursed be the sons of Utaman who sought the powers of the 7 for their own selfish ends and brought down their father's mighty empire. And blessed be Sirhir of Kurganij, who called upon the heavenly guardians to help defeat the evil ones. With his holy staff, he bound them until the very end of time. Accursed be he who seeks to release them from their eternal imprisonment. But now, to Linnaeus's surprise, and he had thought that nothing could surprise him still, what looked unmistakably like the contours of a map, glowed faintly beneath the text. Little phosphorescent stars appeared as the map slowly revealed itself. And brighter than the rest glimmered 6 stars of cobalt blue. Linnaeus, entranced by the sorcerous artistry of the device, realized that he was looking at a chart of the heavens. He began to sketch furiously, trying to set down as accurately as he could the position of each star. But fast as he worked, the map faded faster, almost as if it had guessed his intent. Soon, to his frustration, it vanished, hidden once again behind the chronicles of Sirhir's life. And even though he sprinkled more precious mirror dust onto the manuscript, nothing happened. He looked at his hasty sketch. The chart he had copied had been drawn centuries ago. There was little to suggest any familiar constellations. Except that the 6 blue stars looked remarkably similar to the silver sickle. He leafed on through the manuscript, doubly wary now, in case it concealed some powerful ward to protect its contents. But there was no further hint of thaumaturgy until he came to the final page. Here a laconic motto concluded the life of the saint: though death stills my earthly voice, through her songs will I tell my tale to those. Yet the first letter of the motto was illuminated with the most exquisite draftsmanship. It showed a woman seated, playing a many-stringed zither. A dark doorway yawned behind her, and emanating from the doorway the illuminator had drawn insubstantial shapes, some with human faces and weirdly beautiful, others grotesque and frightening, death daemons whose hollow eyes and mouths were contorted into writhing grimaces of pain and terror. A spirit singer, Linnaeus murmured. Caspar Linnaeus scudded on in his skycraft above the moorlands of Azkenda. Where there had been nothing but the bleak whiteness of snow, he now saw a vivid blur of different greens. Reeds and rushes hemmed the boggy pools, and great banks of gorse were about to burst into fountains of yellow blooms. All the moor beneath him was fresh green until he spotted the dark scar of the burned escarpment, the charred bank of earth where hundreds of Tylan soldiers had perished, incinerated by Drakhan's fire. Even if he had not known that this was the place of such terrible carnage, he would have sensed the grim aura emanating from it, the lingering taint of demonic breath. Nothing would grow there for years. Circling lower, he identified the pale blue and grey of the many new Rossian flags fluttering from the towers of Castle Drakhan and caught the sound of picks and shovels. "Ah," muttered Linnaeus. "Lindgren's mine." Captain Nils Lindgren had written to the Emperor, sending samples of minerals and salts he had discovered while exploring the Drakhan's confiscated estates. The Emperor had passed the samples to his royal artificier for analysis, and Linnaeus had been pleased to report the results of his findings, as Kenda was rich in untapped mineral resources. The Emperor had then given the order to open up mines to exploit this new discovery to the fullest. Far below, men were excavating, digging a tunnel deep into the hillside. A cart appeared, laden with stones and earth. Workers heaved on ropes, putting all their strength to shifting the cart. Even from this height he could see that their ankles and wrists were shackled together. Armed Thailand soldiers stood around, directing the work. These prisoners, he guessed, must be the surviving members of Gavril Nagarian's bodyguard, the barbarous Drugina, condemned to hard labour for their part in the recent troubles. The wind carrying his craft whined and squalled above the earthworks. One of the Drugina glanced up, eyes squinting against the light. All he would have glimpsed was a cloud, scudding low across the sky. But Linnaeus, reluctant to risk being seen, began a slow descent at the edge of the forest, beyond the mine workings. He concealed the craft in a shroud of shadow silk, making sure it blended into the background of rough bark and damp moss. Then he followed a winding path down toward the castle. It was not long before he was challenged by Thailand sentries. Lindgren had the grounds well guarded, Linnaeus reflected, as one of the soldiers led him to find the captain. Nils Lindgren was in the great hall with one of his subordinates, correcting plans with rule and pencils. "Magus," he said, straightening up as Linnaeus appeared, "you honor us." He laid down his tools and, clicking his heels together, saluted smartly. "Have you come to check on our progress?" He gestured to the plans laid out on the table. "As you can see, my engineers have been busy. This first seam is already yielding good results. We're going to blast a second tunnel later this week. I could give you a tour later, when you've rested from your journey. And I think you might be intrigued by these samples I've taken from the escarpment. They are unlike anything I've ever seen before." He held out a small stoppered phial containing a dark, crumbling substance that emitted a faint phosphorescent glow. "Thank you," said Linnaeus, giving the phial a cursory glance before slipping it into the pocket of his jacket. "I'll submit the contents to a full alchemical analysis." The young man's eagerness to develop the mining project showed in his eyes and the healthy, wind-burned glow of his complexion. And these resources could certainly be used to increase the new empire's military resources. But that is not the prime reason for my visit. I've come to ask you if there is a certain young Askendi woman working in the castle. She goes by the name of Kyukayu. He saw a look of puzzlement cross Lindgren's face. The young captain had evidently not yet learned to conceal his feelings very successfully. "I would like to speak with this young woman alone, you understand?" Lindgren found his tongue. "But she's a scullery maid, just a peasant girl. She is the one," Linnaeus insisted calmly. "Bring her to me." Chapter 13. If I never see another turnip again, it'll be too soon, sighed Nina Shah, scraping away one by one at an earthy pile of root vegetables. "What rubbish you talk sometimes, Ninny." Ilse flounced past and slammed down a pile of greasy pots in front of Kyukayu without a word. "Never see another turnip again," she mimicked in a sing-song voice. "You should listen to yourself. Look at my hands. My nails are always chipped and dirty. Why can't those Thailands give us some decent food to cook?" Kyukayu glanced at her hands as she plunged the pots into the water. Her nails, so carefully hardened for playing the gusli, had become soft with all this washing and scrubbing. "You're lucky there's any food to eat at all," came Sozia's reply from the pantry. "If it weren't for the Thailands bringing their army supplies, we'd have starved by now." "But Thailand army rations," Nina Shah pulled a face. "Pigs eat better. Not Casteldrachon pigs." Sozia came out and pulled up a handful of peelings from the floor and examined them critically. "You're wasting too much, Nina Shah. Cut finer, girl." "I am, ow." Nina Shah dropped the knife and sucked her finger. "Now see what you've made me do, Sozia. I'm bleeding. Go find a cobweb to put on it." Sozia took up the paring knife and began scraping away at the half-peeled turnip Nina Shah had abandoned. "It's as if nothing has changed," Kyukayu thought, scrubbing at a hard rim of dried soup scum. It's as if Lord Garvril had never come back. Did I dream it all? And then she felt a strange, unsettling sensation, as though a gust of cold, elemental wind had blown through the kitchen. The little hairs stood up on her arms. A Thailand soldier appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Which one of you is Kyukayu?" he asked. Kyukayu sensed the others were staring at her. "I am," she said, letting the pot sink back into the dirty water. "You are to come with me. Now." Kyukayu hesitated a moment, wondering what this meant. She was sure it could not be good, whatever it was. She dried her hands on her apron and followed the soldier from the kitchen. "What has my niece done?" cried Sozia. "Let me accompany her." The soldier put out one arm as if to prevent her. "She is to come alone." They passed Nina Shah on her way back from binding her finger. "Been a naughty girl, have you, Kyukayu?" whispered Nina Shah. "Is the captain going to punish you?" Kyukayu paid no attention. She felt again that unsettling sensation, as if every room of the castle had been infiltrated by eddies of moorland wind. And as they approached the door to the Kalika Tower, the sensation grew stronger. "In here." The soldier held the door open. "Up the stairs." "In Lord Garvril's study." She hung back, the sense of apprehension increasing. "Why?" "Go on up," he ordered, giving her a little push. Reluctantly, she began to climb the spiral stair. Caspar Linnaeus opened the door to the Drakhon's study. A little sigh of satisfaction escaped his lips. Books. Maps. Star charts. Even though the tower had been damaged in the bombardment, he saw that the empty window frames had been patched with parchment and the holes in the wall filled. That alone told him that the contents of this room were of considerable importance to Garvril Nagarian. So this is where the great warlords of Azkenda planned their campaigns. He could not resist rubbing his hands together at the sight of so many books. And here, on the desk, left open as though the Drakhon had been interrupted in the midst of his researches, lay several ancient volumes with underlinings and footnotes scribbled in red ink. "Ah," he said aloud, picking up the uppermost book and murmuring the words under his breath as he read, "There lies one island far to the south, dominated by the cone of a volcanic said by the people of these isles to be sacred to the powerful serpent god of their ancestors." A little stain of reddish-brown, darker than the crimson ink, spotted the margin. It looked like human blood. Linnaeus read on. "The priests of the serpent god, Naga, built a great temple to their god, at the heart of which was a gateway to the realm of shadows." "Naga," he murmured triumphantly. The same name that he had read in the concealed text at the monastery. This could be no coincidence. The house of Nagarian could well be named after this ancient serpent god. From this gateway they conjured powerful demon spirits to do their bidding. The door opened and a young woman appeared. He looked at her, sensing in spite of her drab servant's clothes a distinctive and radiant aura. Could she be one of the Azkendi spirit singers? But all he said was, "Come in, Kyukayu. I have been waiting for you." Kyukayu stared at the man. She had thought Dodori Garam was the most ancient person she had known, but this wispy-haired stranger looked so frail he must be even older than Garam. "Sit down." His voice, though quiet, was authoritative. Appearances could be deceptive. Here was the source of that glamorous power she had sensed. Who was he, and what did he want with her? "I bring you news of Garvril Nagarian." "Garvril!" She cried his name aloud before she could stop herself. Too late she clapped both hands over her mouth. But there had been no news in such a long time. "Please sit down." "Is it bad news?" "People told you to sit down before breaking ill tidings, sickness, disaster, death." "Let him still be alive," she prayed silently. "He is alive," said the old man, as though he had read her thoughts, "but he is confined in an asylum." "An asylum?" Isn't that where they send people who are mad? Tears of distress filled Kyukyu's eyes. And then she felt anger welling up from deep inside her. She knew only too well what the Dragina did to their prisoners. Mad, or driven mad? Has he been tortured? As to the cause of his madness, we hoped you could enlighten us, Kyukyu. The old man gazed at her with his cold, pale eyes. For a moment she felt dizzy, whirled high into a spiral of cloud and wind. Then she blinked, and found she was sitting down opposite the old man. How long had she been absent? And what had he done to her in that time? Who are you? She whispered, gazing warily at him. My name is Caspar Linnaeus. Is it my fault, Caspar Linnaeus, that Gavril is? She could not say the word mad. Is it because he drove out that demon creature to save me? How did he drive it out, Kyukyu? My grandmother Malusha helped him. Malusha, repeated Linnaeus pensively. Kyukyu had the horrible feeling that, in merely naming her grandmother, she had in some obscure way betrayed her. And what skills did your grandmother use to do what countless mags and doctors of science had failed to achieve? How is this to help Gavril? Burst out Kyukyu. I have it on the authority of the Emperor himself, Linnaeus said, suddenly formal, that if you answer my questions honestly and truthfully, you will be granted a visit. Kyukyu's mouth dropped open. Her heart began to flutter. All she could think was that she would see him again, after all these long months. So how did your grandmother cast out the demon? She is a spirit singer. A Guzliar, like me. Now she could not stop herself from answering his questions. A visit, her heart sang, a visit. And Guzliars cast out demons? The quiet, insistent questions kept coming. Guzliars can travel between this life and the ways beyond. So you are shamans? I don't know that word. You talk to the dead. Kyukyu gave a shiver. Sometimes they talk to us. They ask us to bring them across, back into life. I would like to meet your grandmother. Kyukyu, the trance shattered, looked up at Caspar Linnaeus in alarm. What secrets had she blabbed out to this stranger? Malusha would be so angry with her. Gavril Nagarian needs your help, Kyukyu. Kyukyu nodded slowly. I'll take you to her. Forgive me, Grandma, she begged silently. It's just that I can't stop loving Gavril, no matter how hard I try. Can you remember what it was like to love someone like that? The cloudy waters of the monastery fish pond gave little hint as to what stirred beneath the lily pads, only the occasional telltale bubble burst on the surface. Abbot Yephime had been sitting patiently in the sunshine, waiting for a tug on his line for over an hour. He was in no hurry. The fish ponds were at the farthest end of the monastery gardens, and the abbot was relishing the solitude, listening to the twittering of the little birds fluttering to and fro in the nearest forest trees, the hum of the bees busy collecting pollen from the meadow flowers. Two pilgrims are here, asking to speak with you, Abbot announced a voice suddenly. Abbot Yephime started and saw young brother Timophea on the other side of the pond. SSH. You'll frighten the fish. Sorry, Abbot. Timophea went bright red. Yephime sighed and laid down his fishing rod. His peaceful moment was at an end. In truth, he knew he was fortunate to have snatched so long in the sunshine undisturbed. Brother Timophea led the way back through the kitchen gardens. Yephime cast a knowledgeable eye over the progress of their vegetables as he walked. Those early onions need thinning out, Brother Timophea. And the first crop of radishes are ready. Spring radishes for supper with fresh bread, butter, and salt, Yephime thought with pleasure as they approached the main courtyard. Who are these pilgrims and what do they want? He asked. They say they wish to pray in St. Sergius's shrine. But they are not as Kendi. Yephime saw the visitors waiting at the door to the shrine. They wore black robes and their heads were cowled, It was not the habit of any religious order he recognized. The taller of the two leaned on a metal staff. "Welcome to St. Sergius, my brothers," he said warmly, opening his arms wide to greet them. They turned, and he saw with surprise that one was a woman. "We are members of the Franciscan Commandery," Abbot said the man. He spoke the common tongue with an unfamiliar accent, which made him slightly difficult to understand. "Is there anywhere more private where we could talk?" Yefime took them to his study. "Now, what is this really about?" he asked. Pilgrims did not usually request private audiences, they preferred to spend their time praying in the shrine. "The leader of our order has been monitoring the disquieting growth of demonic activity in this part of the world. We have been sent to investigate." Said Yefime, folding his hands together. "The Drakhowl? Is that its Azkendi name?" said the woman. Yefime frowned at her. "It has never revealed its true name. And your leader will be pleased to learn that the demon has been cast out." "Cast out, maybe, but not destroyed," said the man. "Members of our order tracked it along the straits. We believe it may have gone to ground in Muscobar." "What?" This was news to Yefime. Disturbing news. "It's still at large." And he had been so certain Malusha had banished it, he had witnessed its last desperate flight from the shrine. "We believe so. And that is why the Grand Master of our order has commissioned the reforging of Sergius's staff." "Sergius's staff?" Yefime repeated, bemused. "You have Sergius's staff? But how?" "The chronicles state that it was shattered in Sergius's last battle with the Drakhowl." He rose, staring at them with suspicion. "Exactly who are you, and what is this commandery?" "We are companions of the Order of St. Sergius," Abbot said the man. "Our order is dedicated to the destruction of all demonic influences in the world. As for the staff, well, legend has it that the founder of our order, Argental, fled as Kenda with the shattered pieces and had it repaired in Francia. All the pieces, save one, the crook, which we understand you keep here, in the shrine." "Lord Argental was Sergius's friend," said Yefime slowly. "But the chronicles do not record what became of him." He did not know whether to believe these two strangers who spoke so knowledgeably of secret matters known only to the monks at the monastery. "So, show me this relic." The man placed his metal staff on Yefime's desk and unscrewed the top. He tipped the shaft gently and out slid an ancient, charred length of wood, fragments bound into a hole with bands of golden wire. Yefime put out one hand and touched it. He felt a slight tingle in his fingers as though the ancient wood still vibrated with a vestige of the sense power. He stared at it, overcome by awe, and a distinct pang of envy. "This should be kept here, with Sir Here's bones." Yefime looked at the two visitors hopefully. "Have you come to return it to the shrine?" "You misunderstand our intentions, Abbot." The man's eyes hardened. "We are on the trail of this demon. We intend to use the staff to destroy it." "But there are others on its trail too," said the woman, "and what they intend endangers us all." "Have you had any visitors here at the shrine, claiming to be scholars researching the Sergius archive?" "Why, yes. One called Kasparolinius was here recently, on the Emperor's business." "Kasparolinius?" The woman exchanged a glance with the man. They seemed concerned, and also excited. "Were you aware," Abbot said the man, his lean face drawn, "that some of the manuscripts here contain hidden texts? Texts that only the most skilled adepts can unlock? Texts that hide secrets better left unrevealed?" "Of course I am." Yefime felt as if he were being reprimanded for some ecclesiastical misdemeanor. "And that one of your manuscripts may hide the location of the other 4 demon warriors that Sergius defeated and turned to stone." This was news to Yefime. He felt humiliated that he had been revealed to know nothing of these treasures, first the staff, and now a secret map. "Will you give us Sergius's golden crook," said the woman, "so that we can defeat the demon and send it back to the realm of shadows?" Euphime sighed. If he refused, they might suspect him of harboring some secret sympathy with the Drakhowl. And yet, to hand over one of the shrine's most sacred treasures to these strangers. "I cannot answer for my brothers without consulting them," he said. "But I offer you the hospitality of the monastery while we discuss your proposition." The man leaned forward and placed his hand on the abbot's arm, staring intently into his face. "This matter is urgent. I beg you, abbot, do not discuss too long. What have you done, Kiukiu? Why have you brought him here?" Malusha stood in the doorway of her cottage as if trying to prevent them from entering. Her eyes were dark, narrowed in an expression of bitter hatred and distrust. "Him?" Kiukiu rubbed her eyes. She had the oddest feeling that she had just flown across the moors from Castel Drakhon, skimming high like a grey-winged goose returning to its spring breeding grounds. How did I get here? What have you done to my grandchild?" Malusha hurried across the courtyard, scattering hens in front of her, and put her arm around Kiukiu. "What spell have you laid on her?" Kiukiu slowly realized that Malusha was not talking to her anymore, but to Caspar Linnaeus, who stood silently beside her. "This is Casp," she began. "I know who he is," Malusha said, still staring frostily at Linnaeus. "And what he is. But I don't know what brings him here when he's quite aware he's not welcome." "I come on the Emperor Eugene's business," said Linnaeus. "The same Eugene who was patron to Jaromir Arkell while he lived, and is now godfather to his son, Staviomir." "His son?" Malusha seemed utterly confounded. "An heir. The Emperor has named young Staviomir the next Archon of Azkenda. I thought you might be aware of the fact, as you served the Arkell family for so many years." Malusha was silent a moment. Then she said, "I think you'd better come. Why didn't you tell me, Kiukiu?" Malusha whispered angrily as Linnaeus walked past them and into the cottage. "About the Arkell child. I didn't know for sure," Kiukiu whispered back, cowed by her grandmother's wrath. "And now you've brought that cursed wind mage here." "I didn't bring him. He brought me." "Don't argue, child. What does he want?" "Information for the good of the Empire," said Linnaeus. In spite of his great age, his hearing was obviously still extremely acute, thought Kiukiu resentfully. "It had better be for the good," Malusha said, shutting the door hastily as one of the hens attempted to follow them inside, "seeing as how you had the ill manners to break through my veil of concealment." The instant the Magus entered the cottage, there had been a stirring and a shuffling among the roosting snow owls perched high above their heads. Linnaeus glanced up and Kiukiu saw him blink in astonishment. "And now you've disturbed my lords and ladies," complained Malusha. "They are very suspicious of strangers and they get very moody at this time of year. You don't want to go startling them, they can be vicious when they've got a clutch of eggs to protect." "Believe me, I have no intention of harming them," Linnaeus said, fastidiously drawing his gun up to avoid a pile of owl droppings. "All their chicks. So what is the information your emperor wants from me?" "You cast out the demon spirit, the one that calls itself Drakhowl." "I did," said Malusha stiffly. "That was a considerable achievement. I could not have done it if Lord Garvril had not wished it so," Malusha said, still coldly formal. "But you did not send it back to the ways beyond." "And where would I have taken it in the ways beyond?" Kiukiu sensed a growing tension between the two. A glowing stick on the fire suddenly snapped, sending a hiss of sparks up the chimney, and she jumped. It was not a dead soul, Caspar Linnaeus, seeking expiation for its sins. Malusha's voice grew softer. "Even that dread place of dust and despair that we dare not name is not its true home." Then Linnaeus drew closer to her. "What is it? Why do you need to know?" Malusha asked slyly. There seems to be a connection between the demon and the emperor's young daughter. For the first and only time, Kyukayu heard Linnaeus falter. Was it possible that this cold, calculating old man still nourished a little warmth in his heart? Malusha shrugged. What's that to us? She insists the demon is still at large somewhere in our world. And now that there is an Arkal heir for you to protect, I cast the demon out from Gavral Nagarian, but it was too strong for me. It fled before I could destroy it. Then this will interest you. I have learned from my researches that only one man was ever strong enough to imprison such etheric demons, Sir Hir of Kurganij. Your point, Wind Mage. I have not the skills to talk to the dead, but you and your granddaughter, have you any idea of the risk in such a venture? Malusha shook her grey head. Sir Hir is long dead. He has travelled far, deep into the ways beyond. I'll do it, said Kyukayu suddenly, impulsively. You'll do no such thing. I'll do it if you let me visit him, Kyukayu said to Linnaeus. Him? Oh no. You're not still hankering after the Nagarian boy? Malusha turned on the Magus. What nonsense have you filled her head with? A visit can be arranged. The Magus's pale eyes rested on Kyukayu. Malusha seized hold of Kyukayu's hand and pressed, none too gently, on each of her fingertips in turn. Ow! Kyukayu snatched her hand away. Soft as butter, her grandmother said disapprovingly. When was the last time you did any practice, HM? As I thought. I couldn't play the gusli in the castle, Kyukayu protested. Not with all those Thailand soldiers around. I would prefer to interrogate Sir Hir myself, said the Magus. And well you might, but what you're asking is not only dangerous, it's very difficult. So you're saying such a meeting is beyond your abilities? Kyukayu heard the challenge and knew that her grandmother would be unable to resist. Malusha glared at the Magus. Do you know nothing of our craft? I can only bring a dead spirit back to this world with a lock of hair, a bone, or some such thing to anchor it here. Unless you're willing to offer your body for it to inhabit? I thought not. And I'm not in the business of creating spirit wraiths, so don't even ask. She glanced accusingly at Kyukayu, who felt her cheeks burning at the memory of what she had once unwittingly done. Malusha had worked steadily since winter to repair her broken gusli. Now she took it down from the shelf and unwrapped it from its brightly coloured wool blanket. Kyukayu found a layer of fine dust had settled on her instrument. She gave a surreptitious puff to blow the dust away. Ha! Malusha said, missing nothing. So now we shall have to waste valuable time tuning this neglected instrument. She handed Kyukayu the little iron key she used to tighten slack strings. And you'd better use a pultrum or you'll cut your fingers. It felt odd to Kyukayu to sit and hold the gusli again after so many long weeks of housework at the castle. Just to pluck the strings and feel the resonances reverberate through her body reminded her of what she had been forced to bury deep within her. Now she felt a sense of liberation. Here she had no need to pretend, she could be who she truly was, a spirit singer. When the tuning was finally done to her satisfaction, she looked up from the gusli and saw her grandmother gazing at her intently, the firelight glinting in her eyes. We're going together, child. You've never had to travel so deep into the ways before. There are dangers you've never even imagined in your darkest dreams. Kyukayu nodded, secretly relieved not to have to go alone. And while we're gone, Malusha said, turning to Linnaeus, you can make sure the fire doesn't go out. And no mage mischief while we're away, or my lords and ladies will peck your eyes out. She picked up the gusli and struck a slow succession of notes. Kyukayu, copy me. This is the golden scale. We'll need it where we're going. The golden scale. Kyukayu had forgotten until now that she still had much to learn. And she needed all her concentration to copy the unfamiliar sequence of pitches that Malusha was plucking. Yet she did discern a golden quality to the music they were creating. The air seemed to glow with the richness of the sound. A gilded mist filled the little room and the firelight grew dim, receding until there was only the throb of each note, as warm as rays of evening sunlight, and she was rising through sunset clouds in a glory of bronze and gold. "I've never been here before, have I? This is the deepest I've ever taken you, child." Malusha was skimming upward beside her, and now Kyukayu saw her grandmother as a tall young woman again, her braided hair brown, her voice strong and true, her back straight. "We could be sisters," Kyukayu said with heartfelt emotion. "I always wanted a sister." "Pay attention," Malusha snapped. "Even here, you must be on your guard. Even here, lost souls can waylay and entrap you to feed on your life force. Never forget we are intruders." A bossy older sister, Kyukayu whispered. And then the burnished clouds parted and a distant sound breathed through the air like a perfumed breeze. "I can hear music," said Kyukayu, gazing around her. "Singing? Such strange, beautiful singing. This is going to be harder than I thought." "Why?" Kyukayu felt herself drawn toward the sound of the singing. She began to drift in the direction of the music. Malusha stopped her. "But I want to go and join in. We're trespassing here to help your Lord Gavril, though heaven knows why, he doesn't deserve it for what he did to you. Now stay close and don't wander off." Ahead of them, crowning a little hill, stood a high-walled garden. Kyukayu could see tall cedars rising above the weathered stones of the wall as well as oaks and white-flowering chestnuts. They reached the top of the hill and found themselves in front of finely wrought, gilded ironwork gates. As Malusha raised her hand to push the gates open, two gold-armored warriors suddenly appeared, barring their way with crossed scimitars. Half blinded by the light radiating from their faces, Kyukayu threw up one hand to shield her eyes. "We are pilgrims from Azkenda," said Malusha. "We seek counsel from the blessed Sirhir." "Sirhir's work in Azkenda is complete," said one of the warriors. His voice rang out like a brazen trumpet call. "Why do you disturb his rest? A demon warrior is at large in our world. It calls itself the Drakhowl." Kyukayu ventured a glance through her fingers at the warriors. Though light still shimmered around them like wings of golden flames, she managed a glimpse of their faces, at once terrible and beautiful, as they consulted each other with a look. One slowly pointed to the ragged scars on Kyukayu's throat. Kyukayu gave a little cry when the scarred skin began to burn, as though a fiery liquid had been dripped onto her body. She looked down and saw the scars were glowing. Her hands flew, too late, to cover her throat. "You bear the mark of a Drakhowl. All the more reason for us to seek Sirhir's help," said Malusha dryly. "You know well enough," Spirit Singer said the first, "that such a thing is forbidden." "Why?" burst out Kyukayu. "You are trespassers here. You must return to the world of the living." "Very well," Malusha said, though Kyukayu heard not the slightest hint of resignation in her voice. "Come, child." She strode off away from the gate, Kyukayu hurrying after. "So we're just going to give up?" Kyukayu cried. "You heard, Kyukayu, we're trespassers." But Malusha was not going back down the hill, she was skirting the edge of the walled garden. "Ah!" Kyukayu understood what her grandmother intended. Here, in the ways beyond, walls were not necessarily a barrier to spirit singers. "But won't they come after us?" She glanced uneasily over her shoulder, expecting to see the winged guardians swooping down on them. "Without a doubt. But is that going to stop us?" Malusha stopped and gazed up at the wall. "It shouldn't be too difficult to shin up here, there are a plenty of toe holds." And she started up the wall, grunting as she pulled herself aloft. Kyukayu could not help giggling. Her grandma was climbing over the wall, just like a little girl scrumping apples. "Don't dawdle," Malusha hissed from the top and disappeared over the other side. Kyukyu began to climb, and though the stones grated against her fingers as she clung on, she found she could clamber upward as easily as if she weighed nothing whatsoever. She jumped down, landing beside Malusha on gravel between the tall chestnuts. They stood in a formal garden with knots and winding paths and intricately cut topiary. The sound of running water came from fountains playfully carved to resemble whiskered carp, which sprayed crystal jets into the air from their pursed mouths. Kyukyu recognized herbs growing in the beds as they walked past and heard the summery droning of bees among the cloudy banks of lavender. "It's just like the monastery gardens back home," she said, surprised. "Where else do you think a monk would want to be?" Malusha strode on, plunging into a dark maze of high yew hedges, with Kyukyu still lagging behind. "And keep up. I don't want to have to search for you too." At the heart of the maze, they came into a round garden with a sundial at its center. "Here it is always summer," said a gentle voice. Kyukyu saw a grey-robed man rise from a garden seat and come slowly toward them. She did not need to shield her eyes when she looked at him, although no matter how hard she blinked, she did not quite seem able to focus on his features. "So this is our patron saint, Surhir." Awed, Kyukyu found she had lost her voice. He seemed so mild-mannered for a vanquisher of demons. "We have come to ask for your guidance, Surhir," said Malusha. Her tone was much more respectful now than when she had answered Thwarias at the gates. "How did you banish the demons from the world of the living?" For a while, Surhir did not answer, nodding his head as if lost in contemplation. All Kyukyu could hear was the splash of the fountains and the droning of the bees. "I could not have banished them had I not called upon the heavenly guardians to help me. And even then, the one you named Drakhal burned me with his cold fire and I died, my task incomplete. But there is more. Let me show you." He beckoned them toward the sundial. As they drew near, he placed both hands, palms down, on the ancient stone. Kyukyu blinked again as the center of the dial melted away. Tiny, jewel-bright figures, like the illuminations drawn by the monks in the library at St. Sergius, moved across a painted landscape, complete with a tiny range of mountains and barks bobbing on a choppy sea. You must understand that the danger was too great to ignore. Ataman's sons were tempted in their arrogance to summon demons to settle their bitter rivalry. It had to be stopped or all Rossiya would have been seared to an arid wasteland. Kyukyu was staring at one of the figures. There was a dark glitter about it that she recognized only too well. "Drakhal," she said softly. "That is the name it devised for itself in Azkenda, but it has an older, more ancient name. Once it was kin to the guardians you saw at the gateway. The ones with the golden armor." Kyukyu found the idea almost impossible to conceive. "But they are angels, even angels can be tempted to fall from grace. The Drakhal and its kin were banished to the realm of shadows. But there was a gateway to that realm from your world, which powerful and arrogant Magi breached using a ruby imbued with the blood of children." "Child sacrifice," Malusha murmured. "The demon's craving for innocent blood." "The Drakhal was once an angel," persisted Kyukyu. "And priests killed children to make it serve them? That's horrible. It must be sent back the way it came," Malusha said slowly, as though reasoning out loud, "by opening this gateway, wherever it may be. But not by killing children, surely." "And where is this gateway?" asked Kyukyu. "Is it in Azkenda?" "How can I be sure, if I tell you, that you will use this information for the good of the living?" There was a darker hint of warning in Surhir's voice now. "Or that others will not force it out of you and use it to fulfill their own selfish desires. For that is how it was with the sons of Ataman. You have seen the terrible damage that one Drakhal demon can wreak, imagine the devastation if more were let loose." The drowsy air grew warmer, releasing wafts of scent from the herbs. And the buzzing of the bees among the blue lavender spikes grew louder. The hazy sky filled with the sound of beating wings. Oh no, whispered Kyukyu. They've found us. Only the Emperor's tears, Surya said, will unlock the gate. But take great care. For others of its demon kin may seize their chance to escape, and enough. The two guardian warriors from the gate alighted, one on either side of Surya. And now others appeared, hovering overhead, golden hair and wings flickering like flames. Alarmed, Kyukyu shrank back toward her grandmother. You were ordered to leave. Forgive us. Kyukyu held her hands out imploringly to Surya. We didn't mean to do anything wrong. One guardian took hold of Kyukyu, the other, Malusha. At their touch, Kyukyu felt her scars begin to burn. Why can't you help us? She cried to them, filled with frustration that so few of their questions had been answered. Only one pure of heart may call upon the heavenly warriors to defeat the Drakhowl. The guardian warrior's voice was stern. And you have defied us once already, said the other. You must go now, and never return. Kyukyu let out a little cry as she was lifted high into the air, and the guardians bore them upward through the gilded sky on fiery wings. Kyukyu opened her eyes. She was sitting by the fire in her grandmother's cottage. The gusli lay silent on her lap. The fingers of one hand were deeply scored with the marks of the gusli strings. The other hand clutched protectively at the base of her throat where her scarred skin still burned. Marked by the demon, she whispered, overcome with shame. Tainted? Beside her, Malusha stirred. I'm getting too old for this. She laid her gusli down. Put the kettle on the fire, Kyukyu. Let's have some tea. A man rose from the seat on the other side of the fire. Kyukyu jumped. She had forgotten that the Magus was still there, waiting for them. Well, he said. What did you learn? Kyukyu lowered her eyes, too ashamed to say. Make the tea, Kyukyu ordered Malusha. I can't abide talking with a dry throat. Kyukyu busied herself at the range, putting in a blend of healing herbs for her fingers and restorative herbs to revive them after their journey in the ways beyond. She could sense the Magus's growing impatience. She knew Malusha would take a malign pleasure in making him wait. And indeed, not until she had taken several long sips of her favorite herbal tea, sweetened with honey, did Malusha deign to answer his question. We've heard tales of an ages-old war between the Drakhowl's demon kin and the heavenly guardians, she said, setting her mug down. And unless you can find someone as pure of heart as Archimandrite Surya to summon them, no heavenly guardians are ever going to come to our aid. I'd guessed that much from the manuscript at the monastery, Linnaeus said. There was something odd about his lack of reaction, Kyukyu thought as she drank her tea, balancing the mug carefully in her sore fingers. Had this just been some kind of test? No matter what it was, she wished that her grandmother would not provoke him with her sly little digs and send him away, his promise to her unfulfilled. There was one other thing Surya told us, continued Malusha, almost teasingly. Just as we were thrown out for our pains. And that was. Only the Emperor's tears will unlock the gate, said Kyukyu. But we never heard where the gate was. They wanted to keep it secret. Ah. This obviously meant something to the Magus. So. Malusha said, her eyes bright in the firelight. We risked much for you and your little Thailand princess, Linnaeus. The least you could do is to tell us what it means. The Emperor most probably means Ataman, Linnaeus said obliquely. It doesn't take a scholar to figure that one out. And what about this ruby? Imbued with the blood of children. Malusha was no longer teasing. Kyukyu saw, she was in deadly earnest. I'll not be party to any practice involving the killing of children, and neither will my Kyukyu. I'll have to pursue my researches further. Linnaeus began to walk toward the door. You seem very keen to be on your way, Wind Mage. Malusha eased herself up out of her chair. There's more to this than you're telling, isn't there? And what about that visit you promised my Kyukyu? Have you seen the state of her fingers? She's ruined them, and all on your emperor's behalf. Show him. Kyukyu reluctantly raised her hand, showing her sore, swollen fingertips. You understand, I'm sure, that there are orders to be filled out and signed by the emperor himself. Gavril Nagarian is a very dangerous man and he is confined in a place of the utmost security. But I will set the process in motion. I will return when I have more news. He turned on his heel to leave. The emperor's daughter Kyukyu said. She's only a little. She could be the one pure of heart. An innocent child. Linnaeus stopped as though this had not occurred to him before. Then he nodded and, opening the door, disappeared into the courtyard. Chapter 14 Gulls drifted lazily overhead on the warm breeze. Alizia stood in the middle of the quay at Vermeil and closed her eyes for a moment, taking in a deep breath of Smyrnan air. Oblivious of the noisy bustle around her, the unloading of bundles of furs from the merchant ship that had brought her from Arkhangelskoye, and the loading up of barrels of Smyrnan wine for the return journey, she just stood there, letting the familiar smells and traders' cries wash over her. Even the pungent reek from the fish market was all the more welcome for its familiarity. Home. I'm home. She gazed around her, blinking a film of tears from her eyes. There was a richness to the light here, a warmth that gilded the red tiles on the cafes and taverns lining the quay, that enhanced the vibrant colors of their painted walls, deep sea blue, pepper scarlet, and rich earthy ochre. No one paid any attention to the shabbily dressed, middle-aged woman who stood enraptured by a scene of such unsurprising ordinariness. Finally she picked up her bag and set off along the quay. It was a walk of some 2 miles to the Villa Andra along the upper cliff road, but she had no money for a carriage and, after the long voyage, she was glad of the exercise. And then she saw the soldiers. Thailand soldiers. They had set up a barrier at the end of the quay and were checking everyone in and out. Even though she knew she carried a pass stamped with the emperor's official seal and signature, she still felt a shiver at the sight of those blue and grey uniforms. Even here in Smyrna, the power of the new empire was making itself felt. In line, lady, like the rest, ordered a soldier, officiously waving her into a long queue waiting inside a roped-off area. Alizia glared at him but did as she was told. Bloody Thailands. Think they own the earth, muttered a balding merchant in front of her. He was sweating in the morning sun and mopping at his shiny forehead with a handkerchief. I've got business in the citadel. And now I'm late. How long has this been going on? Alizia asked quietly. Since Thailand annexed Smyrna. Isn't it the same elsewhere? Passes to come in, permissions to leave, extra taxes to pay. I wouldn't know, she said. I've just arrived from Azkenda. Papers, demanded the officer on duty, waving his hand in her face. Papers. She handed over her safe conduct letter without a word and saw, with some satisfaction, how he stared at the emperor's signature. Madam Anda. You may go. He folded up the paper and presented it to her with a crisp salute. As she passed through the barrier, she could not help but notice that he had made a note of her name and had whispered it to one of his men, who went hurrying away toward the customs house. So even here I am to be watched. The brightness of the Smyrnan sunlight seemed to dim a little as she watched the Thailand vanish inside, doubtless to send a message to Eugene's agents that she had arrived in Vermeil. And then she shrugged. What could she do about it? She turned her back on the Thailand soldiers and began to walk along the winding cobbled lane that led upward out of the harbour toward the cliffs. Palmyra was pegging out a line of washing in the gardens of the Villa Andra. A good breeze was blowing off the sea and the wet sheets would soon be dry. She bent to pick up another handful of pegs from her basket, stuck one between her teeth, then saw 2 feet placed opposite hers on the other side of the half-dangling sheet. Shall I hold that for you? Inquired a familiar voice. Alizia. The very same. The pegs fell into the grass. Palmyra gave a little shriek of joy and tried to embrace Alizia across the clothes line. "Why didn't you send word?" Palmyra ducked under the line of sheets and hugged Alizia properly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "If I'd known, I'd have gone to a lot of unnecessary fuss and trouble on my account," said Alizia, laughing and weeping at the same time, "when all I want is a good cup of tea, Palmyra, and to sleep in my own bed, with the sound of the sea outside my window." "Tea it shall be," Palmyra said, drying her eyes on her apron, "and anything else you desire." Alizia sat on the terrace, Palmyra beside her, and lifted her face to the afternoon sun. "I can't tell you how good it is to be back," she said. "And I can't quite believe it to be true." "Pinch me, Palmyra." "Oh, you're back all right," Palmyra said fondly. "I'm still not sure why Eugene let me go." Alizia's smile faded. "Wonder whether Astasia had some influence." "The Empress Astasia," Palmyra said in impressed tones. "And he has Gavril." Alizia had made a pact with herself that she would not even allow herself to think of Gavril's plight until she was in a position to start petitioning for his release. "So the stories in the papers are true?" Palmyra ventured. "He's been imprisoned." "For life?" "Yes." Alizia stood up and walked to the edge of the terrace. She leaned on the balustrade, gazing out at the blue of the bay, feeling the sea breeze stirring in her hair. The last of the white lilacs were in bloom and their sweet scent drifted to her from the wild garden below. "The first snowdrops were just opening, Palmyra," she said softly, "when they came and took him away. I haven't seen him since that day." Palmyra said nothing. Alizia guessed from her silence that she was upset as well. Palmyra had been a second mother to Gavril, sometimes more of a mother, Alizia thought, remembering all the times when she had been away from home on a commission and Palmyra had made his supper, tucked him up in bed, and told him stories of sea monsters and mermaids that she had learned from her seafaring father. "So how's Lucan?" Alizia asked, turning away from the bay. "Lucan?" Palmyra lowered her voice. "Something's brewing at the university, Alizia, and he's right in the thick of it." "Oh." Palmyra's words suddenly made Alizia deeply uneasy. Lucan had always been a passionate believer in democracy. He would not have taken kindly to the imposition of imperial rule. Palmyra glanced around, checking to ensure there was no one else within earshot. "The Tylons are not popular. There've been rumblings. I hope Lucan knows what he's doing. He has no idea how powerful the Tylons have become. They'll crush anyone who dares to oppose them." Then Alizia shook her head, forcing laughter into her voice. "Listen to me. And when did my views become so reactionary?" Palmyra was looking at her with an awed expression. "You must have been through some terrible times in the last months." Alizia swallowed. Yes, she had seen things she could still not bring herself to talk about. "Well, there's no point dwelling on what can't be undone," she said briskly. "I must look forward now." Resolute of purpose, she set off across the terrace steps that led down to the shore. "Where are you going?" Palmyra called after her, dismayed. "Oh, Palmyra. Haven't you guessed? To see my old Professor Raphael Lucan. We have much to talk about." Dear friend, in the heart of the old citadel of Colchis was a little tavern, much frequented by students and artists. Like many of the dwellings in Colchis, Vardo's tavern had been hewn right into the side of the cliff on which the citadel stood. The doorway was surrounded by an exuberantly climbing rose, already blooming with a profusion of scented yellow flowers. The courtyard garden was strung with paper lanterns, whose soft, flickering lights had already attracted hovering moths in the warm dusk. Wonderful spicy smells of cooking wafted up from the tavern's kitchen: garlic, rosemary, and tomatoes stewed with chopped onions and bay leaves. Alizia felt a sudden stab of anguish as she stood looking down at the crowd of students gathered below, drinking Vardo's cheap red wine, talking and laughing together. This had been a favourite haunt of Gavral's. How was it that she stood here tonight and he was so far away, locked up for life in some remote Thailand prison with madmen and murderers? For life? Not if I have anything to do with it. She tucked a wandering strand of hair back in place and went down the winding rocky steps into the throng of drinkers. She heard Lucan's deep, resonant voice long before she located him. Even now, its distinctive timbre sent a little shiver through her. She and Lucan had been lovers for many years after she left Volknagarian, and even though their passion had cooled with the passing of time, they had remained good friends. And now this Thailand's self-appointed governor, Armfeld, has the nerve to ban public meetings in the university, without any process of consultation with the faculty board. A roar of disapproval rose from the other drinkers. She had arrived at an opportune moment. And to Thailand feelings were obviously running high. "What can we do?" called out a girl's voice. "Can we allow them to silence us? They have no rights, constitutional or otherwise, to overrule the faculty," Lucan said. "Not even the Smirnan Council can intervene in university matters." Alizia pushed closer to the alcove where Lucan was holding forth. "They have no rights in Smyrna, anyway," yelled out a man's voice, young and impassioned. "Did we ask to be annexed?" "No," shouted the students. "Did Smyrna ask to be swallowed up by this imperialist dictator? So what are we going to do about it?" Heavens, Alizia thought, still resolutely pushing forward to get closer to Lucan. This sounds like a full-blown revolt. Do they have any idea what they are up against? She emerged right at the front of the gathering. There was Lucan, his craggily handsome face crowned by an untidy tumble of silvered black hair. He looked up, about to speak again, and saw her. "Alizia." He leaped to his feet, knocking over glasses, and came straight toward her, seizing her in his arms and hugging her close. She had forgotten how strong he was. Breathless, she looked up into his warm, dark eyes and felt, for the first time in so many weeks, a glimmer of hope. "Look who it is," he cried to the whole tavern, his arm around her shoulders. "Alizia Anda. Returned to us from the jaws of hell, isn't that right, Alizia?" As Lucan steered her to a seat beside his, she was aware that everyone was staring at her now. "Returned from Azkenda," she said, "to fight for my son's release." "So it's new," Lucan said, his voice somber. "Gavral is in prison in Thailand. And sentenced to life imprisonment." "What's that got to do with us?" shouted out a student. "More than you might imagine," she answered calmly, resolving not to lose her temper with hecklers. "I'm not only here to fight for Gavral. I'm here to fight for Smyrna too, if need be." To her surprise, a cheer arose at these last words. "What am I doing?" she wondered, panicking. "If Eugene's spies are here tonight, I'll be branded a troublemaker, and then what use will I be to Gavral?" "Welcome back, Alizia," cried Lucan, kissing her heartily on the mouth. She gazed up into his eyes, glad for once to have a strong arm to lean against. For the first time in a long while, she knew she was not alone. Alizia stood beside Lucan and the other members of the newly formed Republican Alliance beneath the citadel. Behind them were ranged hundreds of students. The morning was bright and a crisp breeze blew off the bay, fluttering the many Thailand and New Rossian standards that had been hoisted on every flagpole and turret of the old citadel. Of the crimson and gold flag of the Smirnan Republic, there was no sign. Governor Armfeld had taken up residence in the Smirnan Council chambers, high in the ancient citadel itself, overlooking Vermeil Bay. From the large numbers of troops he had deployed about the citadel, it looked as if he was making ready to defend his base in case of trouble. A woman, grey-haired and smartly dressed, came briskly up to Lucan. Alizia recognized Nina Vashtali, Minister of Justice, and First Minister of Smyrnan Council. Is this wise, Lucan? To confront the Tylons head-on? If they feel threatened, they may retaliate. Haven't you tried to negotiate? And how has Armfeld answered our requests? With bluster and prevarication. It's true that the man is no diplomat, Nina Vashtali said sourly. First he tries to impose these ludicrous taxes, now he has the gall to close the university. We won't be treated like this. Alizia had noticed a stir of movement up on the ramparts. Look. She pointed. Here comes Armfeld's response. Shadowed against the brightness of the morning sun, a line of soldiers had appeared on the upper battlements. Sun glinted on the metal of their carbines. This doesn't bode well, murmured Lucan. He shaded his eyes against the sunlight, gazing upward as he assessed the opposition. Your gathering is unlawful, shouted down one of the soldiers in the common tongue. Governor Armfeld orders you all to go home. This was met with jeering from many of the students. Let him tell us so himself, one yelled. Alizia glanced uneasily at Lucan. I am Professor Raphael Lucan, he called out. Tell your governor that since he has closed down our university, I am obliged to lecture to my students out here instead. A great raucous cheer arose at his words, sending the grey and white gulls lining the rooftops flapping and screeching into the air. And today's lecture will be on the virtues of democracy and republicanism, Lucan said, balancing himself on the rim of an old well to address his audience, compared to the evils of autocratic rule and dictatorship. Stop. Lucan turned slowly around. Alizia looked up to see where the voice was coming from. A florid-complexioned man had appeared on the ramparts. He seemed agitated. You have no right, Professor Lucan, to openly incite these young people to rebellion. I must caution you that you are committing an offence of the highest treason against the new Rossian Empire. I am merely continuing with my classes, Governor. Order your men to reopen our university and we will clear the streets and trouble you no longer. But your lectures are seditious, Professor Lucan. I cannot allow you to preach revolution here in the streets, or in the university. Then at least let them discuss their differences with you, Governor, said Nina Vashtali. I had hoped better of you, Minister Armfeld said. Why do you ally yourself with these troublemakers? There is no place for discussion here. Go home. All of you. Alizia heard a disturbance in the crowd of students behind her. A young man, bespectacled and earnest, pushed his way through to Lucan's side. Look, Professor. He pulled a folded cloth from inside his jacket and shook it out. The flag. Your flag. Crimson and gilded chevrons unfurled and glinted in the sun. In the centre of the cloth, a gold-embroidered merman with a scaly tail held aloft a trident. Well done, Moran. Lucan clapped the young man on the shoulder. Now we have our standard again. Another of the students came running up, holding a broom handle. With a little improvisation, the standard was soon lashed to the broom. Moran climbed up beside Lucan and brandished it in the air. Another deafening cheer went echoing around the citadel walls. I'm warning you, Professor, spluttered Armfeld from the ramparts. Send these young people home, or I will be obliged to take action. Lucan. Alizia was growing increasingly apprehensive. She touched his arm. The Tylon military is ruthless. They don't think as we do. They wouldn't dare fire on us, Lucan said, arrogantly confident. We outnumber them, 5 to 1. They have alchemical weapons. They don't need to outnumber us. She saw him hesitate for the first time. Alchemical weapons. He glanced down at her, his dark brows drawn close in a frown. No. He wouldn't dare. There are women and children here. Governor Armfeld. Nina Vashtali called up to the ramparts, her voice stern. Can't we come together and discuss these matters in a more civilized way? Tell your mob to disperse, shouted back the governor. He pulled out a white handkerchief and began to mop his face. What is there left to discuss? Yelled a light, passionate voice. Alysia saw that another student, face concealed under a broad-brimmed hat, had leaped up beside the standard-bearer. What do we want? Tylen's out. Tylen's out. Tylen's out. Other students nearby took up the cry, thumping on doors to emphasize the rhythm. Tylen's out. And now look here. Armfeld tried to raise his voice, but it was drowned in the angry chanting. Alysia saw how red the governor's face had become. The hand that held the white kerchief suddenly waved in one decisive, furious gesture. Shots rang out and little puffs of white smoke could be seen issuing from the barrels of the left-hand row of carbines. The Smyrnan standard wavered, and the young man holding it fell to the cobbles. Suddenly the shouting died as Lucan caught Miran in his arms and lowered him gently to the ground. The other student jumped down to help support him. There was no sound in the citadel now but the distant crying of gulls. Oh no, no, Alysia heard herself murmuring. The bespectacled student lay pale and limp, blood gushed from a wound at the base of his throat. Without even thinking, she had taken out her handkerchief and pressed it hard to the wound in a pad. If it's an artery that has been damaged, she thought, remembering her anatomy classes, strong pressure must be applied or he will bleed to death. A doctor. Get a doctor, cried out the other student, pillowing the boy's head against his knee. Alysia's white handkerchief had already turned red with blood. Lucan handed her another, already folded. Miran tried to murmur something. Hold on, Miran urged the student. Don't try to talk. Just hold on. We need to get him out of the street, Alysia said. Hold on, she echoed silently to the injured boy, trying not to remind herself that he was not so much younger than her own son. It could have been Gavriel who lay here, bleeding his life out on the cobbles, felled by a Tylen bullet. A stretcher was improvised from a ladder draped with coats, and Miran was hurried into a nearby doctor's surgery. Alysia followed after, aware that the students were massing outside. The silence that had followed the shooting of Miran was now replaced by an angry buzz that grew steadily louder. She remembered the crowd that had raged for vengeance outside the Winter Palace in Myram. Innocent blood had been shed then too. There would be a riot now, she recognized the signs. And nothing Governor Armfeld could do would stop it. My brother has been shot. And why? Because he dared to hold up our Smyrnan flag. Alysia peered out through the little window and saw it was the other student who had seized the standard and was standing at Lucan's side on the top of the well. The broad-brimmed hat she had been wearing lay on the ground, and dark auburn hair streamed unbound about her shoulders. Her voice throbbed with bitter emotion. The citadel square had filled with protesters. And now Alysia saw weapons, axes, pitchforks, sabres, pistols. The Smyrnans were by nature easygoing, but when they cared about a cause, they would fight to the death. Take care, dear Lucan, she murmured. Oh, please take care. The spring sun shone on the imperial dockyards, but the brisk wind off the Niver stung like a whip. Eugene, well protected by his great coat, hardly noticed the cold. He was inspecting the warships of the Southern Fleet, which had put into Myram after a refit in Tylen. And he smiled as has surveyed the new pride of his fleet, the iron-proud Rognd. The fierce figurehead portrayed the fearless warrior princess of ancient Tylen legend, gilded braids streaming behind her as she thrust her spear toward the waves. What do you think of her, Highness? Asked Admiral Johnson, who had been accompanying him on his tour from the hold to the upper decks. She looks superb, said Eugene. But how does she handle under sail? Oh, she's fast. She completed her trials with flying colours. Sturdily built but with a good wind, she can outrun all the others. We may need her, Eugene said, nodding, and sooner than we anticipated. Smyrna. Junson's jovial expression became grave. Smyrna. Just the sound of the name was beginning to irritate Eugene. It seemed to represent all that frustrated him in his efforts to unite the empire. The negotiations have broken down. Armfeld's latest report is frustratingly vague, but he may well need backup. Just give the word, Highness, Junson said loyally. We'll be ready. Chapter 15. Gavriel stumbles on across a hot, dark shore. Stars gleam red overhead, unfamiliar constellations half obscured by poisonous fogs. I've been here before, but when? Every step burns the soles of his bare feet. The air stinks of sulfur, every breath he draws sears his mouth, his throat, his lungs. Yet even as he wipes the sweat from his brow, he is aware that he has never visited such an inhospitable, desolate place. This dream from which he cannot awake must be woven from someone else's memories. It's through here. It must be. He hacks his way through the dense vegetation with an axe, chopping at great creepers that snap and sting his skin like whips. He has no idea what he is searching for, only that some desperate obsession forces him onward. In the distance, a cone of fire simmers, choking fumes and vapors drift past. The sulphurous air is becoming hard to breathe. Suddenly he trips over a tree root and topples forward onto his knees. He raises his head. He is kneeling at the foot of a great overgrown archway, its ancient grey stones smothered in mosses and clinging lianas. Is this finally it? He asks. The Serpent Gate of Tynagar. Closer to, he can make out the forms of twisting snakes carved into the old stones. Fanged mouths snarl at him, bearing forked tongues. He lifts one hand to touch the carven scales. This is the gate, answers the voice in his head, but where is Nagar's eye? Gavriel looks up and sees the carven head of a great winged serpent crowning the gateway. It stares balefully back at him from one empty eye socket. Without the eye, the gate remains shut. The soft voice is choked with anguish. Shut for all eternity. What eye? What do you mean? Gavriel cries out, his shout sending a flock of fire-feathered birds shrieking up into the air from the overhanging trees. Have you brought us all this way for nothing? Gavriel awoke in darkness, overwhelmed by a black mood of despair, and yet it felt as if the despair was not his own. Those names in his dream, Tynagar, the Serpent Gate. Them somewhere before. He sat up on his hard prison bed, suddenly alert. He had read in my grandfather Zakhar's books. I've been reliving Zakhar's last memories. The Drak'hal must have planted them in my mind. Has it also left me the memories of other, far older ancestors? He heard a quiet footfall on the stair outside. He gazed up at the dark stripes of night sky that showed through his barred window. The prison day began early, but it was nowhere near dawn yet. Was I shouting out in my sleep again? A key creaked in the lock and the door swung slowly open. Who's there? Someone held up a shuttered lantern, its single beam directed right in his face. Dazzled, he flung up one hand to shield his eyes. You're to come with us. 2 warders had entered his cell. Now? But I'm not dressed, come as you are. Has Linnaeus told Eugene that I am of no further use? Dear God, is this to be the end? Have they come to take me to some secret place of execution? At least let me put my shoes on. They hurried him down the silent staircase and out across one of the many inner courtyards. The night air was fresh with a fine drizzle, no stars or moon could be seen overhead. Gavriel, dressed only in shirt and breeches, shivered in the damp. Somewhere, a prison hound bayed dolefully into the empty night. They hustled Gavriel into another tower. The room into which they brought him was empty except for an iron chair and a wooden trolley covered in a cloth. Gavriel halted in the doorway, staring at the chair and the leather restraints fixed on the arms and feet. Torture, he said. His voice came out in a hoarse whisper. "Do you mean to torture me? Whatever gave you that idea?" Director Baltzar appeared. He was dressed in a brown overall and wore a bizarre headpiece with a single thick glass lens attached to it, not unlike a jeweler's loupe. "No, I've brought you here to cure you, 21. But I'm not ill. Put him in the chair." Baltzar turned away and busied himself with unwrapping the contents of the cloth on the trolley. The two warders began to drag Gavriel toward the chair. "Just what do you intend?" Panic overwhelmed him. He dug his feet in, resisting their efforts with all his strength. "Leave me be." He rammed his foot into one of the warder's shins. The warder let go with a shout of pain, and hopped away, cursing. The other kicked Gavriel's legs out from under him and pinned him to the floor with the weight of his body. "Stubborn to the end," Baltzar said with a shrug. "Hold him steady." He came up to Gavriel and, even though Gavriel squirmed and turned his face away, pressed a cloth to his nose and mouth. A strong chemical smell issued from the cloth and suddenly the room wavered as all the strength leaked from his body, leaving him weak and limp as a marionette. A strong light shone above him. He blinked, unable to focus in its dazzling rays. "Where am I?" He tried to move his head, and found that it was firmly clamped. A thick leather collar had been buckled about his neck so that any movement other than blinking was impossible. He looked down and saw that his wrists were buckled to the arms of the chair in which he sat. Another wide belt secured him at the waist. When he attempted to move his feet, he found his ankles were secured as well. A shadowy form appeared above him and leaned in close to raise one of his eyelids. He recognized Director Baltzar. "So you're awake," Baltzar said. His voice boomed hollowly, as if heard through water. "Good. This procedure only works if the patient is conscious." "Procedure?" Gavriel tried to narrow his eyes against the glare of the overhead lantern to see what Baltzar was about. "Stand ready to swab," Scar Baltzar said. "You know how profusely these incisions in the scalp bleed." Gavriel caught the glint of steel in Baltzar's hand as he leaned forward again. Behind him he saw an array of scalpels, probes, and tweezers laid out on the trolley. "What are you going to do to me?" Each word came out so slowly, as his tongue and lips moved sluggishly against the effects of the drug. "We are going to cut into your skull to free the pressure on the part of your brain that has been giving you these delusions, 21. You call it your demon. But from my extensive researches, I suspect it is the result of some injury or disease of the brain." "No!" Gavriel cried out with all his force. "The demon is gone. You will be so much more placid when we have finished the procedure. You may feel a little pain during the operation, but when it is done, I assure you, you will be an altered man." Baltzar's eye glinted through the single magnifying lens. Terror surged up from deep inside Gavriel in a black, choking wave. He had heard of the technique of trepanning and its frequently disastrous results. This self-styled doctor intended to cut into his brain. When he had finished with him, he would be no more than a drooling idiot, incapable of remembering his own name. "Help me!" Gavriel shouted, though he knew there was no one who could come to his aid. "Help!" And then he felt the tip of the cold steel blade slice into his scalp. Something warm trickled down one side of his forehead, and was wiped away. "They are cutting into my head. They want to excise my demon, but all they will do is amputate my memories, my dreams, all that goes to make me who I am. Why is there no one to help me?" And now he heard the sound of a small drill boring into his skull, felt the terrible juddering as the bone resisted the bite of the metal. Until, with a sickening crunch, the tip went right through, penetrating the soft tissue of his brain. The lantern-lit room imploded in a chaos of colored shards and dark stars. And then there was only the darkness. Chapter 16. Every day Andrei forced himself out onto the long expanse of empty grey sands that stretched into the distant horizon, shrouded in sea fog. And every day he managed to walk a little farther, as his damaged body slowly, miraculously, repaired itself. One evening, much like another, Kuzco and his adoptive son sat on either side of the fire as Irina cleared away the remains of the fish and onion stew they had eaten for supper. "You'll be wanting to go find your own folks soon," Kuzco said with a sigh, lighting his tobacco pipe. "If only I knew where to start looking." Andrei stared into the flames. "Or who they are." His name was Andrei. That much he remembered. But no more. There had been no clues in the waterlogged shreds of clothing that had clung to his body. The sea had washed them clean of any distinguishing marks. "We know you're a sailor and we know you're from Musco Bar." Kuzco drew on his pipe, letting out a slow, reflective puff of smoke. "Otherwise we'd have had trouble understanding each other, HM. But Musco Bar's a big country with plenty of ports up and down the coast. We're out on the farthest tip here on Lapwing Spar. Land's End, with only the Iron Sea beyond. Far from anywhere. Nobody bothers much about us. And we don't bother them." Andrei frowned, concentrating his gaze on a stick, forked like a stag's horn as it glowed white-hot, and then suddenly crumbled away to ash. His memory, like the little island, was still shrouded in impenetrable fogs. Sometimes, in dreams, he knew he glimpsed familiar, well-loved faces and he would wake, calling out to them, arms longingly outstretched only to find that the elusive memories had vanished again and he was calling out in gibberish. "Now that spring's on its way, I'm planning on going over to the mainland for provisions." Kuzco tapped out the tobacco dregs and reached for his pouch. "Irina's been nagging me for days. You're running out of baccy, otherwise you wouldn't bother to make the journey, would you, old man?" called out Irina. "Never mind whether we have enough tea for the samovar. I'll get news at the tavern," continued Kuzco, ignoring her. "Now that the thaw's underway, the merchantmen 11 be stopping off at Yamha again. Any wrecks, up and down the coast, they'll know. You come along too, Andrei. Maybe someone'll recognize you there." Andrei shivered. And it seemed as if somewhere deep within his mind, a voice whispered, "No, not yet. It's too soon." Director Boltsar looked down at his patient. 21 sat slumped in a chair, staring dully ahead. Scar stood behind the chair. 21. Boltsar said crisply. The patient did not even respond to the sound of his voice. "How long has he been like this, Scar?" "Since he came round, Director." Boltsar stroked his chin pensively. "But there have been no more fits? No more shouting out? He doesn't seem too aware of anything? Any fever?" Boltsar lifted the bandages around the patient's skull, exposing the blood-encrusted stitches where he had sewn up the surgical McMahons. "A little oozing, a little pus from the wound, but it seems to be responding satisfactorily to treatment." Boltsar bent over the patient and lifted one of his eyelids. The man's pupils were dilated. "Gavril Nagarian," Boltsar whispered, "can you hear me?" Very far away, a voice calls his name. But he is lost, wandering along an endless grey road where everything is shrouded in fog and nothing is familiar. And then there is only the monotonous grinding throb in his head, a horrible sound that vibrates throughout his whole being. Lost. Never get home. Wherever home is. Never. Nagarian, echoed Scar. Is this the Azkendi Lord? The one who tried to kill the Emperor and his daughter? You didn't hear that, snapped Boltsar. In his desperation to elicit a response from the patient, he had committed an unpardonable breach of confidentiality. Remember the contract you signed? Everything you witness within these four walls is to be treated with the utmost discretion. Understood? Scar nodded. But, Director, do you think the operation may have damaged him? By now, they usually show some sign of consciousness. Are you impugning my methods, Scar? Demanded Baltzar. I hardly think it's your place, as my assistant, to question my clinical director. Scar pointed at 21. Look. A single tear rolled slowly down the patient's immobile face. He's crying. Andrei waded back through the shallows, the cold, brackish tide lapping against his sea boots until he stood on the bleak pebbled shore, gazing after Kuzco's boat, the Swallow, bobbing its way out across the choppy waters of the Iron Sea. This was where it had happened. This was the place the lightning bolt from the rolling storm clouds had struck him. That sizzling flash of blue fire had restored his powers of speech but scoured his memory clean of all except his first name. He could have a wife and children mourning him, yet he had no recollection of anyone but Kuzco and Irina. Why can't I remember? Andrei yelled to the distant horizon. Vivo, I. A bolt of lightning suddenly scored through his mind. Dizzy, he staggered back up the beach, one halting step at a time, until he fell to his knees, panting, clutching at his head. It was as if something within him was struggling to escape. Irina hummed to herself as she pegged her wet washing to the line. There was a good drying breeze today, not so fierce it would tug the clean clothes from the line. The breeze would set Kuzco and the Swallow on a fair course for Yamha, and the sooner he was gone, the sooner he would return with the much-needed supplies. A man's voice cried out from the shore. Above the wet sheets and shirts she caught sight of Andrei coming back up the beach, saw him stumble and fall. Poor lad. He'd made such good progress, but he still needed more time to regain his strength. The sheet she was pegging up was left dangling as she set out to help him. Then a sudden sea mist, grey as smoke, gusted across the narrow spar of land. Bewildered, she blinked, trying to peer through the billowing fog. Andrei was still lying sprawled on the sand. Andrei, she called, her voice shrill with alarm. He made no reply. Her heart started to thud. Why must the lad have a relapse now that Kuzco was gone? She hadn't the strength to drag him back to the hut all on her own. The sea mist swirled about her, yet not so thickly that she could avoid seeing Andrei start to twitch and writhe. Another fit. The lad needed her, that was all that mattered. She gathered up her heavy worsted skirts and hurried down the shore toward Andrei lay helpless on the sands, unable to move. When I found you, you were damaged almost beyond repair. And so was I, cast out from my rightful lord. Patterns of light pulsed across his sight. But I read in your blood the trace of Utaman's seed. It called to me. It revived me. So I have remade you, refashioned you as best I could. Yet you still resist me. Don't fight me, Andrei, let me help you. Was this some kind of island spirit? It spoke of healing. What did it want of him? All he wanted was to remember who he was. Words formed in his mind, slow, clumsy words. Why can't I remember? Tell me who I am. Andrei, called a quavering voice. Andrei opened his eyes to see the wrinkled face of an old woman bending over him. There now, she said as if she were soothing a child. You were having a bad dream. Kuzco had been gone for 5 days now, Andrei reckoned. Irina seemed unconcerned, busying herself feeding her chickens and working at her sewing. He'll have met friends. He'll be back when he's ready. Gives me a chance to clean up after him, the old curmudgeon. Sometimes she forgot herself and called Andrei Tikhon the name of her drowned son. He never corrected her. It was such a solitary life for her here at Land's End. The nearest neighbours were over a 2 miles walk away across the dunes. A sudden shiver of restlessness went through Andrei. He set out from the cottage and walked up through the reeds into the dunes. A glimmer of pale, high cloud hid the spring sun. Beyond the calm, lapping green of the empty sea, the horizon was hazy with mist. The air felt softer today, milder. High overhead flew a skein of wild geese, honking exuberantly as they set out for their spring feeding grounds. 2 weeks ago, walking at this speed would have exhausted him. Today he felt exhilarated, hardly noticing the last, lingering stiffness in his mended legs. "Ahoy there, Andre!" He spotted Kuzco's little boat and hurried down the shingle to help Kuzco pull it out of the shallows up and onto the beach. "Thanks," Andre said. Kuzco, clapping him on the shoulder and gazing intently into his face. "Andre, lad," he began, as though about to ask a question. "And about time too," Kuzco called out Irina. Kuzco let his hand drop away, turning to face his wife as she hurried down from the hut to greet Andre. Was eager, desperately eager to ask Kuzco what news he had gathered in Yamha, but there were sacks of provisions to be unloaded first and a little keg that smelled strongly of spirits. "Careful with that keg," Kuzco warned with a wink. "Did you remember my thread and needles?" Irina fussed around them. "And the beeswax for polishing?" "And all in good time," woman growled Kuzco. "You can brew us up some tea." He tossed her a bag. She caught it and sniffed it, a broad smile slowly lighting her worn face. "Real tea." She hugged Kuzco to her and planted a kiss on his mouth. "Cost me a small fortune, that did. Don't waste it, now." Kuzco's weather-wrinkled cheeks were red with a glow that spoke of hours whiled away in the tavern, and his eyes were bloodshot. Irina drew away from him, tutting. "We don't have a small fortune." "So how exactly did you pay, Kuzco?" Kuzco shuffled from foot to foot, suddenly embarrassed. "A little favor I agreed to do," he muttered. "For an old friend." "Favor?" Irina repeated loudly. "You remember Baklan?" "Baklan, the smuggler?" "Oh, Kuzco, you promised me you wouldn't risk it again." "You're too old. It's only a little consignment to be delivered to Gadkos." "Andre'll give me a hand, won't you, lad?" Andre nodded, not entirely sure what he was agreeing to. "And if you get caught?" Irina was still cross, her foot tapped against the earth floor. "A few barrels of aquavit in an old fishing smack." "Who's going to pay attention?" "There's greater concerns out there, Rena." Later, when the provisions had been stored safely away in stone crocks and jars, they sat down around the fire with mugs of strong, black tea sweetened with Irina's apple jam. So Irina said, "What's the news in Yamha?" "Big news." Kuzco rolled his eyes. "Seems old Duke Alexia's been deposed. There was a riot in Myram and half the city burned to the ground. Some are saying the rioters collaborated with the Tylans, others that the Tylans sailed down the Niver and bombarded the city." "Mercy on us," Irina said, setting down her tea. "The Tylans? They are in charge now." Kuzco noisily drained his tea to the dregs and wiped the last drops from his mustache with his sleeve. "We have an emperor." "Emperor Eugene? What does that matter to us out here?" "Could mean more taxes. Customs duties. And there's talk of a census." "Saw Tylan soldiers, only a handful, mind you, at the harbour." "And what did Duke Alexia ever do for us?" Irina said with a shrug. "What did the Orloffs care for us, the little people? They spent all Muscobar's money doing up their fine palaces. We're well rid of them, I say." "Oh, we're not quite rid of them yet, Rena my love. Eugene's made Alexia's daughter his empress. Empress Astasia." Andrea listened, the mug of tea going cold between his fingers. The names. Didn't old Alexia have a son too?" Irina asked. "Young Andre? The night of that terrible storm in the Straits, his ship, the flagship, went down, all hands lost. As Kuzco was speaking, Andrei realized he was looking searchingly at him again as he had earlier on the shore. They say she had too many cannons and the weight sank the ship. Truth is, nobody knows because it seems nobody survived. Terrible, whispered Irina, staring into her tea mug. What a waste. Alexia? Astasia? Olaf? Where did the ship go down? Andrei demanded. Was it far from here? And what was she called? The Siren? A shiver ran through Andrei's body. I know that name, he said slowly. Andrei began. Kuzco awkwardly, I've been thinking. They say nobody survived. They say all the crew drowned. But you think I'm Duke Alexia's lost son? Andrei got up, knocking over his stool. He clutched his head, as if he could wrest the memories from his locked brain. Stands to reason, lad. The storm that night washed you up here, on this very beach. Then why can't I remember anything? And Andrei, overcome with bitter frustration, flung open the hut door and went out into the darkness. The night was as dark as the foul-smelling pitch Kuzco used to caulk the hull of his little boat. Andrei stumbled, unseeing, along the shingle, blind, deaf to the mean blast of the wind off the lightless sea, or the menacing rattle of the incoming tide fast clawing its way up the pebbled beach. Why, he yelled at the black sea, straining his throat until it was raw. He dropped to his knees on the damp stones, sobbing with frustration. Why can't I remember? Why do you need to know? The voice was softer than the whisper of the tide. Who's there? Andrei jerked around. Come out. Show yourself. I am the one who healed you. It was that voice again, the one that had haunted his fevered dreams when he was hovering between life and death. I'm going mad. Hallucinating. Think of me as your spirit guardian, if it helps. I don't believe in spirits. Angels or demons. I can help you unlock your memory. But only when you are ready. Do it. Do it now. The voice fell silent and all he could hear was the chitter of stones swirled around by the encroaching tide. And then the fog in his mind melted away and a flood of memories rushed in. Faces flickered before him in the dark like phantasms, Astasia, his sister, his father Alexia, careworn with affairs of state, his mistress Olga, with her bewitching smile. He stood on the quay on a grey, windswept morning. His royal blue naval uniform glittered with golden buttons and epaulets, but the collar was damnably tight. His mother and father were there, shivering in the fierce wind off the River Niver. And his beloved sister, dark-eyed Astasia, came running forward, flinging her arms about his neck to hug him as if she would never let go. And now he was in a little boat, being rowed out toward a great warship anchored midstream. Her wood and iron hull towered above him, a rope ladder was lowered for him to scramble up. As the oarsman brought the little boat around, he gazed up and saw her figurehead, a gold-feathered bird with the face and bare breasts of a voluptuously beautiful woman. He read the name, Siren, spirit bird of paradise. Andrei opened his eyes and found himself sprawled face down on the cold shingle, with a froth of tide lapping close to his head. I am Andrei Orlov. He spoke the words out loud. Slowly he drew himself up to his feet. I am Andrei Orlov, he shouted with all the force of his lungs across the Black Sea. Chapter 17 My lord. Kuzco and Irina went down on their knees on the dirt floor of the hut. I'd be dead if it weren't for the two of you. You saved my life. I'll never forget that. Andrei went to help Irina up. But you're the Grand Duke now. Kuzco kept his eyes averted, staring embarrassedly at the floor. As for that, isn't my father Alexia still alive? Oh dear, dear, whispered Irina, throwing her apron over her face. And I said such things? About your family. Forgive me, my lord, forgive me. If the Emperor Eugene believes me dead, The implications were too immense for Andrei to take in all at once. He only knew that the Thailand tyrant who had usurped his father's throne would not be pleased to see a rival claimant return from the grave. He took Irina by the arms and gently eased her down into her chair by the fireside. "Listen to me. What you've learned from me tonight must stay our secret. As far as we're all concerned, I'll revert to being Tikhan, a shipwrecked sailor." Kuzco nodded, gnawing on the stem of his pipe. "But I need to find out how the land lies in Myram. Any chance of a trip up the Niver to Myram for supplies, Kuzco? Won't you be recognized?" "Not with this beard," Andrei said wryly, stroking the curly growth darkening his chin. "I haven't traveled that far since I was a young man." "It's a long journey, my lord Tikhan." Kuzco corrected himself. "And who's going to look after Myrina while we're gone?" "There'll be a generous reward for your kindness." The magnanimous words were out of Andrei's mouth before he had thought. If he was penniless Tikhan, how was he to gain access to the revenues from his estates? "I can't pretend that wouldn't be appreciated," Kuzco said gruffly. "But there's also the question of your health. It's hard work sailing a little boat like my Swallow. The spring tides can be treacherous out in the straits, and she's not built sturdy like a warship." Gavril lay immobile, staring at the sky through his high, barred window. Clouds drifted past. He could not even lift his damaged head from the pillow. Every time he blinked, the cell wavered and contracted before his eyes, leaving him as nauseous and dizzy as if he were on a storm-tossed ship. From time to time, a terrible throbbing pain pulsed through his temples. He dreaded its return, for with the pain came hallucinations, grotesque and disorienting. He thought he saw Director Boltsar and his lean-faced assistant bend over him, wielding saws and scalpels. "We slice the top of the skull off, like the shell of a boiled egg," he heard Boltsar say as the saw blade began to grate into his head and his own warm blood began to drip down into his eyes, "and then we scoop out the diseased parts of the brain," and then the dripping blood became a crimson curtain, blinding him. They prized off the top of his skull and exposed his raw, pulsing brain to the cold air. "Help me," whispered Gavril. "I can't go on like this." "Myra," murmured Andrei. The Swallow had just rounded a bend in the broad Niver, weaving in between great merchantmen and warships, just another little fishing smack amid so many others bobbing on the swirling waters. And now the prospect of the city lay before them, half hidden by the forests of masts and sails. As the Swallow slowly drew closer to the city, the ravages of the citizens' revolt and the Thailand invasion began to reveal themselves. The spires and star-spangled onion domes of the Cathedral of St. Simeon still glittered, gold and azure and crimson, against the cloudy sky. But the great dome of the Senate House was blackened like a roasted egg-shell, cracked and half open to the sky. And as the strong current of the Niver propelled them onward, the mined facade of the west wing of the Winter Palace loomed up on the right bank. Fire had seared to the very heart of the building, leaving a roofless, charred shell. The view of the fire-blackened ruin blurred. Andrei turned away, angrily dashing his hand across his eyes. Buildings could be restored and rebuilt. But the people who had died in the revolution, they could not be brought back. And his inheritance, his right to succeed his father as ruler of Musco Bar, how could that ever be restored? Andrei's plan was to seek out an old, influential friend of his father's and confide in him. First Minister Vassian seemed to be the most suitable choice. Vassian's eldest son, Valery, had been in his year at the military academy and had, he suspected, been quite seriously smitten by Astasia's charms. And yet, as he made his way from the quayside toward the more affluent quarters of the city, he felt a growing sense of unease. Everywhere he looked he saw Thailand soldiers. The Thailand tongue was spoken on every street corner. Even if he was permitted an audience with Kirill Vassian, which was far from certain, given the shabby state of his clothes and untrimmed beard, did the First Minister still wield any influence in Thailand-ruled Myram? Vassian's townhouse was an imposing mansion, its stucco frontage painted in pale blue and white, the colors of a spring sky. As he approached, Andrei saw that all the blinds were drawn. He halted, confused. What did this mean? Was the family away? Had Eugene sent them into exile? He decided to go around to the servants' entrance. Even if the family was not at home, they would have left a housekeeper and a maid or two to care for the property. After knocking and ringing the bell several times, all without reply, he had just decided to give up when he heard footsteps echoing hollowly within, and the door opened a crack. "What is it?" demanded a surly voice. He would have to bluff his way in. "I heard there was work in the gardens," he said, improvising. "Spring planting? Well, you've had a wasted journey. The house is shut. Good day." And the door slammed in his face. Andrei stepped back. He was unaccustomed to such churlish treatment. His first instinct was to pound on the door again and demand to speak to someone in authority. And then he looked down at his shabby clothes and remembered. He was Tikhon, son of a poor fisherman. No one would let him near the First Minister. Slowly he made his way back to the front of the house. In his mind's eye he saw the blinds open, the sparkle of candles at every window, the First Minister and his wife Elizaveta in formal evening dress, standing at the open door to welcome their guests. Such a tragedy. A bent old woman stopped beside him to gaze at the house, shaking her head as she spoke. A tragedy. Didn't you hear? It was a bad business. I used to do their washing, you know, she said confidentially. His wife found him in the stables. Dead. Dead. Andrei repeated, astonished. I had no idea the minister was ill. It was suicide, she said. He blew out his brains. She patted his arm and then shuffled on, still muttering to herself, that poor woman. Andrei turned away. The blank windows behind him had hidden this horrible secret. What had caused Kirill Vassian, a venerable and astute statesman, to fall into such black despair that suicide seemed the only honourable solution? Who else remained in Myron from Vassian's ministry whom he could approach for advice? How many Orlov supporters had died in the revolution? At a loss as to what to do, he wandered the streets of the city like a vagrant, head down, the collar of dead Tikhon's jacket pulled up to avoid the slightest risk of being recognized. He skulked in dingy alleys, drawing back into dark doorways whenever he saw anyone approaching too close. Now a morbid desire gripped him. Here he was, little better than a ghost haunting the streets of his home city. He had to know how Myron had commemorated the drowned heir to its ruling family. Had the city fathers erected a memorial to the lost crew of the Siren? Had young women wept and left flowers and tear-stained letters of farewell beneath it? He searched the avenues of the fashionable Admiralty Quarter where prosperous merchants and naval officers lived. The statues of his august forebears stood in tree-lined squares here, most prominent among them, the monument to his great-uncle Nikolai Orlov, who had died at sea in a skirmish against the Tylans. But where was the memorial to Andrei Orlov and his valiant sailors? He too had died at sea, sailing to confront the Tylans. But because they had perished in a storm, had he and his men been deprived of their hero's memorial? The unjustness of it brought a bitter taste to his mouth. Or were there to be no more monuments to the Orlovs now that Eugene was emperor? He began to ask passers-by if they knew where the Siren memorial was to be found. Some looked at him blankly. One or two spat when he mentioned the name of Orlov. The owner of the newsstand outside the Niva Exchange looked at him quizzically. The emperor's commissioned a bronze statue to stand in the Winter Palace Square. And can you guess who it will be? The news dealer gave him a wink from one rheumy eye. Himself, of course. Andrei turned away. His heart felt cold as stone. The city where he was born, which he had been destined to rule as Grand Duke, had forgotten him. He sat down on a bench beneath the trees opposite the ornate facade of the Grand Theatre and watched seagulls squabbling noisily over a crust of bread. What did I do with my life here? Frittered it away on gambling, pretty actresses, and parties. Andre the good time boy? No. Andre the wastrel, Andre the good for nothing? Small wonder no one cared to erect a memorial to me. What was there worth commemorating? A playbill, blown by the wind, landed at his feet. He picked it up and read, Olga Gladkova, recently returned to Myron from her triumphant winter season in Smyrna as Layla in the Corsairs. A memory of long-lashed eyes, smoky grey, gazing into his, a husky voice murmuring, "Don't forget me, Andre. You know I will always be your friend." Olga, Andre said aloud. The need to see her again overrode every other thought in his mind. Olga could be trusted with his secret. Olga would never betray him. When they had become more than friends, she had shown him the secret entrance to her dressing room, used to avoid the crowds of admirers who pursued her after every performance. "What a secretive lot you actors are," he had whispered as she led him, his hand in hers, along the dark tunnel. "Every actor needs a quick escape if his performance has not found favor with the public," she had whispered back. "And every actress needs a discreet way to smuggle in her admirers." Andre slowly limped toward the alleyway that led around the back of the theatre. Away from the sculpted statues of voluptuous muses and floral garlands that adorned the splendid facade, the rear of the great building was plain brick, shabby and neglected, with dead weeds poking from cracks in the mortar. If there were a matinee today, the little door might be unlocked. He glanced around to see if anyone was watching. He was alone. The rusty latch to Olga's little door was stiff, but after a few tugs, the door opened inward. Andre fumbled his way along the damp, dark passageway, remembering to count the number of paces, as Olga had taught him. 31, turn to the left, 9, stop and feel for the handle. Silently closing the door behind him, he sniffed the air, recognizing the familiar musky scent of Olga's favorite tobacco. The secret passage brought him into a tiny, chilly room housing a water closet and rose-painted porcelain hand basin. Through the velvet curtained duvet lay her dressing room. His heart began to beat faster. He raised one hand to draw the curtain aside just enough to take a swift look inside. If Masha, her dresser, was there, he would have to wait till Olga was alone. Inside he glimpsed the gilded mirror surrounded by the soft glow of candles, the cluttered dressing table strewn with pots of grease paint, rouge, and powder. A woman was sitting at the mirror, humming to herself as she dabbed at her face with a powder puff. And what an unforgettable face, strong-featured, the mouth over-large and generous, deep-set grey eyes, dark as a November evening. A slight haze of blue tobacco smoke perfumed the air from a slender cigar left burning on a saucer. "Olga," Andre said, moving so that she could see his reflection in the millimeter ore. The powder puff dropped from her hand. "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" He saw her hand move toward the little silver bell, ready to summon help. "Don't you recognize me, Olga?" His voice trembled, in spite of himself. "It's me. Andre." "Andre is dead," she said to his reflection. But her hand stayed where it was, close to, yet not touching, the bell. "Are you his ghost?" She asked the question as if the idea in some way intrigued her. "Do I look like a ghost?" "You look like a man who needs the attentions of a good barber. If you are Andre, ghost, then prove it to me. Tell me something only Andre could know." Andre swallowed hard. What shared secret lay buried in his faulty memory that might convince her? He saw her hand inch closer to the bell. If she rang for help, all was lost. "For my last birthday you sent me a copy of The Forbidden Tryst, the first play I ever saw you in. I opened the little package in front of my family, and my mother was scandalized when a lace-trimmed scarlet garter fell out." There was a pause. Suddenly her grave expression transformed into an expansive, welcoming smile. She rose from her dressing table, arms wide, and hugged him close. "My lost boy. Where have you been? Making us all so sad. You should be ashamed of yourself." She held him at arm's length. "And, my darling, you badly need a bath." "Sorry," he said, grinning through the tears that had filled his eyes. This wasn't quite the reunion I had planned. And then he remembered. "Olga, you mustn't tell a soul. No one knows I'm still alive. This must be our secret. You can trust me, you know that." She went to the outer door and bolted it. "There. Now even Masha will have to knock to be let in." Suddenly the dressing room wavered before his eyes and Andrei was forced to grab at the dressing table to steady himself. Olga poured him a little glass of spirit from a squat bottle. "Here, drink this, it's Kharvi from Smyrna. It'll warm you up." Andrei swallowed the whole measure of Kharvi in one gulp and felt the strong spirit glow its way down his throat. "Thanks. I'm still not quite recovered. Sit down. And tell me where you've been all this time." He lowered himself stiffly onto a threadbare armchair draped with a flower-embroidered shawl. He had not wanted to reveal his weakness to her. "The siren was blown onto rocks in the storm. I was pulled from the sea by an old fisherman and his wife. They nursed me back to health. But the sea took my memory. They called me Tikhan. By the time I remembered my real name," he faltered, "Eugene was emperor." Olga reached for another slender cigar and held it to the candle flame until the tobacco glowed. "So what do you plan to do?" she said, taking in a deep breath of the musky smoke. "To go see my family. The shock could kill your father." "Why so?" She blew an elegant little ring of smoke from her red lips. "He's a broken man, Andrei. It's rumored that he's had a stroke. He's gone to Erinarsko to recuperate." "A stroke?" His father Alexia had always seemed so strong, so robust. He could not imagine him weakened by illness. His distress must have shown in his face, for she drew closer, her voice softer. "You didn't know? I should have realized. Forgive me, Andrei. So I am to remain incognito all my life? Or invent a new identity? It sounds like the plot of one of those absurd melodramas you delight in a PM. You have a new identity already, Tikhan." She let her fingertips touch his cheek, stroking his beard. "Olga," he said, angry that she would not take his predicament seriously. "And now you're cross with me," she said, pouting. "I've risked my life coming to you. Trusting you with my secret. No one else knows but you. I'm flattered. The whole affair is deliciously dangerous. But I have some advice for you. If, and when, you must break the news to your family, do it gently, a little at a time. Lay a trail of clues, let them build up their hopes again day by day, week by week." And Andrei, she laid her hand on his shoulder, all the earlier playfulness gone from her voice. "Be careful how you go about it. Your very existence could be seen to pose a threat to the new empire. You think Eugene, put yourself in his place. Even if I were to openly pledge my allegiance to him," and the new Olga was silent a moment, considering what he had said. "Is that what you really want, Andrei? You were born to rule, Andrei. But it is still too soon." The voice, dry and sinuous as Olga's cigar smoke, drifted through Andrei's mind. He started, glancing up, wondering if he had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud. "All's far from well in this new empire," Olga said, stubbing out the last of her cigar in a tobacco-stained saucer. "You know I've just come back from Smyrna? The first night we played Solovia's Blood Masquerade, remember it? The one where the corrupt king is assassinated by the rebels in the middle of a masked ball? Well, there was a riot. The whole theatre went mad with excitement, cheering and screaming when the king is shot. We had to bring down the curtain. After that, the Thailand governor closed the theatre for 2 days. And he forbade us to perform the play again. We had to content ourselves with harmless romantic nonsense like the Corsairs and Saraya's Secret. Someone tested the door handle. Andrea leapt up. Madam Olga, a woman's voice cried, rattling the handle. Time to get ready. 1 minute. Olga rose too. You must go, Andrei. Much though I love my faithful Masha, she's utterly indiscreet and babbles my secrets to anyone and everyone without thinking. Andrei hurried into the chilly little washroom. His leg was less stiff now that he had rested it. Olga opened the door, letting in a dank breath of stale air. Andrei turned to go, and then turned back on impulse, kissing Olga hard on the mouth. Ah, that beard tickles, she said, grimacing. But she did not pull away. It was so long since he had kissed a girl, any girl. Yet the feelings the kiss stirred were disturbingly powerful. He wanted the sweet, tobacco-scented warmth of her body. He did not want to let her go. Madam Olga, shrilled Masha's voice from beyond the dressing-room door. We're running late. Let them wait, cried back Olga. And if anyone asks, he whispered in her ear. Trust me. She gave him a little push into the secret passageway and blew him a kiss as she latched the door, leaving him in darkness. The pure, delicate voice soared higher, each little cascade of notes like clear water falling, or a lone thrush fluting in the still, close air before rain. Célestine de Joyeuse, the celebrated Francian singer, stood with one hand lightly resting on the fortepiano. She was much younger than Astasia had imagined from her illustrious reputation, not more than 24 or 25. She was dressed in a gown of rich mulberry silk, with a single orchid pinned in her golden hair, and looked to Astasia quite the epitome of fashionable Francian elegance. The song came to an end, and for a moment the last perfect notes hung in the air. Then the applause began. Astasia clapped and clapped, unable to restrain her enthusiasm. Célestine sank into a deep curtsy, one hand clasped to her breast, murmuring her thanks before rising and gesturing to her accompanist. The fortepiano player rose, unsmiling, and bowed his head. A tall, gaunt young man with pale skin and long, straight dark hair, he had more the air of an ascetic or a monk than a musician. Astasia thought she caught a secret, subtle little glance that passed between singer and accompanist. Can they be lovers? She thought, thrilling at the idea. And now, we would like to perform for you the song October Seas, set to the words of your celebrated poet, Soloviev. More applause greeted this tribute to Miriam's favorite author. That Francian accent is charming, thought Astasia, sighing as she remembered how hard she had striven to learn to pronounce the Francian tongue. Célestine de Joyeuse must have a gift for languages as well as music. Astasia glanced at her husband as the recital continued. Eugene was staring beyond the illustrious Célestine with a distant, slightly frowning expression. She could sense he was not enjoying himself. She had hoped that the visit of one of the most celebrated musicians of the day might change his opinion of the art and might even give them something to discuss together. Eugene had already confessed to her that he had no ear for music. Give him a rousing military march to whistle and he was happy. This music was too subtle, too refined for his tastes. And then the artistry of Célestine's singing overwhelmed all other thoughts, and the music, wild, soulful, and free, possessed her. During the applause, she saw Gustave appear and make his way toward them. He whispered something to the emperor she could not catch. "Ah," said Eugene. He nodded and leaned toward Astasia. "Forgive me. Some official business I must attend to." He rose, and the rest of the audience rose too. Court etiquette. "Demoiselle de Joyeuse," he said, "you have enchanted us with your delightful voice. Please do not think me rude, state affairs intrude upon my pleasure and I must attend to them. Your Imperial Highness honors me. The singer sank into another deep curtsy as Eugene left the room with Gustave at his side. The recital continued, but Astasia could no longer concentrate on the music or surrender to its spell. She knew it must be some matter of import to have drawn Eugene away from such a prestigious gathering. Two senior officers were waiting for Eugene in his study, tricorns respectfully held at their sides. Trouble in Smyrna, Highness. Eugene recognized the elder of the two as Henrik Tornberg, Commissar General of the Southern Army. A rebellion? What kind of rebellion? They've declared themselves a republic again. The rebels have attacked our men garrisoned in Vermeil. They have taken Governor Armfeld hostage. This was unacceptable. Though Armfeld was a damned fool to allow himself to be captured so easily. Maps, Gustave. Gustave unrolled a map of Smyrna on the desk. This rebellion must be put down immediately, Eugene said, pinpointing Vermeil with one finger. Any hint of weakness on our part would be fatal for the Empire at this early stage. From what we can gauge, Highness, the rebels' stronghold, the old citadel of Colchis above Vermeil, is vulnerable to attack by sea. Eugene studied the coastline, pensively tracing the wide sweep of Vermeil Bay with one finger. Wasn't Vermeil where Gavril Nagarian had grown up? Could there be some connection between the Smyrnan rebellion and Gavril Nagarian that his agents had failed to identify? He looked up at Gustave. Is this anything to do with Nagarian's imprisonment, Gustave? Gustave gave a little shrug. Eugene had no time for recriminations now. Swift action was essential. With a fair wind, Admiral Johnson could make Vermeil in 3 days with the Southern Fleet, he mused. Gustave, get me the Admiral. How are our men in Vermeil holding up against the rebels, Tornberg? Well enough, Highness. Tell them reinforcements are on their way. Tornberg saluted and hurried away, followed by his adjutant. Eugene gathered up the map and went with Gustave to the communications room. His empire of New Rossia was young and the bonds that forged it were all too fragile. He had anticipated resistance to his rule, but not in sleepy Smyrna, the least politically active of the 5 princedoms. Admiral Johnson, Highness, Gustave said, pointing to the Vox Aetherea. Johnson. Eugene cleared his throat. This was no time for any show of indecision. Take the fleet to Vermeil Bay. There's trouble in Smyrna. And how shall we respond to this trouble, Highness? Came the crackling reply. Crush it. Show no mercy. Even if it means razing the whole citadel to the ground. Chapter 18. Cusco and André sailed the Swallow into harbour at Varangaya, close to the wide mouth of the Neva estuary. The port was famous for its flourishing leather and fur trade, and yet there, among the merchantmen anchored in the harbour, towered a Thailand warship, a standard of sky blue and gold glittering from its topmost mast in the gusting sea wind. See that? Cusco jerked his thumb toward the ship. That's the flag of the new empire. Though it looks like the old Thailand flag to me. They tied up with other little boats at the far end of the quay, well away from the big ships. The sun was setting beneath a low-hanging canopy of dark grey cloud, and the last streaks of green and gold lit the harbour buildings with a strange, lurid glow. Wind's on the turn, said Cusco, sniffing the air. You can only smell the tanneries when it's blowing from the north. The stink of rotting herring mingled with the raw reek of hides from the tanneries made André's eyes water. Ever been to Gadco's? Asked Cusco. André shook his head. That's where we are bound with our little delivery. At last, Cusco's business was concluded and the barrels handed over with a nod, a wink, and a secret handshake. The taproom at Gadco's was dark and overheated, the air a dingy yellow fug of tobacco smoke. André followed Cusco as the stocky old man elbowed his way through the throng of drinkers, shaven-headed merchants from Kitrai, traders, Thailand sailors on shore leave. In his worn coat and sea boots, He was indistinguishable from any other fisherman. He was tired. So tired his bones ached. He had overestimated his stamina, and the limp in his shattered leg had become more pronounced as the day wore on. He slumped down in a darkened alcove away from the firelight and rubbed it hard, as if the friction would lessen the dragging, bone-deep ache. "Here you are, lad." Gadko placed a frothing mug of hot cumin-spiced ale in front of him. "On the house. That'll set you right." "Thanks." Andrei drank it down, feeling the heat seep into his body, dulling the nagging pain. In the corner closest to the fire, an old man started to croon a Muscobar love song, tapping out a rhythm with the bowl of his pipe against his mug. Another took up a balalika and began to strum along. One by one, others set down their mugs and joined in, even Kuzco added his rusty bass to the refrain until the smoky air vibrated with their voices. Silence in the name of the Emperor. A gust of wet night air blew in. Andrei glanced up and saw that 5 burly Thailand sailors had entered the tavern. They all brandished clubs. I said silence. The balalika chords stopped abruptly, but the singers continued on for a bar or two before their voices trailed away. A man in a neat grey uniform came forward into the firelight. He carried a gold-tipped officer's baton. "Shore leave is cancelled. All crewmen are to return to the Olava straight away." A general groan arose. The 5 heavies began to push their way into the crowd, clubs raised menacingly. "The Emperor has promised extra rum rations for every man who is on board within the hour." One by one, Thailand sailors emerged, making their way reluctantly toward the open door. "I've plenty of rum here," came a slurred voice from near the fire. "Tell the Emperor what he can do with his extra rations." Jostling ensued. A man suddenly went flying across the floor, to land in an ungainly tangle of arms and legs near the door. 2 of the Thailand crewmen scooped him up and dragged him out into the night. Andrei could hear him swearing and protesting as they hustled him across the quay. The Thailand sailors made one last tour of the tavern, glowering at anyone who stood in their way. "Shore leave cancelled." Andrei had sensed tension in the air. "Is Muscobar under attack?" "Careful, lad," cautioned Kuzco. But Andrei no longer cared who heard him. "What's going on?" He slammed his ale mug down on the table. Heads turned. Suddenly he became aware that everyone was staring at him. "Time to go, Dikhan." Kuzco rose and began apologizing loudly. "You'll have to excuse my boy. He was injured in the recent fighting. He gets confused sometimes." Eugene woke with a start. It was not yet dawn, but his soldier's instincts told him it was time to rise. He went to the window and drew back the heavy folds of blue velvet to gaze out at the wide Niver, a faint glimmer in the fading night. The Southern Fleet had set sail for Smyrna. The rebellion would be crushed before it had a chance to spread. He had ordered that no news of the uprising be published in Muscobar until the citadel was back under Thailand command and Armfeld released. He had little doubt that the rebels, poorly armed and untrained, would soon surrender under the barrage of Thailand cannon. So why did he feel this continuing sense of unease about the whole affair? Gustav, pragmatic as ever, had murmured to him that his misgivings were a natural reaction to this first challenge to his rule as emperor. "There will always be a few who resist your authority," Gustav had said calmly, "and you must be prepared for such rebellions." Even the great Ataman had to put down the uprising in Kshatriya when Khan Konchak sacked his garrison at Lake Tegel and executed his tax collectors. But he needed Smyrna. In his father's day, Smyrna had proved a vital defensive link in driving back the Frankian war fleet. He went back to the window. A fresh, pale spring light sheened the eastern horizon. The spires of the city churches glimmered like spears of gold piercing the rising mists. The sun would shine on Myram today, but what was the weather like out in the treacherous straits where the fleet was assembling? "So when do we set sail?" asked a sleepy voice from the bed. Astasia had woken up. Eugene stopped pacing a moment. Set sail. The question came out more irascibly than he had intended, and he saw her blink almost as if he had shouted at her. For Kerala's party. He had forgotten Kerala's birthday. He had been so preoccupied with the worsening situation in Smyrna that it had slipped his mind. He saw that Astasia was looking at him, waiting for his reply, and he felt a stab of guilt. I promised Kari we would come home to Swanholm. She was too ill to attend the coronation. How can I break my word now? She's expecting us to be there. My only daughter is growing up, and I have not been there to share these precious weeks with her. A deeper buried fear still nagged him, and if her health continues to give cause for concern, these weeks may become all the more precious. Wind's tricky this morning, Kuzco said as they left the shelter of the harbour and ventured into open sea. Weather's on the turn. The waves were choppy, flecked with milky foam. Shall we wait for fair weather? Andrei glanced uneasily up at the cloudy sky. No, said Kuzco. I've handled my swallow in worse. A strong gusting crosswind suddenly caught in the patched sail and tilted the little swallow, lifting her prow right out of the water. A great Thailand warship was sailing toward them and they were being blown right into her path. Dick Hun, yelled Kuzco, leaping to tug on the ropes. The tall warship's ironclad prow cut a swirling furrow through the grey-green water, towering high above them, drenching them with cold spray. Andrei grabbed hold of the tiller and pulled with all his strength. Harder! Kuzco roared through the din of the churning waters. The wind's against us, Andrei yelled back. All his efforts seemed in vain. They were being driven right beneath the warship's prow. They would be smashed to matchwood. No use, he cried. I can't control her. I can't. A jagged flicker, lightning blue, burst in his brain and went fizzing down into his arms, his hands. Suddenly he felt his muscles pulsing with strength. He tugged at the tiller. The swallow bucked and yawed wildly. The cresting wake caught her and spun her aside. Hold fast! Kuzco's voice carried faintly to him as a wave drenched the deck. Blinded by the water, Andrei gripped the tiller, leaning into it with the weight of his whole body until he could shake the wetness from his hair, his stinging eyes. I've got her, he cried, voice raw with triumph. We've made it. We've only then did he see the second shadow looming up to their left. Another warship in full sail, bearing down on them fast. To the lookouts on high, though. Little fishing boat beneath their bows would be invisible in this wind-whipped sea. Kuzco stood, mouth agape, staring up at the mighty ship. Jump, old man! Andrei let go the tiller and flung himself at Kuzco, trying to push him over the side into the sea. The second warship smashed into the Swallow. Andrei was flung into the sea even as he grabbed at Kuzco. Splintered timbers flew up into the air. And then there came the hollow roar of the sea as Andrei went under. Freezing water squeezed the breath from his body. Blackness flooded his mind. He came up again, choking on the salt bitter water, arms flailing, gasping for air. Kuzco! Kuzco! Against the crash of the waves, his voice was as thin as a seagull's cry. He trod water, trying to stay afloat as the wash from the great ships came billowing back toward him. Now he saw there was a third, and a fourth approaching close behind. A war fleet. If they weren't drowned, they'd be crushed by the heavy vessels. The cry was so faint he scarcely heard it. Turning his head, he caught sight of Kuzco clinging to a plank, grey head just above the water. I'm coming. He took in a lungful of salty air and struck out toward him. Hang on. Scar tramped up the winding stair in the iron tower to check on the progress of his patient. 21's condition had been giving him some cause for concern. He had developed a slow-burning fever since the operation, and had been alternately mumbling and shouting out incoherently. Often he pawed at the dressings on his head, picking at them, then tearing them off as if they were some kind of infected scab. Scar unlocked the cell door and placed a lantern on the table. Bright. Too bright. 21 rolled away from the light, muttering and hiding his eyes. "I've brought your medicine," Scar said. "No, more medicine." His speech was badly distorted. "I've mixed it with honey to make it taste good," Scar said patiently, as if humoring a child. 21 peered out at him suspiciously from behind his fingers. His skin glistened with a feverish sheen and his eyes burned over bright in their darkened sockets. With his shaven head, crisscrossed with half-healed scars, and sunken cheeks, he looked to Scar like one of the damned. "Here. Drink it all down." 21's hands shook so much that Scar took back the glass and held it to the man's lips himself. He still seemed unable to drink properly, and some of the willow bark infusion dribbled out down the side of his chin. "Bitter," he mumbled. And then his head jerked up and his whole body went rigid. He seemed to be listening with great concentration. "Help me," he cried out. He lurched off the bed and half fell, half shambled, one leg dragging, head raised toward the barred window. Scar watched, fascinated. He had heard nothing. 21 raised one shaking hand toward the bars. "Can you hear me?" His body, exhausted by the effort, gave way and he fell to the floor. "It is close by," he said as Scar tried to hoist him back onto the bed. "Why doesn't it answer me? It is so close." And then he started to weep, great gulping sobs. "I cast it out. It will never come back. Never. Never." Scar found himself embarrassed by this uncontrolled display of emotion. He picked up the lantern and withdrew, leaving the damaged man wailing and cursing. Andrei struggled against the pull of the current and the dragging undertow from the wake of the Tylan fleet. He did not ask where this extraordinary burst of strength came from, he just fought the waves. He had nearly drowned once before. He was not going to let the sea claim him again. Kuzco's head bobbed closer. Andrei made a grab for him. Kuzco's face was pallid with cold and fear and his eyes rolled wildly in his head. "Catch hold of me." Andrei tried to roll onto his back so that he could begin to pull Kuzco along with him, his face tipped upward, out of the freezing water. But Kuzco clung grimly to his plank. "Let go." "My swallow," Kuzco gasped. "Let her go." A wave smacked into them and they went under. Andrei dragged Kuzco back up, coughing out a lungful of sea water. Glancing behind he saw a fifth warship sailing toward them, white sails filled with the wind, cutting through the bucking waves. "Help me." Andrei closed his eyes, not knowing to what power he was praying, only that he could see no way to swim clear of the clean, cruel might of the metal-clad prow, churning the waves to foam. Deep within him, he felt something stir. His heart twisted then cracked open within his breast. Stars exploded across his vision. A wordless cry burst from his mouth as a dark whirlwind enveloped him. The warship ploughed on toward them, carving its foaming furrow through the waves. Andrei gave one last desperate tug at Kuzco's waterlogged body, trying to lift him from its path. And suddenly they were rising, water cascading from their sodden clothes, rising from the sea as the great ship's prow hit the plank. Andrei found himself hovering above the waves, clinging onto Kuzco's dangling body. "Make for land. Land." He cast around, and saw a flat grey shoreline beneath a rugged headline a mile or so away. "I can't, it's too far, don't fight me." The voice urged him onward. Wingbats echoed in his head, throbbed through his whole body. Dark wings bore him upward, onward across the sea. His dazed mind was dazzled with a sparkle of stars. Was he drowning, and dreaming with his last conscious thoughts before the sea took his life from him? Or had a dark angel swooped down to bear him and Kuzco to the ways beyond? So how is he? Baltzar asked, sliding back the observation shutter in 21's door and peering in. Worse, Scar said bluntly. 21 lay unmoving on the bed. Since his last outburst, he's lapsed into a stupor. Nothing seems to rouse him. It's almost as if he's given up the will to live. Baltzar frowned at the prisoner. And the infection? The wounds are healing cleanly on the outside. But I fear the infection has gone deep and invaded his brain. Baltzar snapped the shutter closed. And what will we tell His Imperial Highness if he dies on us? Would His Imperial Highness care, said Scar with a shrug. Plenty of prisoners die before their sentences are up. Prison air is not so wholesome. Diseases spread too rapidly for us to control. Baltzar had been biting his lip. He knew this prisoner was different from the rest, life sentence or no. He knew the Emperor was still interested in his progress. Had his medical experiments gone too far this time? He could have caught typhus, Scar said. Yes, Baltzar said, nodding. An outbreak of typhus. Tell the other warders to avoid this part of the tower and tell them why. We can't have a major outbreak on our hands. We'll keep this one in quarantine. Then if the inevitable happens, a lime burial to avoid the infection spreading. A hygienic necessity. 2 passengers on the deck of the Frantian ship following close in the wake of the Tylan war fleet saw the little fishing boat crushed by the man-o'-war. As the captain dispatched a rescue party and the Frantian sailors lowered a rowboat, the passengers watched from the rail of the upper deck. Jagu. The woman clutched at her companion's arm, pointing. Look. What in God's name is that? Jagu raised the eyeglass he had been using to observe the Tylan fleet and focused it on the wreck of the fishing boat. Whatever it is, it's not of this world. He passed her the glass. There were 2 men in the water. Now I see only one, and that abomination. The sailors were gaining on the wreckage now. The Angelston, urged the woman. Use the Angelston. Jagu pulled out a crystal pendant from inside his shirt and held it up high. The clear crystal muddied and turned black as ink. A warrior demon, the woman whispered, from the realm of shadows. This could be the one. If only Abbot Yephime had not been so stubborn, we could have had Sergius's staff. Turn back, yelled Jagu to the rowers, but they were too far away to hear his voice. 21. Can you hear me? Scar bent over the prisoner. There was no response. He lifted the man's wrist, feeling for a pulse. When he found it, it was so faint and irregular it was hardly there. He looked so gaunt, his skin grey and pallid, his eyes sunken in their bruised sockets. Days of fever had exhausted him, his weakened body had no resources left to fight the infection in his brain. Scar stood up and gazed at his patient. That rattling, wheezing sound in the throat did not bode well at all. 21 was dying. He must alert Director Baltzar. And then he thought he heard the prisoner whisper something through cracked, dry lips. At first it sounded like nothing more than a guttural sigh. But then he thought he heard a name, though it was no name he recognized. Probably nothing more than the last jumbled utterances of a fractured mind. Drakhowl, help me. The black-winged demon halted in midair as though listening. It shuddered. Suddenly it let out a wailing cry, inhuman and desolate. Then it began to plummet toward the waves, losing its hold on its human burden. Does it sense us? Jagu said. Does it know we are near? For a moment demon and man disappeared below the surface. Then a whirlpool began to churn the waves. The sailors shouted out and cursed, gripping the sides of the rowboat as it was thrown sideways, almost capsizing. And out of the spinning water, Jagu and Celestine saw a shadow rise, dark as smoke, and speed away, low across the waves. Andre hit the water. The force of the impact knocked the breath from his body. Blackness. And then he was being lifted by many hands, strong hands, and let down onto the wooden boards of a ship. He dragged himself to his knees, retching up a lungful of briny water. He was freezing, drenched to the skin, shivering till his teeth clacked together, but somehow still alive. His rescuers returned, carrying someone else. They laid their burden down beside him. Pushing his wet hair out of his eyes, he saw Kuzco lying next to him, inert, limp, unbreathing. Kuzco. Andrei prized the old man's mouth open and tried to blow his own warm breath into him. After a while, exhausted with the effort, he sat back on his heels and pressed on Kuzco's still rib cage in the hope of forcing it into some semblance of movement. The old sailor's head lolled back, mouth gaping. "Come on, Kuzco." Andrei laid his head against the damp chest, listening for a heartbeat. "Don't desert me now, old man." It was no use. Somewhere between the sea and the ship, Kuzco's spirit had fled its body. All his frantic efforts had been in vain. Andrei laid Kuzco's body down on the deck and with clumsy, numbed fingers, closed his eyes. One of the sailors came up and wrapped a blanket around Andrei's shoulders. Andrei's heart felt as though drenched with a cold and bleak despair. Kuzco had saved him from the sea. Why had he not been able to save him in return? And how could he break the news to Irina? First the sea had taken her son, and now her husband. He crouched down beside Kuzco's still body and wept. Shadow wings, fast beating outside the iron tower. "Who's there?" Eyes glimmered in Gavril's cell, blue as starlight. And something blacker than darkness itself reared up, towering above his bed. "You called to me, Gavril Nagarian." Dra-Kal. So many times he had dreamed this, and now he was so weak he could hardly whisper the words he wanted to say. He tried to lift one hand to welcome his banished demon, but the effort was too great and his hand flopped back uselessly onto the bed. "What have they done to you?" "I don't know." "So weak. So wrong, you could not live with me, and now you cannot live without me. Take me. Take me away from this terrible place." The Dra-Kal enfolded him, close, closer until he was drowning in an ecstasy of shadows. "Now you are mine again, Gavril. Now we act, we think, as one." His sight blurred, then cleared. He could see again. "Where shall we go?" "Home." Gavril's heart burned with a sudden longing. "My home? To Azkenda?" "No, to Smyrna." Scar was crossing the inner courtyard on his way to check on his dying patient when he saw the skies darken. Storm clouds were blowing toward them across the iron sea. A sudden cold wind whined about the asylum walls. Then blue lightning shivered across the sky and struck the iron tower. Scar felt the shock as if it had pierced his body. He dropped to one knee, gasping. Director Boltsar ran out into the courtyard. He gripped Scar by the shoulders, pulling him to his feet. "What in God's name?" he shouted above the whine of the wind, pointing to the tower. Scar looked up. Storm clouds, black and electric blue, swirled about the top of the tower. Little crackles of energy lit the darkness. "A lightning ball," he shouted back. A sudden explosion rocked the tower. The iron bars burst asunder and stones rained down into the courtyard. Scar pushed the astonished Boltsar out of the way just as a huge block of masonry crashed down where they had been standing. Other warders hurried out into the yard, roused by the commotion. Scar raised his eyes to gaze at the broken tower. For a moment he saw or thought he saw, a great winged creature, darker than the rolling storm clouds, launch itself from the jagged top of the tower and go skimming off across the dark sea. He blinked, rubbing his lightning-dazzled eyes. The clouds were dispersing, blowing away as swiftly as they had come. The prisoner stammered Director Baltzar. 21. No one could have survived a direct lightning strike. The tower stair was strewn with rubble. 21's door had been blown off its hinges. Through the doorway they could see daylight and feel the fresh breeze off the sea. Scar gingerly entered the room and found himself staring at the open sky through a great gaping hole blasted in the tower wall. All the roof tiles had gone and only a few broken beams remained overhead. Scorch marks blackened the stones. Wind whistled through the gap. "Where is he, Scar?" asked Director Baltzar, gripping hold of the door frame. His face was pale as gruel. "Where is our prisoner?" The Imperial bark lay at anchor on the Rivergate Quay. Eugene could see the new Rossian standard fluttering from her topmast. All was ready for the voyage to Thailand. And yet he still lingered here in his study, reluctant to leave for no good reason that he could explain to himself. "If we don't sail soon, we'll be late for Kari's birthday celebrations." But sending her birthday greetings through the Vox Etherea would prove a poor substitute. What kind of father am I? If only there was some news from Smyrna. If only he had been able to take command of the whole operation himself. It was not that he didn't trust Johnson, it was just that he preferred to be with his troops, in the heart of the action. And then there was this odd sense of foreboding that had troubled him all day. Premonition, or seasoned soldier's intuition. Whichever, it had never deceived him in the past. "Highness!" Eugene did not even turn from the window. He recognized Gustave's voice. "Yes, yes, they are waiting for me. I'm on my way. There's some new intelligence just arrived. From Ianskama." Ianskama. Eugene spun abruptly around. "Let me see." It was a letter, sealed with the official seal of the asylum director. Eugene cracked open the seal and hastily scanned Director Baltzar's neat handwriting, "To His Imperial Highness, Eugene, Emperor of New Rossia. It is with the utmost regret that I write to inform you of the demise of the prisoner known as 21. A terrible storm hit the coast and lightning made a direct strike on the iron tower in which the prisoner was confined." Eugene lowered the paper slowly, not bothering to read the rest. "Gavril Nagarian, dead," he said softly. "Can this be true? Or is this some new piece of Azkendi spirit mischief, designed to deceive us?" He looked at Gustave, who stood patiently waiting for instructions. "No one must know of this," he said, "not until I have had it verified by independent investigators. Send a letter to Baltzar informing him that no one in the prison is to breathe a word of this on pain of death." Gustave bowed and hurried away. "But if what Baltzar writes is true, then I have lost the last surviving link to the Drakhowl and its arcane origins. I need verification," he said aloud. "Proof that Nagarian is truly dead. Proof, if need be, from the ways beyond." Chapter 19. Andrei stands on the observation deck of the Siren, telescope in hand, scanning the calm, moon-silvered sea for enemy warships. Out of nowhere, a wind comes spearing across the sea and smacks into the ship, setting the waves violently churning. The night sky boils black with storm clouds. "All hands on deck!" Andrei bellows, straining his voice to be heard above the roaring of the storm. The warship bucks and rolls, caught in a maelstrom of wind and wild whipped tide. The deck fills with crewmen, hauling on ropes, shinning up masts, frantically trying to furl the sails. Andrei fights his way toward the quartermaster at the wheel, pulling himself, hand over hand, up the tip-tilting deck. "Hold her steady, man. Steady. Or we'll hit the rocks." "It's no use." Commander. The prow smashes into the rocks. Timbers splinter, metal buckles. Ice-cold spray and fragments of shattered timbers rain down on the terrified crew. "Abandon ship! Abandon ship!" Scrambling across the deck toward the rail, Andrei is flung off balance. The ship heaves. Water gushes in. She's going down. He is sliding now, sliding helplessly down the slippery deck, down toward the icy sea. Must save my crew. Must make sure they are safe. He makes a grab at the rail, clinging on with one hand. Commander! Jump! Jump! A groaning sound fills his ears, the groaning of the hull as it grinds against the rocks. She's going down, Commander. Save yourself. She's sinking fast, too fast for him to reach the boats. The wind slams the sinking ship into the rocks again. Towering waves crash down, drenching him, cold and bitter with the taint of salt. Gasping at the chill of the water, he flings off his heavy uniform coat, saber and belt, and pitches into the black vortex of water. Andrei. Drowning. I'm drowning. He flailed wildly, fighting the deadly pull of the ravening sea. A hand caught hold of his. You're safe now. The calm voice penetrated the roar of the storm, the creaking of his shattered ship. Andrei sat bolt upright and found he was staring into a pair of gold-lashed eyes. Soft daylight lit the little cabin and the simple bunk on which he had been sleeping. I'm so sorry. I was dreaming. It must have been quite some dream, his companion said, gently releasing his hand. He nodded, still staring into her soft blue eyes. I know you. You sang in Miriam last winter. Celestine, de Joyeuse. I'm flattered you remember me. Celestial in voice as well as in name, he said. How could I forget? The demon creature that attacked you, she said, ignoring the compliment. That would be enough to give anyone nightmares. That was not what I was dreaming about. My ship went down in the straits some months ago. The old man, Kuzco, rescued me. And now Andrei choked at the memory. Now he's dead. You don't talk like a common sailor, Andrei. She was looking at him curiously. He felt himself suddenly overwhelmed by the desire to unburden himself and tell her everything. Where are you bound? He asked. Why, to Swanholm, to sing for Princess Karola's birthday at the request of the Emperor's wife, Astasia. Astasia, he repeated. At last he saw a way to make himself known to his sister. And he felt dangerously close to tears. Demoiselle de Joyeuse, he began in the Franchon tongue, may I confide in you? The captain has just informed me we'll reach Haven by morning. Jagu ducked down as he entered the little cabin to avoid hitting his head. He set down a bottle of red wine on the table and proceeded to pour with a steady hand. So we've a day or two in hand before we're expected at Swanholm. He handed Celestine and Andrei a glass of wine and lifted his own in a toast. To your miraculous survival, my lord Andrei. Miraculous. Andrei took a sip of the wine and nodded his appreciation. It was dry, yet enriched with just enough musky sweetness to soften the back of the palate. If you hadn't sent out your men to the rescue, I was thinking more of the creature that plucked the old man from the waves, Jagu said. Andrei set his glass down. You saw it, then? What was it, Andrei? Said Celestine, gazing earnestly at him. It healed me. Whether it was a spirit that haunted the place where I was shipwrecked, or it sought me out for some purpose of its own, I don't know. All I know is it healed my body and restored my mind. It healed you, echoed Celestine, glancing at Jagu. Did it ever reveal its purpose to you? Not on Lapwing Spa, no. But in Miriam it spoke to me. It said, you were born to rule. But it is too soon. Born to rule, said Celestine thoughtfully. And then it abandoned you. I don't know why. For a moment I thought I heard a distant voice crying out for help. Andrei gulped down his wine, trying to block out the memory of those last chaotic moments when he thought he was drowning again. But it might have been Kuzco. His voice faltered and Jagu refilled his glass. Where was Eugene's war fleet going in such a hurry? We asked ourselves the same question, said Jagu, his pale face stern. Who knows where Eugene's ambitions will lead him next? Our countries have always been allies, André Celestine said in Francian. Your command of our language is excellent. We understand each other well, do we not? You have been deprived of your right to rule Moscow by this new regime. Yet your family also claims descent from the Emperor Ottoman. Had matters gone otherwise, you could be Emperor of all Russia. As soon as he had heard her speak the words aloud, André knew they were true. The spirit that had healed him had also awoken that ambition simmering deep within him. He had as much a right to rule all 5 princedoms as Eugene of Thailand. I could be emperor, he said slowly. But how? I have no country, no name, no troops at my disposal. The Muscovite army and navy have been absorbed into Eugene's forces. He saw Celestine and Jagu consult each other with another glance. Then Celestine turned to him and said, We believe our master, King Enguerrand, would be very interested in meeting you. The old covered market in Colchis had become a temporary hospital for the casualties injured in the clash with the Thailand garrison. Alizia returned to help bathe and bandage the walking wounded. Many were students, but there were older townspeople as well who had joined the fight. Would you like some tea? Alizia straightened up from the gashed temple she was bandaging and shook a stray lock from her eyes. It was the student girl with auburn hair. She smiled. Thank you, I'd love some. And so would my patient here. He was the baker's apprentice from Vine Alley, a good-hearted boy with unruly black curls. What's happening at the Citadel? Alizia took the mug of tea gratefully and drank. Her back was stiff with bending over her charges, and from the slight throbbing over one eye, she could sense a headache looming. It's gone very quiet out there. Still a stalemate, said the girl. The Thailands have retreated and barricaded themselves in. They are refusing to talk terms unless we surrender. They are in for a long wait. And your brother? Alizia laid a hand on her shoulder. How is he? Miran. The girl's fierce expression faded and Alizia saw fear in her eyes. Still fighting? I hope. Ralsa. A man with hair the same rich red-brown as the girl's came pushing through the throng toward them. Miran's asking for you. The girl gave Alizia a look that betrayed so much hope that her heart bled for her. She squeezed the girl's hand. It'll be all right, she said, praying that it would be. Coming, Lovin, called Raisa, and hurried away. That young hothead Lovin Kaneli is out for blood. Alizia turned to see Lucan behind her, slowly shaking his head. How he's got a grudge against the Thailands. Seems some Thailand merchant cheated his father in a business venture some years ago. The old man lost all his money and had to sell the family home. Or that's the way Lovin tells it. Now that Miran's been shot, he's out for revenge. Lucan, is there any civilized way to stop this? Before Eugene loses all patience and sends his armies to crush us into submission? Dear Alizia, such talk might be judged treasonable. Even though he spoke lightly, she detected a grim note underlying his words. Can you imagine Lovin Kaneli and his friends agreeing to a civilized solution? It's a stalemate. André gazed out across the straits from the long jetty at Heaven. The salty wind had dropped, but a fresh breeze still tousled his hair. The sun was setting and had half sunk beneath the low clouds, illuminating the western horizon with a vivid dazzle of stormy gold. So much had happened, he could not yet take it all in. The Francians had treated him with kindness and understanding, they had even listened to his concerns about Irina and had made him a loan of money to send to her by a trusted courier. And what had surprised him the most was that they had accepted him without once questioning his story. He had no papers to prove his identity, not even an unusual birthmark. He could be an impostor, a pretender to the Orloff dynasty, plotting to dupe the Francian government. André. He looked around and saw Celestine de Joyeuse approaching, a lavender gossamer shawl wrapped about her throat against the evening damp. The soft shade made her blue eyes appear even more luminous in the twilight. She smiled at him. "What a dramatic sunset," she said. "Does such a sky herald more stormy weather to come? Storms in the straits." He remembered the terrible tempest that had sunk the Siren. There had been no warning that night, not even a sunset such as this. "No," he said. "The weather can prove fickle off these shores, even for the most experienced sailor. I have news for you from King Enguerrand." She handed him a sealed letter. He broke the seal and stared at the strange dashes and symbols, perplexed. "Is this some new Francian alphabet? It means nothing to me." Celestine let out a soft laugh. "It is encrypted. Jagu has the codes to decipher the encryption at the tavern." She slipped her hand beneath his arm. "Let's go back now before I catch a chill out here and spoil my voice. To our royal cousin, André Orloff of Muscobar, from Enguerrand of Francia, we are most heartily relieved to hear of your miraculous rescue. Please rest assured that news of your survival will not be revealed until you judge the time is right to do so. We extend the hand of friendship to you and assure you of a warm welcome at our royal count. We also have new intelligence of events that took place toward the end of last year, which will both disturb and intrigue you. Our representative in New Rossier, Ambassador de Brizard, will arrive in Heaven. He has some proposals to make, which we believe will to our mutual benefit." André was rowed out through a brisk dawn breeze to meet with Fabien de Brizard on board ship. "Eugene's agents are everywhere," the ambassador said as he welcomed André into his panelled stateroom in the stern. "Here, at least, we are on Francian territory. Coffee to warm you this chilly morning?" "Thank you." The square windowpanes afforded a view over the straits, an expanse of rain-grey sea and pale clouds. The ambassador clicked his fingers and his secretary poured André coffee in a delicate white and gold cup. After living so long in a poor fisherman's cottage, André had grown unused to such refinements and he handled the flimsy china nervously. "And our guest might appreciate a dash of brandy." Had Brizard seen his hands tremble? The ambassador's expression gave nothing away, although his lips smiled at André, his manner was cool and detached. The secretary added a measure of brandy to André's cup and discreetly withdrew, closing the door softly behind him. For a moment the only sound was the lapping of the water against the ship as it rocked gently at anchor. "Were you aware that the power behind Eugene's empire is one Caspar Linnaeus, a renegade scientist wanted for crimes in Francia?" Brizard asked. André shook his head. "We have reason to believe that this same Caspar Linnaeus was responsible for the sinking of your ship." "Sinking the Siren? But how?" "She went down in a storm. A storm that came out of nowhere on a calm night." "Why, yes, a similar event occurred some years ago in the reign of Prince Karl, when the Francian fleet was wrecked by a disastrous storm." "But what possible proof could you have?" burst out André. "The testimonies furnished by two of Linnaeus's students," said Brizard smoothly. "They confirmed that this self-styled magus can command and control the winds." "That's preposterous." "We have a witness. The night of the storm, one of the grooms at the Palace of Swanholm confirms that he saw Linnaeus create a storm that brought down trees in the parkland. I should emphasize now that this intelligence is of the highest confidentiality." André sat back, trying to grasp the full implications of what Brizard was saying. "This should not be so difficult for you to accept," André Orloff said Brizard in the softest, smoothest of voices. "You, who have been touched by a demon. You're implying that Eugene ordered Linnaeus to sink my ship? Doesn't that count as assassination?" At first, the news had left him stunned, now anger began to burn through. Brizard shrugged eloquently. "In war, such terms do not apply. And my sister has married this man. Andrei could sit still no longer. He rose and strode to the window to gaze out at the sea. A watery sun had begun to show beneath the clouds, catching the tops of the waves with flecks of silvery gold. "You're ambitious, Andrei Orlov. Do you care about the future of Moscow Bar?" "Of course I do," Andrei said hotly. "Then come to Francia. King Enguerrand assures you of the warmest welcome at his court. He has plans, great plans for the future. Those plans will include you, if you so wish." Andrei turned and stared at Abrazad. He heard what the ambassador was saying, and yet not putting into words. Francia had old scores to settle with Thailand. "You were born to rule, Andrei," the demon spirit had whispered to him in Mairum. Now he began to see that ambition might be fulfilled with such powerful allies at his side. If it were not for the fact that Astasia had married Eugene. "And my sister?" Abrazad's proud gaze grew colder. "Your sister has committed herself to Eugene. It may be difficult to persuade her to change her allegiances." Chapter 20. Gavril felt warm sunlight on his closed eyelids. He opened his eyes and saw a cloudless sky above him. He lay on grass, coarse and springy. As he turned his head, he saw little tufts of white clover and daisies in the grass, and smelled their faint honeyed scent. "Where am I?" "Near your home. But you need human nourishment to sustain you." He heard the Drakhal's voice resonating within his mind like a dark breath of fiery wind. He had never imagined he would feel so glad to hear that voice again. "How long have I been here?" It was an effort just to form the words. He was so tired he just wanted to lie back in the sun and drift back into unconsciousness. "Long enough for me to heal the injuries to your brain. But you are still weak from loss of blood." Gulls circled high overhead, white against the brilliant blue of the sky. "Why did you come back?" he asked drowsily. "Your need was too great." Sleep washed over Gavril. When he awoke again, the sun had moved across the sky toward the west. It was late afternoon. He sat up and began to take stock of his bearings. "Near your home," the Drakhal had said. Was he on the cliffs above Vermeil Bay? He tried to get to his feet, but his legs were so weak that he crumpled back to his knees in the grass. "What's he doing here? Looks like he's been injured. Could be one of the rebels from the citadel." Voices sounded close to Gavril. "Prison warders?" He threw up his arms to protect his head. "It's all right, son. We're not going to hurt you." Slowly he realized that they were speaking Sminan. He opened his eyes and saw two men, vineyard workers, from the look of them, bending over him in the golden light. "You've taken a nasty cut to the head there, boy. Have you been in the fighting?" "Fighting?" Gavril repeated, confused. "Fighting the Thailands." "Thailands?" Gavril's fists clenched at the hated name. "Can you walk, son?" The older of the two nodded to the other, and between them they hoisted Gavril to his feet. "Where are you making for?" "Vermeil." The two workers glanced at each other. "I wouldn't go back there right now. Not in your condition. Vermeil is swarming with Thailand soldiers." "He can come back with us tonight, Georgi, can't he? He can sleep in the barn." They hoisted Gavril up onto their ox-drawn cart and jogged back through the warm dusk to the vineyard. The vineyard women made a fuss of him, tutting in horror over his wounds and insisting on feeding him soup fortified with their own rich red wine to build up his strength. It was so good just to sit in the kitchen, feeling the warmth from the fire on the range and to smell the hot peppery steam rising from the spicy meat soup. Good to hear the chatter around him in his native language. Good, above all other things, to know he was free. "How's things in the citadel?" Georgi asked him suddenly. Gavril blinked, at a loss to know what to say. "How can you ask him that?" said Georgi's wife, Tsinra. "It's a wonder he can remember his own name with a head wound like that." What did you find out down at the village? Professor Lucan and the students have taken Governor Armfeld hostage. They are threatening to shoot him if the Tylans don't withdraw. But now they say an Imperial war fleet's on its way. One of the workers came into the kitchen. Haven't you heard? The fleet's been sighted off Gargara. It's making straight for Vermail Bay. Listening to their conversation, Gavril began to realize that Smyrna was not a safe place to be. Vermail Bay. It was the first time he had spoken in a while and they all stared at him. But if they fire on the citadel, it'll be a massacre. The sun-gilded sands of the Smyrnan shore swarmed with Tylan soldiers. Warships, anchored out in glittering Vermail Bay, had trained their powerful cannons on the old citadel of Colchis perched high on the cliffs beyond the pink and white stucco villas. Alizia stood on the balcony of the Villa Andra and watched the guns from the warships blast the citadel. Tiles shattered to flying shrapnel, flames spurted from roof timbers, clouds of smoke besmirched the clear blue sky. The ancient walls began to crumble under the relentless bombardment. No. Oh no, she whispered to the bright morning air. Ralsa. Lovin. Lucan. The cannon fire shook the villa to its foundations, deafening as overhead thunder. A man came stumbling into the orchard garden below. Alizia, he cried in a voice rough with fear and exhaustion. Help me. Lucan. She grabbed up her skirts and went hurrying down to the garden. He had collapsed to one knee in the dewy grass. As she reached him, he raised his face to hers and she saw blood trickling from a jagged gash above one eye. They are after me. Can you make it to the villa? Here. Lean on me. The guns thundered again and she felt him flinch, his weight heavy against her shoulder. She braced herself and started slowly forward, a step or two at a time. The cannon fire made her heart thud like a kettle drum in her chest. Suppose they turned the guns on the houses next? They would all be blown to pieces. Why, she said, breathless herself now with the effort of supporting him. Why has Eugene attacked us? They reached a wrought iron bench beneath the balcony and Lucan sank onto it. She sat beside him and pressed her handkerchief to the gash, trying to stanch the blood. Eugene is a tyrant. He doesn't believe in negotiating. His voice came faintly now, and she saw from the greyish pallor of his skin that he was near to fainting. He was too heavy for her to carry into the house on her own. What would revive him most efficiently, brandy or water? Just because Eugene got his hands on some ancient ruby from the Smyrnan treasury, he thinks it gives him the right to own us all. Brandy, she decided as Lucan rambled defiantly on. He needs brandy. We must fight to remain independent. It's our birthright. Another violent barrage of cannon fire shuddered along the cliffs. From where they sat they could see the fiery explosions, the jagged, broken walls of the citadel, with smoke pouring out as the fires took hold. Shouts erupted at the far end of the garden. Alizia recognized the clipped tongue all too well. Tylan soldiers. She rose in alarm. Inside, Lucan, quick. The handkerchief dropped as she was hustling him in at the garden door. Too late, she glanced back as she locked the door and saw it lying there by the bench, stained bright red with Lucan's blood. Too late to go back for it now. I thought I'd given them the slip. Lucan slumped against the wall, one hand clasped to his gashed head. Let me out at the front, Alizia. If they find me here, God knows what they'll do to you and Palmyra. Alizia was busy with her keys, unlocking the door to her studio, trying to steady her shaking hands. You're not going anywhere in your condition. The door swung open and she pushed him inside, hastily locking it again behind them. Canvases lay stacked in piles against the walls. Easels had been draped with dust sheets to protect the unfinished works that lay beneath. Dim light seeped in through long linen blinds. The air was pungent with the smell of oil paints and turpentine, tinged with the dust of long months of neglect. Alizia had not yet confronted the task of cleaning up in here. Men called to one another in Thailand. Quick! Under this dust sheet. She pushed Lucan down, forcing him to crawl behind a pile of tall portrait canvases and draped more sheets on top. Booted feet came clattering up the wide steps. Open up! A man stood high on the rocky promontory, gazing out across the sea. He stood motionless, tensed for action. But within his heart and mind there blazed a cold and vengeful rage. He could see them in the bay below, the Imperial War Fleet, sent to crush the rebellion in Colchis. Eugene, he cried, his voice strong, rasping raw with anger. This time you've gone too far. You took my freedom, my name, but you shan't take Vermeil. The rage burned more fiercely within him, flooding through his veins with galvanic power. The Emperor's war machine would show no mercy to the Smyrnans. But they have a chance if we go to their aid. He slowly stretched his arms wide. Blue light crackled and hissed from his clawed fingertips. He stared at the phosphorescent flickers of light, the physical manifestation of the demonic energy he felt pulsing through his body. Such terrible power! Far beneath him waves crashed against the jagged rocks, sending up bursts of white spray. If he had misjudged, he would fall to an agonizing death, his body smashed against the rocks. We are Drakhon. He took a step back, steeling himself. Then don't fail me now. And crouching low, he ran toward the edge of the cliff and leaped into the void. Open up! This time the Thailand soldiers used the common tongue and there was no mistaking their intent. One battered on the villa door, from the din it sounded as if the butt of a carbine was being used. Alizia met Palmyra in the hall. Listen to that. If they've damaged the paintwork, they'll have me to deal with, Palmyra said, rolling up her sleeves. Stall them, Alizia whispered. Tell them I'm ill. She hastily retreated to the upper landing, where she could watch what was happening. Coming, called Palmyra loudly, bustling back down the corridor. She reached with a shaking hand for the door handle and opened. Thailand soldiers stood there, big lads, raw-shaven, in their blue and grey uniforms. Move aside. Palmyra positioned herself so that her generous figure filled the doorway, arms folded across her chest. What do you want? You're harboring a rebel. We saw him come this way. We must search your house. There are no rebels here. Then how do you explain this? He dangled the blood-stained handkerchief under her nose. Palmyra took in a deep breath. I can't let you in without my mistress's permission. I'm only the housekeeper. The Thailands glanced at one another. The one who was acting as spokesman coloured a deep red. He couldn't have been much more than 20, Alizia thought, brashness barely concealing his lack of experience. Then fetch your mistress. She's ill in bed. Too bad. He nodded to the others. Stop! Palmyra cried, raising her arms wide to block their way. They took no notice, rudely barging past her into the hall. Alizia hastily pulled a silken peignoir over her day dress and tugged the pins from her hair, letting it tumble about her shoulders. Two of you take the stairs and search the upper floors, the Thailand ordered. And you two follow me. He had kept to the common tongue, Alizia realized, so that Palmyra should not mistake his intent. She took a deep breath and went to the head of the staircase just as two of the soldiers came running up, taking 2 stairs at a time. What is the meaning of this intrusion? She asked in a faint voice, one hand clasped to her forehead as if she had a headache. They hesitated a moment, glancing uncertainly at each other. Take her downstairs, said one. You. Come with me. The other raised his carbine, pointing it at her. It would not be wise to provoke him, Alizia decided, doing as she was ordered. She came downstairs just in time to see the young officer fling open the double doors to her salon. His men followed, their boots leaving smears of mud all over her precious Khitri carpets. The windows of the salon overlooked the bay. As Palmyra and Alizia stood helplessly watching the soldiers thrust bayonets into the sofas and cushions, they could see the Thailand fleet still firing upon the beleaguered citadel, could see flames rising from houses in the shelter of its walls. The Thailand soldiers paused a moment to watch as another salvo crashed into the citadel. "Our lads VE breached the walls," one said, grinning at Alizia. "It's all over for you Smirnans now." Alizia, lips pressed together to avoid speaking her true feelings, could see only too well. The beach was covered with running men, line after line of grey and blue uniforms, bayonets fixed, advancing relentlessly on the citadel. And then a shadow passed across the sun, dimming the spring brightness of the morning. "What's that?" The Thailands gazed up at the sky. Alizia moved toward the windows, peering apprehensively out at the bay. "Dear God," Palmyra whispered, "what is that?" Swooping down from the peerless blue sky came a dark cloud, moving swift as the wind, casting its shadow over the soldiers on the sands. Even as they stopped to gaze up at it, a terrible brilliance emanated from it, a glittering breath of flame so bright it seared Alizia's eyes. For a moment the whole sweep of Vermeil Bay was irradiated in a surging blue tide of light. "Ah!" She clutched at the sill, eyes clenched shut against the cruel brightness, water leaking from her lids. When she opened them at last and blinked away the streaming tears, she saw at first only the dark winged shadow circling over the bay. Through her dazzled sight she could not be certain, but it seemed to her that she was seeing the impossible. "Gavral," she whispered. "Oh, Gavral, is it you?" The Thailands had fallen silent, transfixed, mouths gaping open. For where there had been hundreds of Thailand soldiers on the sands, there was nothing now but billowing smoke and a blanket of choking grey cinders blowing away into the air. And the dark-winged creature was swooping back across the waves, straight toward the Thailand fleet. The masts of the Thailand warships lay below him, a forest of white draped tree trunks. The cannons were silent now. As he swooped over them, he could hear human voices crying out in fear. They were moving the cannons, trying to angle them upward to bombard him. Cannonballs whistled toward him. A cruel laughter welled up inside him as he swerved to the right and then to the left, snaking across the sky. Exhilaration powered him, and an insatiable desire for revenge. The shots went wide. Some cannonballs fell into the waves, some thudded back down, smashing into the Thailand's own ships. The cries of fear changed to anger and panic. Eugene's fleet was at his mercy. He could exterminate every Thailand crewman, every officer. And the emperor would be left with no significant sea power to defend his empire. Princess Kerala sat watching the children invited to her 8th birthday party as they played blindman's buff. She had tried to join in with the party games, but her twisted body had let her down. Too slow to keep up, she had tripped on the hem of her new blue gown and fallen flat on her face. Some of the younger children had pointed and laughed until they were shushed by their titled mothers, and bewigged servants had rushed forward to pick her up and dust her off. Bruised and humiliated, she had swallowed her tears, refusing to cry in front of the rude little boys, and limped back to her gilded chair. Her great-aunt, Dowager Duchess Greta, clapped her hands in vain for silence. "These games are too boisterous. Let's play a different one now." "No," jeered the young guests, too caught up in the excitement of the chase. Kerala stifled a sigh. She gazed at her birthday cake, an elaborate confection of sponge cake, vanilla cream, and pink-sugared rosebuds. Her stomach fluttered, queasy at the thought of so much cream and sugar. Great-aunt Greta instantly misinterpreted her look. "Time for cake," she cried, clapping her hands again. "Cake! Cake!" shouted the children, jumping up and down. The fluttering in Kerala's stomach increased. If only Papa could be here. But now that he was emperor, imperial business had kept him far away in Myram with her stepmother, Astasia. Her eyes strayed to the pile of presents, Papa's foremost among them, an exquisitely carved and painted musical automaton of a girl holding a little gilded cage containing a songbird. When wound, the mechanical girl pirouetted and the bird opened its little beak and fluted a strange, wistful tune. And he had promised another magical surprise for her. Time to cut your cake, princess. Papa's majordomo wheeled the extravagant cake on a little trolley in front of her and placed a knife in her hand. Don't forget to make a wish, whispered Great Aunt Greta. Kerala sighed again as she placed the tip of the knife in the center of the vanilla cream. Her wish would be the same as it was every year. She closed her eyes and wished with all her heart. Please make me whole. Make me like other children. She pressed hard with the knife, feeling it sink into the soft sponge. The children cheered. Then a bolt of star blue flame flashed through her mind. Suddenly she was burning hot. Child, my child. Drakhowl, she whispered. You're alive. The knife clattered to the floor, spattering her dress with specks of cream and jam. And she felt herself falling. The Thailand soldiers tore down through the gardens of the Villa Andra, their search for Lucan abandoned. Alizia and Palmyra watched them from the salon, amid a snow of feathers from the slashed cushions. Nothing I can't fix with a good upholstery needle, Palmyra said. She sat down abruptly on the ripped sofa. Her face was white underneath a glisten of sweat, and her breathing was shallow and fast. We both need a glass of brandy, said Alizia, going straight to the crystal decanter on the salon table. What was it? Palmyra said faintly as she sipped her brandy. What was that creature? It just flew down from the skies and destroyed them. Before Alizia could reply, the door opened. Alizia whirled around, but it was only Lucan. What happened? He hurried to the windows and gazed out. Two of the men o' war are going down in flames, and the others are heading out of the bay. And the Thailand soldiers, brandy, said Alizia, handing him a glass. Lucan swallowed the generous measure she had poured him, in one gulp. I'd best go down to the citadel. He gave her back the empty glass. They'll need me there. Not with your head gashed open. Your brandy has magical restorative powers, Alizia, he said, flashing her a smile. But that creature. Suppose it's still out there, cried Palmyra. Creature. He stopped, seeing Alizia's expression. You don't think it could be? How could it be? He's imprisoned so far from here. Tears clouded Alizia's eyes, tears of sudden hope. The thought that he might be free again glowed like a bright star in her breast. Nonetheless, Gavril'll come back to defend his countrymen, said Lucan. There's only one way to find out. Keep all the doors locked and barred, ladies. Don't let anyone in but me. Why is there no word from Johnson? Muttered Eugene. He had delayed the departure for Swanholme, unwilling to leave until he had official confirmation that the siege of Colchis had been brought to an end. He started to pace the polished boards of his study again. From time to time he stopped and gazed out to the broad Niver. Ships passed to and fro on the fast-flowing river, and the sight of their masts reminded him only too vividly of his own southern fleet, engaged at this very moment in a bloody battle with the insurgents in Smyrna. He spun the great painted globe he had brought from his palace at Swanholme until his fingertip rested on Smyrna. Such insubordination had to be quelled, and swiftly. His agents assured him that the leaders of the rebellion were academics, mostly artists and philosophers. Idealists, all, with little or no military experience. So when he dispatched the fleet, he had expected a few minor skirmishes, and a swift, contrite capitulation. Not a full-blown siege. Imperial Highness. Gustave appeared in the doorway. Eugene swung around. News from Smyrna, Highness. It couldn't be good. Gustave, who usually maintained an inscrutable expression, looked shaken. The Southern Fleet. Tell me. It has been destroyed. Destroyed. Eugene repeated. He stared at Gustave's blank face. Impossible. Gustave proffered a paper. His hand shook. I took down every word from Admiral Johnson over the Vox Aetheria. Tell the Emperor attacked. Eugene read the missive aloud. Regiments ashore, wiped out. Few survivors. 3 men o' war hold, 3 more on fire, 2 sinking. Retreat. Let me speak to Johnson. Eugene crushed the paper in his hand and pushed past Gustave, making for the office where several Vox Aetherias were monitored, each device tuned to a different part of the Empire. 2 undersecretaries were working in the office, both leaped up and bowed as Eugene strode in and seated himself at Gustave's desk. Johnson? Johnson? This is Eugene. Answer me. What in God's name is going on, Highness? It came from nowhere, swooped down over the bay. Eugene felt his skin chill as if a draft had seeped in from off the river. It, Vivat, do you mean it? Great, dark-winged. The Admiral's words came indistinctly and Eugene had to crouch close to the device to catch them. Sheet of blinding light, like blue flame. Eugene's skin suddenly burned with a shiver of fire. The terror he had experienced on that wintry escarpment outside Castel Dracon returned, as it did still in the dead of night. He felt his scarred face and hand tingle at the memory of that cleansing blue flame. No, he murmured, it can't be. He told me it was destroyed. He gave me his word. The sunlit glitter of the sea below dimmed. Suddenly all the power drained from Gavril's veins. He began to spiral down toward the surging waves far beneath. His mind, his will, was being torn in two. What's wrong? He gasped. Mortal terror overwhelmed him. He heard the roar of the rolling waves, felt the sting of the cold sea spray on his skin as he hurtled helplessly downward. Don't let me drown, he cried. Save me, Drakhowl. Don't fight me. At last the Drakhowl's voice crackled to life in his brain. Drained. Don't know how long. Make for. Can sustain land. He felt his fast tumbling body hit the waves. He shut his eyes tight, dreading to feel the sea clutch at him, pulling him under. Salt water filled his throat and lungs. Down he sank, too weak to strike back up toward the surface. Chapter 21 Kerala. Eugene cried, running down the candlelit passage toward his daughter's bedchamber. His heart beating erratically, he flung open the door and went in. Imperial Highness. Mata, Kerala's governess, rose from her chair and curtsied. Her face was pale, her eyes dark-shadowed as if she had not slept in a long while. How is she? Eugene heard his own voice as if from far away. I came as fast as I could. The doctors think she is past the crisis. Kerala lay in her golden swan bed, fair hair spread in a tousled aureole about her head. Eugene knelt beside her. He watched to see if the sheets rose and fell regularly with her breathing, as he had watched so often before. Yes, she was still breathing. Thank God. How many times, in his worst imaginings, had he come to her bedchamber to find her lying cold and still, his child, his only child, all that Margaret had left him. His heart was torn between the impulse to pick her up and hug her close, and terror lest such an action should disturb her healing sleep and provoke a relapse. Eugene. He blinked away the tears that misted his vision to see Astasia in the doorway. She's sleeping, he said softly. There was a rustling sound as Kerala moved her head. Papa. Papa's here, curry. Eugene took Kerala's hand in his own, feeling how hot and damp it was. Papa. The sticky fingers clung tightly to his. I saw it. I felt its breath. Hush, now, Eugene said, smoothing a strand of hair from her forehead. Nothing to worry about. Papa's here now. And to see her. He glanced up at Mata accusingly. She's still feverish. Rambling. It called to me, whispered Kerala. It called me its child. Drakhal's child. And then, as if the effort had utterly exhausted her, her eyes closed and she fell back onto the silken pillows. Curry. Eugene still clasped hold of her hand, pressing it between his own. What do you mean? Eugene. He felt Astasia's hand touch his shoulder, a gentle yet firm pressure. Eugene, she doesn't know what she's saying. We should let her sleep. Yes, said Marta sternly, she needs her sleep. I'll stay with her, said Astasia. No need for that, Imperial Highness, I'm well used to caring for the princess. Marta spoke with a certain chilliness, which did not escape Eugene's notice. Marta had been Margaret's maid and confidante. It was inevitable, he supposed, that she should resent anyone he chose to supplant her mistress. Even though Margaret had died in childbirth 8 long years, he slowly let go of Kerala's hand and stood up. Call for me if there's any change in her condition. No matter what hour of day or night. Have I ever failed to do so before, Highness? Marta said. But there was no resentment in her voice this time. Eugene went to take Astasia's arm, but she drew away from him and walked swiftly from Kerala's bedchamber. Astasia. She did not reply, but kept on walking. She was obviously upset by Marta's snub. He knew he should go after her and soothe her hurt feelings, but first there was the matter of the Drakhaul. Astasia hurried into her dressing room and locked the door behind her. She stood, back pressed up against the door, angrily sniffing away tears. She poured cold water into a bowl and splashed her face, dabbing at her reddened eyes with the corner of a dampened handkerchief. What's the matter with me? Why do I cry at every little slight, every insignificant upset? I knew this was not going to be easy. She untied her cloak and sat down at her dressing table. Eugene had not come after her. But what had she expected? He probably thought she was being petty and childish, and he had far weightier matters on his mind. Why should he notice if his wife's feelings were wounded? Besides, it was not so surprising that Marta had acted coldly toward her. Hadn't she cared for Kerala since her mother died? And she suspected Marta had never forgiven her for sneaking Kerala out of the palace on that illicit sleigh ride. Marta's protective feelings toward Kerala were understandable. But Eugene's reaction. Astasia's fingers strayed to a pot of sugared almonds, vanilla, rose, and violet. She selected one and popped it in her mouth. When the news of Kerala's collapse had come, Eugene had abandoned everything. They had travelled day and night to reach Swanholm as fast as possible. At least he cares for someone. She looked up and caught the shadow of a wry grimace in her reflection. Yes. He cares for her daughter, she whispered. The flower-perfumed sugar coating the almond, usually her favourite sweet, tasted odd. Sickly. She spat the almond out into her palm. A horrible thought entered her mind. Suppose someone was trying to poison her? No, no. I mustn't think this way. I'm just tired after all the travelling. Why would anyone hate her so viciously as to want her dead? Drakhaul's child. Eugene hurried toward Linnaeus's laboratory, not even seeing the salutes of the guards he passed at each doorway. His thoughts were in ferment. Was she just in the grip of a vivid fever dream? Or was she still linked in some inexplicable way with the Drakhaul? Oh, Curry, Curry, he muttered as he crossed the outer courtyard. What did you mean? As he approached the Magus' apartments, the lantern flames suddenly glowed with an intense brightness and the outer door swung slowly open to admit him. A large telescope was positioned at an open casement window. The desk, star charts had been unrolled, maps of the heavens, with the constellations marked out in silver and gold on a background of rich cobalt blue. Welcome home, Imperial Highness. The Magus appeared from behind the telescope. Gavril Nagarian swore to me that the Drakhowl was dead. Eugene cried. The Magus nodded. And Director Boltsar reported that Gavril Nagarian was killed in a freak storm that struck the Iron Tower last week. So how is it that our fleet has been destroyed by something that, judging by the reports, is the Drakhowl? What's happening, Linnaeus? Linnaeus gazed at him, his expression disquietingly calm. Has Boltsar furnished you with any physical proof that Gavril Nagarian is dead? Surely there must have been some fragments of charred flesh, bone. Eugene leaned over the star charts toward Linnaeus. You said the Drakhowl could not survive without a human host. I still know too little about this etheric demon that calls itself Drakhowl. Kirilla said it was dying when it passed over Swanholm. I can only conjecture that it may have bonded with a new host. Did Linnaeus not understand what was at stake here? The pride of his navy had been destroyed. He felt the defeat as acutely as if a limb had been blown off in battle. And if my southern fleet had not been decimated, I could have let matters rest. But hundreds of men, good men, have died in Smyrna. It has to be the Drakhowl. Kirilla said so herself, tonight. The Magus looked at him, all attention now. What precisely did she said it called to her? It called her he stumbled over the word, not knowing until then how much it had disturbed him, its child. What in God's name does she mean? My own daughter. So she is still in communication with it. The Magus stroked his chin with spindle fingers. Then who better to tell us who is behind this Smyrnan business? Let me search her mind. She has a high fever. This plan had already occurred to Eugene and he had dismissed it. He could still feel Kirilla's hand clinging trustingly to his. It would be unpardonable to force a sick child to use her nascent powers while she was so weak. There must be another way to determine if Gavril Nagarian is dead. Then there is no alternative but to look in the ways beyond, said Linnaeus. Chiefs of staff were waiting for Eugene in the walnut anteroom. Spread out on the desk was a detailed map of the continent. An old map, Eugene noted wryly, showing each country in a different color: Thailand pale blue, Muscovy mustard yellow, and Smyrna, rebellious Smyrna, in an inappropriately innocuous shade of rose pink. Little lead models of battle tents and ships marked the positions of the new Rossian armies and fleets deployed around the empire. Colonel Sodahan, a silver-haired veteran who had lost a leg in Prince Karl's Frankian campaigns, was moving the models about the map. What are these forces here? Eugene pointed to two model tents close to the border between Smyrna and Muscovy. One was painted with the Thailand swan, the other with Muscovy's two-headed sea eagle. That's General Froding's light infantry, Imperial Highness, said Sodahan. Froding? Eugene looked puzzled. What's he doing in Muscovy? I thought he was supposed to be down in southern Thailand on maneuvers. Ah, but if you recall, Highness, Colonel Roskovsky asked if we might hold a joint exercise on Muscovy territory. To get the men used to working together. Eugene remembered Roskovsky's reputation rather too well. When the Thailand army invaded Mairum, the irascible Muscovy commander had put up a disastrously ill-planned defense. He suspected that a man of Roskovsky's arrogance would not listen to advice, even from the experienced and genial Froding. Pull Froding's men out of there. Leave Roskovsky guarding the border, if he must, but send one of our dragoon regiments garrisoned in Mairum to keep an eye on him. Straight away, Highness. Sodahan saluted and murmured to one of his adjutants, who immediately sped off. And Froding? Sodahan asked, leaning over the map, ready to move the Thailand tent on Eugene's command. It was time to test his theory. If he had learned one thing about Gavril Nagarian in their last conflict, it was that his instincts to defend his people would override any concerns about his own safety. Let's give the Smyrnans something to keep them busy. Little forays and retreats, take a town here, a village there. Eugene felt a sudden yearning to be back in the field with his men. He relished this kind of cat-and-mouse strategy, keeping the enemy guessing where he would strike next. Tell Froding to split his men up into raiding parties and keep them on the move. Astasia was still staring at the bowl of sugared almonds when there came a discreet tap at the door. She hastily dried her eyes. "Come in." A Thailand lady-in-waiting appeared. She had the translucent complexion and ice-blonde hair of those born in the far north, and her eyes were of the palest grey-blue. "Where is Nadejda?" Astasia asked, surprised not to see her own maid. "His Imperial Highness has asked me to attend to you while you are at Swanholm," answered the woman. "I have assigned Nadejda tasks more appropriate to a lady's maid." Even though her manner was polite, there was a frostiness about her that did not endear her to Astasia in the least. "It would have been considerate to have consulted me about this first, Eugene," thought Astasia, as the tears threatened to flow again. "And your name?" She tried to stop her voice from wobbling. "Countess Lovisa. I am cousin to His Imperial Highness on his late father's side." Her tone of voice grew frostier still. "I was presented to you at the coronation?" "Of course." But there had been so many Thailand courtiers presented to her that day, she could not possibly be expected to remember them all. "I have come to tell you that the musicians from France have arrived, Highness." Musicians? Kerala's sudden illness had completely put the musicians from Astasia's mind. She had, in a moment of presumptuousness, it now seemed, taken it upon herself to invite them to Swanholm to perform for Kari's birthday. She had been planning to tell Eugene of her little surprise, and now events had overtaken her. Where are they to be accommodated? Accommodated? She blinked her tears away, determined not to show any weakness in front of the Countess. "Surely the lodging of our visitors is not my responsibility." "Indeed, no. But for Frederick, our majordomo, to make appropriate arrangements, it is essential for him to know who is expected and when." Now her abilities to manage a great house were being openly criticized. "And Demoiselle de Joyeuse asks if she might be granted a few moments of your time to discuss which of the various programs they have prepared you think would be most suitable." Countess Lovisa handed her a paper sealed with an ivory ribbon. Astasia opened the paper and saw not the expected list of songs, but a brief message. "If your Imperial Highness could vouchsafe me a minute or two in private, I have some news of personal significance to impart." Astasia closed the letter before the Countess could steal a glance at it. "Have her shown to the music room, please. I will meet her there in a few minutes." News. Astasia felt a sudden conspiratorial thrill. She went into her dressing room and dabbed cold water on her lids to disguise the signs that she had been weeping. Celestine de Joyeuse was standing at the window in the music room, one hand resting on the exquisite marquetry of the fortepiano lid, gazing out at the park beyond. On seeing Astasia, she sank into a deep curtsy. "What a charming room! If the acoustics are as pleasing as the decorations, this should prove a delightful musical experience." "Please rise," Demoiselle Astasia said, smiling. "I am so sorry to hear of your stepdaughter's indisposition, Highness. Would you prefer to postpone the recital?" Astasia was only too aware that Countess Lovisa was still hovering behind her. "You can leave us now, Countess," she said pointedly. The Countess bowed and slowly withdrew. Astasia waited until she heard the double doors click shut. Then she hurried over to the fortepiano. "You said you had something to impart to me," she said, keeping her voice low. "Something of personal significance." The singer nodded her head. "Great personal significance. So what is it, Demoiselle de Joyeuse?" Astasia felt even more uneasy now. Celestine looked at her from clear, cool blue eyes. "Is there nowhere more private?" Astasia looked back at her uncertainly. "Never allow yourself to be alone with anyone, no matter how well you think you know them." Eugene had warned her. There are some fanatical individuals who would not hesitate to harm you or Kerala if they thought it would influence me. Celestine seemed to notice her hesitation. And you are right to be wary. You have no reason to trust me, Empress. For all you know, I could be an assassin sent by the Frankian court to seek revenge on the House of Thailand for past defeats. She gave Astasia a radiant smile. But I assure you, when you hear the news I bring, you will feel quite differently toward me. That, at least, is my hope. Celestine's angelic blue gaze promised startling revelations. And Astasia found herself desperate to know what Celestine had to tell her. I have little skill at the keyboard, she confessed, but if I were to attempt to accompany you, perhaps you could tell me the news you bring between verses. Celestine shot her shrewd little look. An ingenious idea. She lifted a book of songs from the top of the forte piano and began to leaf through the pages. Do you know the waterfall? Astasia settled herself on the seat and took a look at the music. She pulled a wry face. Too hard. All those running notes in the left hand. This one is just right. Summer evenings. A beautifully simple melody, a deceptively simple accompaniment. And in my native tongue, which is not so familiar to the Thailands, I believe, she added with a mischievous little smile. I've never played this one before. Astasia stared at the notes, biting her lower lip in concentration, so not too fast, demoiselle, I beg you. Don't forget the key signature, whispered the singer after her first attempt faltered on a clumsy dissonance. Astasia felt herself blushing. I wish I'd devoted more time to practicing my sight reading, she said, ashamed. This time, the opening phrase flowed more smoothly and Celestine began to sing. In summer. When the swallows swoop overhead, at first Astasia could only think about placing her fingers correctly on the keys. And then she thought with a sudden thrill, I'm making music with this gloriously gifted singer. Empress, sang Celestine, your brother is alive. Astasia's fingers stumbled. She stopped playing. She stared at Celestine. Andre, I've. Shall we keep the song going? Suggested Celestine gently. Astasia tried to focus on the notes in front of her, but all she could see was a blur. Wrong notes and slips proliferated. Andre is alive. Her fingers skittered wildly over the keys until, in an agony of excitement, she played a crashing chord and sprang up from the keyboard. Where is he? In Francia. She could not hold the questions back any longer. How is he? And how do you know? He is in remarkably good health, all things considered, Celestine said. Her expression was serious now. He lost his memory after his ship went down. He was badly hurt. Astasia could not keep the distress from her voice. Even though she was empress now and knew she must act with composure, this was her brother they were discussing, her brother whose death had made her cry herself to sleep night after night. Tell me the truth. We rescued a man from the wreck of a fishing boat. It was your brother. It seems that he was washed ashore nearly dead, and was nursed back to health by an old fisherman. The old man had no idea who he was, and renamed him to Khan. My poor Andre. Astasia felt sick and cold. Andre, barely alive, clinging to life on some desolate wintry shore. He must think we abandoned him. The thought was almost too hard to bear. I must see him. Where is he? Celestine did not speak straight away. She gazed earnestly into Astasia's face. My dear Empress, your brother finds himself in a very difficult situation. Your husband has taken the throne that was rightly his. If he were to come forward now, what would the Emperor do? I'm sure Eugene would welcome him to court, Astasia said in a rush of emotion. For my sake. Think again, Imperial Highness. Clear blue eyes looked at her frankly. Some dissident elements might see your brother as a significant rival to your husband's authority. His reappearance could cause considerable damage to the stability of the empire. But Andrei would never do anything to hurt me, protested Astasia. The consequences could be disastrous, said Celestine with a firmness of tone that surprised Astasia. She spoke more like a seasoned politician than a court musician. He was very reluctant to have me tell you the news, let alone your parents, for fear it would place you all in an impossible situation. But my parents should know. Papa has been a broken man since the news came of his loss. And Mama, even so, Highness. Astasia began to wonder if there was some other reason for Andrei's reluctance to declare himself. Was Celestine hiding something from her? Have his injuries changed him in some way? Tell me the truth, demoiselle. His physical injuries have healed quite miraculously. So where will he go? He can't stay in a fisherman's hut. Astasia had begun to devise possible ways for Andrei to assume his rightful place at court. Suppose she hid him away at her parents' country estate in Erinarsko until she could explain to Eugene. His wish, Celestine said, is to see you once more and then to begin a new life. Far away from Moscow Bar. How far? Astasia stammered. All her joy at hearing the news he was alive was fast seeping away. She could not understand why Andrei wanted to go so far away from his family. I have a letter for you. Celestine slid finger and thumb into her décolletage and discreetly extracted a thin sliver of folded paper from beneath her lace fichu. Astasia opened it, feeling the paper still warm from the heat of the singer's body. Dearest Tasia, I and I so eager to see you and our parents. Demoiselle de Joyeuse will reassure you, I hope, that I am once again sound in mind and let us meet soon. Your loving brother, A.O. The writing, big, bold, and untidy, was unmistakably Andrei's hand. So were the misspellings. She shook her head over it affectionately. He was never much of a scholar. And then she had an ingenious idea. It was inspired by the latest romance she had been reading, a stirring tale of passion, deception, and intrigue, but Celestine did not need to know that. There is to be a masked ball here at Swanholme for Diviners' Night, a Thailand spring tradition, it seems. If I could arrange for you and your accompanist to be invited as members of my party for Diviners' Night. Celestine considered the proposition. Well, my next recital is to be given in Belestar. The weather is clement and the seas are calm. If we delay our departure to attend the ball, I think we shall still make Aligondi in good time. She looked at Astasia and smiled. That's a most ingenious solution, Highness. I shall provide identical costumes, Astasia promised. And then you and I will secretly exchange masks for a little while, allowing us to smuggle your brother in, disguised as Jagu. Astasia smothered a delighted giggle. Just don't let anyone ask Andrei to play the fortepiano, or our charade will be discovered. Celestine laughed too. And I will be Empress of New Russia. Or will I? For who'll be able to guess? We must wear powdered wigs to hide our hair color, in the style of the court of Belestar. Great confections of white curls, topped with galleons, or doves. Celestine was giggling too. I don't know how to thank you, demoiselle. Astasia had not felt so dizzily happy in a long time. She reached out and clasped the singer's hands in her own, pressing them warmly. Since Varvara left court, she had lacked a friend, a woman of her own age to confide in. It was going to be such fun planning this escapade, and at the end of it, she would see her dearest Andrei again. Please, Highness, said the singer, pressing her hands in return, call me Celestine. In her dreams, Kerala could run as fast as any normal healthy child. How blue the sky is! And how warm the wet sand oozing beneath her bare feet. She runs along the white sands, darting in and out of the lapping tide, agile as the little crabs she sees scuttling to hide as she approaches. A flock of birds flies screeching overhead, their feathers bright as flame. One feather comes drifting down out of the sky and she jumps high to catch it. She holds it up to see the colors shimmer in the sunlight. It is streaked scarlet, orange, and gold. Laughing, she sticks her treasure in the woven belt around her waist. The other children will be so envious. And then she hears the sound of distant gong drums. Slow and solemn, pounding out a strong rhythm. She gazes out across the sea. Other children run down onto the shore. Who is it? She can see a boat skimming over the sea toward them, its crew rowing to the steady beat of the drums. One of the older boys gives a cry, pointing. Look, it's a serpent boat. Hide. Now she can just make out the carved head of a serpent on the prow, painted in green and gold, with a staring blood-red eye and ravening jaws. Another boy grabs her by the wrist. Quick! Let go! She lets herself be dragged up the beach into the shelter of the trees. Why must we hide? She asks. Are they bad men in the serpent boat? The boys look at her scornfully. Don't you know anything, says the older one, keeping an eye on the shore as the drumming gets louder. She's only little, says the other. He squats down beside her. Haven't you heard about Naga? She shakes her head. Every year the priests come from the sacred island. Every year they choose children to go back with them. Special children. The older one makes an impatient grunt. He is still watching the shore. To serve the serpent god. The serpent god glares fiercely from the prow of the approaching boat. Suppose they don't want to go. If the priests choose them, they have to go. Can they come home again? She sees the boys glance at each other. No one ever comes home from the sacred island. Never to come home again? She stares at them, horrified. Does the serpent god gobble them up? She asks. The older boy shrugs. Who knows? Now keep quiet. They've landed. Men with shaven heads have jumped down from the serpent boat and are pulling it up the beach. Their white robes gleam whiter than the sand. She starts. She can hear her sister calling her name. The boys put their fingers to their lips. Don't answer, the older one whispers. Don't give us away. Linnea silently opened the secret door that led into Kerala's bedchamber. Mata sat in a chair deftly stitching a tapestry on a needlepoint frame by the light of the fire. The Magus sprinkled a few grains of sleep dust onto his palm and gently blew them toward her. Within a moment or two, the needle dropped from her hand and her head nodded sideways. Linnaeus crept toward the princess's swan bed. Kerala stirred in her sleep. Serve, the serpent god, she murmured. Linnaeus blinked in surprise. Was she dreaming? What did she know of serpent gods? He extended his hand toward her forehead, and then halted. Eugene had expressly forbidden him to search her mind. Yet if his theory was correct, Kerala was the key to the secrets her father so yearned to unlock. His hand stole out again, fingertips resting lightly on her forehead. He closed his eyes, concentrating. He would not intrude too far, she would not even remember. Except there was not one mind here, but two. Two girls, one fair, one dark, staring at him, their faces blurring, merging, one into the other's, blue eyes fading to black, and black to blue. This was too complicated for him to unravel. This needed the skills of a shaman, used to walking with spirits and lost souls. He gazed down at Kerala. She seemed quieter now, as if his touch had calmed her, charming the last vestiges of fever from her body. But this other soul residing within her, this dark girl who made her dream of serpent gods, must be slowly draining what little strength she had. And with her weak constitution, she needed all her energy to keep alive. Sleep well, little one. He gently stroked her golden hair. I'll keep watch over you now. The physician's news was encouraging. Kerala's high fever had broken and she was sleeping peacefully. This had not prevented Eugene from going to check for himself before dealing with the affairs of the day. It was not that he did not trust Dr. Amandel, it was just that he needed the reassurance. Then he sat down at his desk to read his dispatches. The first was from Admiral Johnson. The casualty list of those dead or missing in action at Vermeil Bay made depressing reading. Many were still unaccounted for. And as for Governor Armfeld, let the Smyrnans shoot him, Eugene muttered. He's no use to New Rossiya now. They had lost the flagship Rogand, the pride of his fleet, and 4 men o' war. 2 had gone down in flames in Vermeil Bay and 2 more had sunk as they attempted to flee the assault. The rest were limping back to the nearest Thailand dockyards at Heaven, many in need of weeks of repairs. The loss of the Rogand grieved him the most. He had supervised the designs himself, he had visited the dry dock in Heaven frequently during her construction. The most advanced ship of her kind, she had proved as vulnerable as the rest to this vicious attack from the air. And now with Johnson's fleet out of commission, New Rossiya was unprotected on its southernmost shores. He could not keep his eyes from straying to the map his cartographers had recently drawn of his new empire. Never before had it looked so clear. Whoever held Smyrna could control the southern ocean beyond Vermeil Bay, with its new trade routes, and protect the straits from attack by sea. Smyrna was still of vital importance. And Smyrna still arrogantly proclaimed its independent status as a republic. But he would win it back, by whatever means. Kyukyu was hanging out washing behind Malusha's cottage, the wooden pegs clamped between her teeth. Her fingertips were healing and she felt stronger today, heartened by the warmth of the bright spring sunshine. There were even flowers in Malusha's kitchen garden as well as a dusting of pink and white blossoms on the apple trees. Yesterday it had come again, that unsettling shimmer of demon blue, faint and very far away. Malusha had felt it too. That cursed dragon demon is still at large, she said, shaking her head. That's twice now we've both sensed it. Kyukyu nodded. Had the Drakhowl taken possession of a new host? Was such a thing possible? And then a cold wind gusted across the moors, making the wet clothes flap violently, spattering her with drops of water. Her arms were suddenly pitted with goosebumps. She gazed up into the sky, rubbing her chilly arms, to see if a rainstorm was on its way. A small cloud flitted across the blue sky. The Magus. Had he come to redeem his promise? Was she to see Gavriel at last, after all these interminable weeks of waiting? She ran around to the front of the cottage, almost tripping over the hens, and gazed eagerly about. Kyukyu. The voice came from behind her. She jumped. Caspar Linnaeus had appeared seemingly from nowhere. I wish you wouldn't do that. She put one hand to her breast to calm the wild thudding of her heart. Only then did she think it was maybe not so wise to speak disrespectfully to such a venerable magus. Is your grandmother in? Where else would she be, she said. She doesn't leave the cottage these days. She went to lead him inside, and felt Linnaeus's hand on her shoulder. I have news, he said. Oh. She swallowed hard. News never meant anything good these days. Had her request been turned down? The Emperor has graciously agreed to grant you permission to visit Gavriel Nagarian. Oh. She let out a shriek of excitement. Thank you, Magus. You undertook a perilous journey to help His Imperial Highness. In recognition of that service, he has asked me to take you to Ansgama. There was even the slightest glint of a smile in the Magus's pale eyes. Just as soon as you have performed one more task. Another task. Kyukyu was unprepared for this new condition. Right now? I haven't finished hanging out the washing. Her words died away under his stern gaze. No. Of course the washing can wait. I'll just tell Grandma. Tell me what, precisely. Malusha appeared, arms tightly folded. I have the Emperor's permission to take your granddaughter to visit Gavral Nagarian. That's as may be, but you haven't got mine. Oh, Grandma, please, burst out Kyukyu. And said the Magus evenly, I also have been granted permission to take you to young Staviomir Arkhel in Asgarod. I can take myself, thank you very much, I'm not so decrepit I can't drive my own pony cart over the moors. Why must her grandmother always be so stubborn? Kyukyu gazed at her in frustration, wondering what would possibly make her change her mind. Then it would be a wasted journey, said the Magus, for no one is granted admission to the household without a special permit from the Emperor. Please, Grandma, pleaded Kyukyu. You know how much this means to me. Let me go to Ansgama, and then you can visit the baby. Marsh ducks flapped overhead in a ragged V, quacking rowdily. It would be about the right time to sing the naming song. Malusha seemed to be talking to herself, staring toward the hazy ridge of the Karsjil Mountains. And if he's nearing 6 months in age? Her gaze hardened, fixing on the Magus with stern intensity. You can take her to Ansgama, foolish girl that she is, but no good's going to come of it. You'll only upset yourself again, Kyukyu. I know, Kyukyu said defensively. Why did Grandma always have to spoil things? And you? Malusha stepped down and came close to the Magus, jabbing one finger at him. You take good care of my granddaughter. If anything happens to her, I'll summon something up from the ways beyond that's beyond your worst nightmares. Grandma, please, murmured Kyukyu, horribly embarrassed. If Malusha kept on baiting the Magus in this childish way, she was certain he would just shrug his shoulders and leave. Go get your cloak, Kyukyu. It's cold in that skycraft of his. Kyukyu sped indoors. Her cloak was made of pieces of worn blanket that she had stitched together. It was far from elegant, but it would keep her. She heard a shiver of wings, and Lady Iceflower alighted on the back of Malusha's chair, staring at her with suspicious golden eyes. You can't come with me, Lady Iceflower, Kyukyu said. You have to go greet the new Arkhel Lord. But watch out for his mother, Lady Lilius. She raised her voice so that it carried outside. She's a nasty piece of work. The owl let out a small, curious hoot and swiveled her head right around, watching Kyukyu intently as she put on her well-downed mittens. I'm ready. She picked up her gusli and went toward the door. Her stomach twisted with sudden apprehension. She was going to visit Gavral, and she must steel herself to see the changes that prison had wrought in. Wish me luck, my lady. I'm going to need it. Chapter 22. Gavral clawed his way out of the sea and crawled slowly up the sandy beach. Each waterlogged breath was an effort. Water bubbled in his throat, streamed from his nose and mouth. His lungs were filled with it. He coughed and retched until his rib cage ached. Some salty sea water came up, frothing onto the sand, and with it a foul black slime that seared his gullet. The taste, bitter as corking tar, tainted his mouth and breath. He stared down at what he had vomited up, a black oily puddle polluting the silver sand. So it begins again. He tried to raise himself, but his head pounded with the sounds of the shore, the rush and fall of the waves against the sand, even the distant mew of gulls wheeling high overhead. Must find shelter. Can't stay here. He let himself drop back down onto the sand. The soft silvered grains grated against his cheek. He had no strength left. All that remained within him was this sensation, as if his innards had been scoured with burning coals. Water, he whispered. His lids drooped, seared by the brightness of the sun, and a burnished darkness that stank of flame and smoke enveloped Ralsa Caneli. Reined her mare Lushol to a halt on the sands and shaded her eyes against the wine-gold dazzle of the setting sun. Lucan had given the order to separate so they could search the little coves and beaches that lay beyond the headland for Tylons, and she would do anything for Lucan. They had rounded up a few stragglers in Vermeil, terrified survivors who had witnessed the annihilation of their fellow soldiers and had willingly surrendered. But there were more, she knew it, desperate men who must have watched their fleet abandon the attack and sail away, leaving them to fend for themselves. She jumped down from Lou Shoal's back and tied the reins to the branches of a stunted sea pine. Taking her pistol, she primed it and set off down the sandy track that wound down toward the beach. The sky was still a brilliant blue, but the sea beneath was darkening as the sun sank, touching the farthest waters with gold. And the evenstar had already appeared, low in the western sky. Such a day! At dawn they had woken to the crash of Tylan shells and grenades against the citadel walls. Death had seemed inevitable. She had seized the Smyrnan standard from the hands of a dying student and had clambered up on the broken battlements to swing its tattered, blood-stained shreds defiantly at the Tylan soldiers massing the beaches. She had felt shrapnel and shards of splintered stone whistle past her head, powdering her hair with dust. Exhilarated, angry beyond reason, she had screamed her defiance at the Tylans. And as she stood wielding the great standard, she had witnessed the unimaginable. The destruction of the Tylan armies on the sands far below. A cool breath of wind, salt-tinged, stirred her hair. It felt good. Good to be alive. Good to smell and taste the freshness of the sea-stung air. The colours of the twilight seemed so much more intense because she had come so close to losing it all. Bees were still busy in the dunes, droning around the honey-scented spikes of sea holly. "Take care," Raisa Lucan had said, letting his hand rest on her shoulder. "These Tylans are dangerous." His dark eyes gazed into hers. "Call for help if you find any survivors." She hardly heard what he was saying. "Don't tackle them on your own." Her imagination began to weave scenes of high drama in which she flung herself in front of him to save him from a Tylan bayonet, falling to lie dying in his arms, his warm tears dripping on her face as he whispered, "I always loved you, Ralsa, and now it is too late." She moved swiftly on, scanning the empty sands. Seagulls strutted and preened near the tide's edge, digging with their sharp beaks in the wet sand for worms. She wanted to capture Tylan for Lucan. What better proof of her loyalty to the cause, or her loyalty to him? She knew these little coves and beaches from childhood. She knew every hiding place in the cliffs, every bramble-choked cranny from the games she had played with her brothers. "Tomboy Raisa," they had teased her, "you should have been born a boy." And she had tossed her unruly hair and answered, as if she cared. And then she saw him. Not hiding behind a rock. Lying sprawled, as if drowned and washed up by the merciless tide like driftwood. It could be a trap. She crept closer, clutching the pistol tight. No trap. This one looked way beyond help. Cautiously she prodded him with the muzzle of the pistol. "Hey! Wake up!" There was no response, not even an involuntary twitch of muscle. She dropped to her knees beside him in the sand. His waterlogged clothes were shredded to tatters. She could see terrible scars on his head, but they were not fresh wounds. And even though his clothes were stained by sea water, she could see no signs of Tylan colours. A sailor, maybe, young and good-looking. A deep sigh swelled in her breast. He was about the same age as her brother Loven. Too young to drown. She reached out her left hand, still holding the pistol in her right, and felt for a pulse at the side of his throat. She detected a faint throb of life beneath her fingers. Her drowned sailor gave a groan. She snatched her hand away as if scalded, sitting back on her heels and levelling the pistol at his head. "I've got you covered, Tylan." He gave a sputtering cough and convulsed, spewing up a mess of sea water and slime onto the sand. She drew back, disgusted. "Don't try any tricks." She held the pistol in both hands to keep it steady. Why were her hands trembling? She had faced the enemy on the broken battlements of the citadel. She had seen the naked aggression in the Tylans' eyes as they charged toward the barricades. This was just one man. "Don't shoot." The words came out on a rasping breath as he slumped back onto the sand, eyes shut. Not Tylan. From Smyrna. Smyrna, she echoed, voice taut with suspicion. Prove it. His mouth twisted into the semblance of a wry smile. Proof? My word. That's all the sea has left me. So where do you come from? Identify yourself. Vermeil. I came home when I heard of the revolt. He spoke in fluent Smyrnan, without a trace of a Tylan accent. And then the water bubbled in his throat again and he rolled over, retching exhaustedly. Ralsa watched, still wary. He seemed in no fit state to attack her, but it could be a ruse to lure her into a sense of false security. Water. The word was faint, as dry as if all moisture had been seared out of his body. She hesitated, then backed away toward Lushol, who was standing patiently by the pine tree. A quick rummage through her saddlebag and she found her leather water bottle, half full. She went back to the sailor. He lay still now. Kneeling beside him, she tugged the stopper from the water bottle with her teeth. No tricks, she said. There's water here. Drink. She raised his scarred head, propping him against her knee. Awkwardly, she poured some of the tepid water into his mouth. Some slopped out down his chin, dripping onto her riding breeches. The water had been sharpened with a measure of Smyrnan eau de vie to disguise the taste of old leather, a huntsman's trick her brothers had taught her. The sailor's eyes suddenly opened again and he gazed directly up at her. She blinked, astonished to see how brilliantly, radiantly blue they were. Trick of the Fivolite, she told herself, trying to quell the sudden feeling of unease that shivered through her. You're a woman. She clapped a hand to her shirt. Had it gaped open, revealing her secret? She had bound her breasts tight and cut her auburn hair short to fight beside her brothers on the barricades. How had he known? You saved me. What is your name? Ralsa. What was she doing, telling him her name? Yet there was something about him that compelled her to answer. Ralsa. His voice was still hardly more than a dry whisper. He raised one hand to touch her cheek and she felt a shiver of heat run through her. Ralsa. Someone shouted her name, shattering the strange intensity of the moment. She looked up guiltily and saw horsemen with flaming torches riding onto the beach, her brother Lovin at their head. Here, Lovin, she called back, waving. They urged their horses across the sands until they formed a semicircle around Ralsa and the sailor. What's this? The tides washed up, Lovin dismounted, pistol in hand. More wreckage from the Tylan fleet. He slowly lowered the pistol until it was pointing directly between the sailor's eyes. No, she cried, leaping up. He's Smyrnan. Is that what he told you? A grim smile twisted Lovin's broad mouth. She heard the click as he primed the pistol. Lovin. She grabbed hold of his arm. There was a flash and a deafening crack as the shot went wide, skimming low over the shore toward the sea. The horses started, rearing in panic. See, any of Lovin's men swore. For God's sake, Ralsa. Lovin shook her off with a violence that threw her tumbling onto the sand. I could have killed you. Since when do we shoot strangers on sight? She struggled back to her feet. What's got into you, Lovin? At least give the man a chance to speak for himself. Look at him. He's no threat. He's half drowned. He gripped hold of her by one shoulder, fingers gnawing into her flesh. We're at war, little sister, or had you forgotten? In the torchlight she saw the desperation and exhaustion in his eyes. How could I forget? She forced the anger from her voice. And then she asked the question she had ridden out from Vermeil to escape. Moran? Is he still holding on by a thread? So the doctors say. He let go of her. It was the shooting of Moran, the youngest of the 3 Caneli children, that had triggered the revolt in the citadel. Moran, her favourite brother bookish and gentle, more interested in philosophy and poetry than in warfare, had been the first casualty of the siege. "Lovin," shouted one of the men. "Do we continue the search?" Lovin passed one hand over his dirt-smeared face as if trying to collect his thoughts. "No. It's too dark now. Let's take the prisoner back to the citadel. We'll interrogate him there." "Water." Gavriel heard a voice pleading from the sulphurous clouds of his fevered dreams. After a while he came to realize that the croaking words were issuing from his own throat. He opened eyelids as stiff as old parchment and gazed blearily about him. It must be near dawn, he reckoned, as a pale shaft of jagged light fell on him through a broken-paned window. His lips could barely frame a word. His tongue, leather water dry, clacked against his palate. His mouth seemed filled with cinders. It was as if all the moisture in his body had been seared away, leaving him a desiccated shell. He had forgotten the terrible toll the attack would take on his body. Now he knew again the reality of the thirst that could never be quenched by water alone. All around him lay sprawled figures. Sleeping, he hoped, not dead. One man near him gave a grunting snore and turned over on his side. Weapons lay piled in corners. The smell of sweaty feet and unwashed bodies hung stale in the air. This chamber was being used as an improvised barracks. And then he saw it. An earthenware water pitcher. So close, all he had to do was reach out. Metal bracelets bit into his wrists, arresting his efforts with a jerk. He was shackled, hand and foot. He could not even crawl toward the prize he craved. He tried again. Even to enunciate that single word cost him water enormous effort. If he didn't get water soon, he would die. A door clanged open. "Dawn muster. Wake up," a voice bellowed. "On your feet." The sprawled figures slowly began to move. Groaning and yawning, men stretched stiff limbs, scratched themselves, sat up. Out in the courtyard. "Quick." They shuffled around Gavriel, clumsy with sleep. No one seemed to care he was there. Another suspect. "Chain him up." Gavriel recognized the snarling voice of Lovin, the rebel who had tried to shoot him the night before. A man was flung onto the floor close by. Two of the militia grabbed him by his arms and clamped shackles onto his wrists and ankles. "Claims he's from Musco Bar. Claims he's come to join the rebellion." Lovin aimed a vicious kick at the man's back. The prisoner jerked but did not cry out. "These are my countrymen and they are behaving no better than the Thailand invaders. What's happened to us?" Gavriel closed his eyes, sickened at what he had seen, sickened by his own weakness. "Stop, Lovin. That's enough." It was the girl, Raisa, who had found him last night on the beach. She would help him. If only he could muster the strength to call to her. "Raisa! Water!" The next moment, someone thrust a tin cup of water into his hands. "Here." He drank, water streaming down his chin, soaking into his tattered shirt. He didn't care. Yet the more water he gulped down, the more his body craved. More. This burning thirst seemed unquenchable. She refilled his cup. "The citadel is crawling with Eugene's spies," Lovin was saying loudly. "Put them all up against the wall and shoot them. That's the only form of negotiation Eugene understands." "Minister Vashtalai is ready to interrogate the prisoners," announced one of the militia. "The one who says he's Smirnin." First Lovin came and stood over Gavriel. "Unshackle him." The militiaman knelt to unlock the shackles around Gavriel's wrists, leaving his ankles chained together. "You! On your feet." Still dripping, Gavriel got unsteadily to his feet. "Look at him. He's too weak to plead his case," Raisa hissed to Lovin. Lovin shrugged. "At least give him something to restore his strength. And then you'll stop nagging me." Lovin pulled a metal flask from inside his jacket. Here. Smirnin brandy. Gavriel took a quick swig from the flask and winced as the brandy scorched his parched throat. His senses sharpened a little. My name, he said slowly, is Gavriel Ander. Raphael Lucan will vouch for me. There was no point complicating matters further by giving his Azkendi name and title. Ander. Raisa echoed. But Gavriel Ander disappeared last year. I told you not to trust him, Lovin muttered. Lucan's with the minister now. Raisa turned to her brother. Let Lucan decide the matter, Lovin. Bring him to the council chamber. Then Lovin kicked out at the water pitcher, sending it rolling into a corner. The council chamber, high in the old citadel, had been hit in the bombardment. Tarpaulins had been draped to cover a gaping hole in the roof, and piles of debris, tile shards, shattered beams, and plaster had been swept to the side of the chamber. A tall man and a woman were talking together in low voices. They turned as, ankle chains chinking, Gavriel shuffled into the chamber. Lucan, whispered Gavriel, unable to restrain his emotion at the sight of a familiar face after so long in prison. Lucan, it's me. Lucan stared at him, a frown of puzzlement creasing his face. Gavriel, he said. He came closer. Gavriel. Then he gave a shout that echoed around the broken rafters and hurried up to Gavriel, flinging his arms about him and hugging him. Welcome home. He held him at arm's length. But, dear God, what have they done to you? Gavriel saw concern in Lucan's dark eyes. I hardly recognized you at first. With your head shaved, this was in no way the happy homecoming he had dreamed of so often in the bitter cold of Azkenda. He was too aware of Lovin standing close by, stroking the barrel of his pistol. How shall we tell your mother? Lucan was saying. We don't want it to come as too much of a shock, my mother. Yes, she's up at the villa right now. Alizia was here, in Smyrna. A red haze swirled before Gavriel's eyes. He swayed on his feet. Pride alone had kept him standing to face his captors, and he was not sure how long he could sustain the effort. Lucan caught hold of him and steadied him, both hands resting on his shoulders. So who is this young man, Lucan? Asked the woman, coming forward. You know his mother well, Minister. This is Alizia Ander's son, Gavriel. Then why is he chained like a prisoner, Lovin? Lucan turned to Lovin Kenealy, smiling. Would you like to explain to Minister Vashtelai why Gavriel is in chains? Because Lovin said, scowling, we were ordered to round up anyone found on the beaches. And we found him, his clothes wringing wet, as if he'd just swam ashore from one of the sinking ships. I see. Minister Vashtelai gazed searchingly at Gavriel. Gavriel Ander, can you explain why you were found in such suspicious circumstances? It was time for the truth. I came to help you. One of the minister's elegantly plucked brows quirked in a look of surprise. To help us? You, burst out Lovin, his voice hot with scorn. I have a weapon, Gavriel said, choosing his words with care. A lethal weapon? Yesterday I unleashed it on the Tylons in the bay. But in using it, I almost drowned. If Raisa had not found me. Tell us about this weapon, said Minister Vashtelai, her eyes fixed on his. Is it some kind of explosive device? Those who watched from the citadel were half blinded by the brightness. And what of this dark-winged creature, said Lovin. Many witnesses insist they saw a winged creature sweep across the bay just before the attack on the Tylon fleet. How do you explain that? Gavriel closed his eyes a moment. He was still so depleted by the effects of Baltzar's clumsy surgery that he feared he might blab too much and give himself away. Even the use of the word weapon now seemed ill-judged. Lovin, for one, would not let the matter rest. Why did you not confer with us first, said Minister Vashtelai. We could have stood together as allies against the Tylons. And from where exactly did you launch this weapon, broke in Lovin? From the sea or the land? Is it some kind of fire rocket? Gavral was losing patience with Lovin's constant goading. Isn't it enough that I came to your aid? Does it matter where I launched the attack? The Tylons are gone. Minister Vashti exchanged a long look with Lucan. Then she nodded. You are free to go home, Gavral Ander. Please send my regards to your mother, she has supported us wholeheartedly throughout this ordeal. You'd better call in at my house first, Lucan said, flashing Gavral a conspiratorial smile. For a bath and a change of clothes. Free to go home? Those 4 simple words meant so much. Not home to an empty villa, but home to his mother, his paints, and his own bed. And was it too much to hope that Kiukiu might have accompanied Alizia to Smyrna and was waiting for him even now? As he turned to follow Lucan from the council chamber, the minister came up to him, touching him lightly on the shoulder. And thank you. On behalf of us all. You saved us. This time, maybe, Gavral said, managing a wry smile. Alizia looked down in puzzlement at the note that had just been delivered into her hands. It read, I've found him and he will be with you very soon. But this is to warn you, dear Alizia, to be prepared for what you will say. He has suffered much at the hands of his captors. Try not to be too upset, for his sake. Your loving friend, R.L. Alizia clutched the letter tightly. Thank you, dear friend, for the warning, she whispered. Then she hurried back inside the house, calling out, Palmyra. Gavral's coming. Suddenly she was all in a tizzy, ideas skittering through her head like windblown petals. What should she do first? Check that there was clean, lavender-scented linen on his bed and that the room was well aired, with garden flowers spilling from a bowl on the window-sill? Or should she lay out some clothes for him, for all his clothes were still here, freshly laundered and pressed, waiting, against all hope, for his return? Is the kettle on? He may want tea. She almost collided with Palmyra in the hall, she seemed to be on a similar route. Or maybe he may just want to be alone for a while, to rest, Alizia, Palmyra said, patting her hand reassuringly, it will be all right. And I won't weep when I see him, I mustn't weep. It won't do any good to either of us if I do, Alizia broke off, hearing the sound of hooves and carriage wheels on the gravel drive. She clutched at Palmyra's hand. Is that Palmyra seemed speechless with excitement. Look at us, Alizia said, breaking into laughter. A couple of silly women, too flustered to go to the door to greet him. What will he think? And she ran to fling open the front door, hurrying out into the drive, just as the door of the barouche opened and Gavral stepped down. She stared a moment, shocked to see his shaven head, his gaunt face, and sunken eyes. Then, joy and relief overwhelmed all other feelings and she rushed to embrace him. But although he hugged her back, she could sense a change in him, a wariness, and something else that she could not yet define, something darker, more ominous. What have they done to you in that terrible prison, child? Her heart cried out. But all she did was wind her arm around him and lead him toward the open door where Palmyra stood, so overcome with emotion that she could only nod speechlessly and smile. As they reached the doorway, Alizia glanced back over her shoulder to see Lucan waiting, watching from inside the barouche. Thank you. Her lips framed the words as she inclined her head gratefully to him. Thank you, dear friend. Footsteps on the landing. Keys jangling in the lock of his cell. Scar's lean face in the lantern light, eyes chill in their lack of expression, as he bent over him. Gavral woke with a start. He was breathing fast, pulse racing, terrified that Scar had come to take him back to Director Boltsar and his razor-sharp scalpels. And then he heard it. The sound of the sea, but not the crash of the storm tides raging against the rocks below Anskarma. This was the gentle, reassuring wash of summer tides lapping against the pale sands of Vermeil Bay. the sound that had lulled him to sleep in childhood and whispered through his dreams. He lay back, staring at the half-open window, the gauze curtains drifting a little with the night breeze off the bay. The faint scent of jasmine wafted in from the terrace below. No, he was not dreaming. He was here in his own bed, in the Villa Andra. After months of enduring the deprivations of Baltzar's asylum, he was no longer a number to be maltreated and experimented upon. He was Gavriel again. He let his fingers run over the clean linen of the sheets. Crisp, clean sheets, scented with lavender from the villa gardens. He had forgotten how good it was to enjoy this simple comfort. At peace, he drifted off to sleep, and did not wake again until morning. Alizia tapped on Gavriel's bedroom door and went in, carrying a cup of chamomile tea, a plate with fresh-baked rolls, and Palmyra's apricot and almond conserve. The windows were wide open and the curtains billowed and flapped in the morning breeze. Her son stood on the balcony, gazing out across the blue bay. "Breakfast, Gavriel," she called. He looked back over his shoulder. "Thank you." She set down the cup and plate and went out to join him. For a while they stood side by side in silence. Then he said, still gazing out to sea, "Don't be surprised if there are strands of blue in my hair when it regrows." She nodded. So it was true. I guessed as much. She wanted to ask him so many questions. What really happened to you? Who inflicted these terrible injuries? Yet she knew she must let him tell her in his own time, in his own way. If it hadn't come back to me when it did, I would have died. His voice was distant, his eyes still rested on the misty horizon. Its first act of compassion. Who would have thought it possible? It rescued you. He turned to face her. The sight of his scarred head still made her stomach lurch, but she must not let him see her distress, for fear it might break his courage. I still don't know how it knew. But it came back and healed me. Now I begin to wonder. Are we destined to be one until I die? She saw the shadow glitter in his eyes, as she had seen it in Volker's eyes too. And she felt bleak despair chill her heart. He had come back to her. But he was no longer her son, he was Drakhowl. And she, better than anyone, knew that doomed his chances for any hope of true happiness. Then, smitten with guilt at such thoughts, she reached out and folded her arms around her demon-possessed son, hugging him tight. "Drink your tea before it goes cold," she whispered. Chapter 23. Kyukayu rubbed her eyes. She was standing beside the Magus, high up on the windswept top of a steep, rocky hill. Far below, a broad green river wound through the center of a great city, a city full of spires and towers and the rising smoke from innumerable chimneys. She had never seen so many houses crammed together before, or so many ships crowding the river. "Where are we?" she asked in amazement. "That is Tilborg, capital city of Thailand," said Linnaeus. "But why have you brought me here?" She was still sleepy, her mind not yet fully awake. "Look behind you." She turned and saw a ruin dominating the crown of the hill. A great hall of ancient stone, its broken walls towered above them, guarded by weather-worn statues of tall warriors, helmed for battle. The Magus beckoned her toward it. The sun was sinking westward, gilding the ancient stones with a rich, warm light. But as she came closer, she saw only the lengthening shadows cast by the giant warriors. Gazing up as they passed underneath the arched gateway, she noticed that the worn stone had once been painted, and that little traces of blue and ochre still remained. Now she saw the stem-faced warriors were winged, each wing feather carved with exquisite artistry. "Heavenly guardians," she murmured. And then she found herself in a courtyard, where another unexpected sight awaited. Thailand soldiers lounged around, their horses cropping the grass growing up between the cracked flagstones. On seeing the Magus, the soldiers straightened up and a young officer came to meet them, saluting with alacrity. "Lieutenant Vassian at your service, Magus." His Imperial Highness awaits you in the inner court. I am under orders to conduct you to him straight away. Where are we? Whispered Kyukyu as the lieutenant led them farther into the ruin. The daylight was dimming and she felt a sudden chill envelop her. It feels like a tomb. She hugged her gusli tightly to her, as if it could ward off evil spirits. Lieutenant Vassian brought them into a vaulted inner chamber as high as the nave of the monastery church in Kurganij. Their footsteps echoed hollowly in the gloom. Torches had been lit and placed in links around the walls, and by their flickering light she caught glimpses of worn carvings and warlike friezes that depicted battles from long ago. Armed horsemen trampled the broken bodies of their enemies underfoot, hacking and stabbing in a frenzy of slaughter. Kyukyu averted her eyes. The place reeked of spilled blood and carnage. Magus Linnaeus is here, announced the lieutenant, standing to attention so stiffly Kyukyu feared the shining buttons on his uniform would pop off. A tall, broad-shouldered man walked toward them out of the shadows. The instant she glimpsed his burned face, she knew him. Prince Eugene, she stammered. Emperor Eugene, prompted Linnaeus, and you must not speak unless spoken to. When you reply, you must call the Emperor your Imperial Highness. So you're the one who's caused us so much heartache. She fumbled a curtsy. You're the one who took Lord Gavril from us and made the Drudgeoney our slaves. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she could not help but feel sorry for him. His features, once handsome, had been ruined by the extensive scarring where he had been seared by Drakhon's fire. And she glimpsed what he strove to hide from others, the shadow of the constant pain, darkening his clear, incisive gaze. So you're Kyukyu, the spirit singer, the emperor said. Suddenly she realized she was standing before the emperor of all New Rossiya with her hair mussed, wearing her old, creased washti dress. Embarrassment overwhelmed her. What must he think? I'd like you to help me find the answer to a question. He was still speaking to her and she was now in such a muddle she could hardly hear the words. Should she reply? What was it she was supposed to call him, your High Imperialness? No, no, that couldn't be right. Well, Kyukyu. The Magus was prompting her again. Can you do what? She said helplessly. She had spent her life in service, always doing as she was bidden and being beaten if she made a mistake. She was not yet used to being asked. Summon the spirit of the Emperor Ataman, to answer His Highness's question. She stared at the Magus, dumbstruck. We are standing in his mausoleum now. His sarcophagus lies in the chamber below. Kyukyu felt her skin crawl. Had they any idea of the risks of such a venture? This was not just any spirit, it was powerful and ancient. Remember our arrangement, Linnaeus said quietly. She hated him in that moment for reminding her. They held Gavril, and they knew she would do anything to see him again. Don't keep His Imperial Highness waiting, Linnaeus whispered. Had they no idea of the careful preparation required for such a summoning? Did they expect her just to wave her hands and conjure a spirit out of the air? I'll need something that belonged to the Emperor. A lock of hair, or nail pairings would work even better. Eugene glanced at the Magus. What do we have, Linnaeus? Let's go down into the burial chamber. Lieutenant Vassian clicked his fingers and two of the guardsmen took the torches from the wall to light their way. The Emperor set off at a brisk pace, but Kyukyu hung back, reluctant to descend into the subterranean darkness of the burial chamber. Back home with Malusha, her spirit summonings had been simple affairs, Pyotr from the village inn wanting to ask his grandmother her secret ingredient when brewing kvass, or poor Yelena needing to say a second farewell to her littlest daughter, dead at only 5 years from the winter sickness. They had been affecting ceremonies, with many tears shed, but they were healing tears, and the relatives had gone away at peace with themselves afterward. And the spirits were gentle and benevolent, though more than a little confused at finding themselves in a cottage filled with roosting snow owls. As she crept down the dusty stone stairs, she felt the air get colder and mustier. It smelled old, stale, and unwholesome. In the center of the chamber stood a stone plinth. On the plinth was a massive stone sarcophagus, sculpted to represent the emperor's body lying in state. At his feet lay curled a hound. Once, like the warrior guardians outside, the likeness had been covered in bright paint and gold leaf. Now only the faintest traces remained, outlining a stern-carved face with long, curling stone locks and beard. Kyukayu looked on the rigid face and shivered, feeling again that dark dread. "Open the tomb," said Emperor Eugene. The guardsman took a crowbar and began to lever the heavy stone lid off the base. The yellow torch flames flickered in a sudden draft. One guardsman paused, glancing around uneasily. "Is there something else in here? A sentinel, set here by Utaman S. Magi to guard his body?" Kyukayu took out her gusli and began to tune it. The flames flickered again and almost went out. One of the guardsmen swore under his breath. "Linnaeus, we haven't come here to listen to a recital of folk music," she heard the emperor say impatiently. "Are you sure this is the right girl?" The guardsmen were grunting and sweating with their efforts. Then suddenly the sarcophagus lid slid open. The torches went out as if someone had doused them with water. Kyukayu heard the guardsman fumbling with tinders and cursing in the dark. She struck a first flurry of notes and the echoing sound of the gusli strings filled the burial chamber. She could sense the sentinel now, close at hand. She struck another flurry of notes to force it to reveal itself. She finally saw it, limned in pale gull fire, crouched at the foot of the sarcophagus like the faithful hound ready to spring. Malusha had told her of tomb sentinels, but this was the first she had ever seen. And now it knew she could see it, for it turned its face toward her, snarling. "There you are," she breathed. She had trapped it just in time. And she knew now exactly what it was. A bodyguard, slain in the emperor's tomb to guard his master's body. His bones must lie somewhere in this vault, unburied, unmourned. The trapped spirit had forgotten all but its eternal mission, to protect the tomb. But the snarling skull of a face, the clutching, clawing fingers, still held the power to instill paralyzing fear, and maybe much worse. Her fingers were shaking as she began to play the sending song, so much so that she missed a note, marring the perfection of the ancient ritual. The sentinel snatched its chance. Freed from the gusli's hold, it let out a shriek and sprang straight toward the emperor, hooked nails clawing, jaws opened wide to breathe the pestilential miasma in his face. "Stop!" Kyukayu struck the holding cord again, with as much force as she could muster. The sentinel froze in mid-leap. This time she knew the others could see it. The emperor stood his ground, staring with extraordinary sang-froid at the decayed gull face so close to his own. Her fingers found the deep, slow notes of the sending song and the taut form slowly relaxed. "Go," she whispered. "Your task is done. You are free." The sentinel's pale form shimmered, then swiftly began to fade until, like wisping candle smoke, it drifted away. Linnaeus clicked his fingers and a little flame blossomed like a golden rose in the darkness. By its light, Kyukayu saw the guardsmen, white-faced and evidently shaken by what they had glimpsed. "Man the entrance to the chamber," the emperor ordered. "No one is to disturb us. Understood?" They seemed only too glad to be given the excuse to leave, almost tripping over each other in their haste to reach the stairway. "Now, Kyukayu," the emperor said, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. "Let's get this over with." He behaved so calmly, but now she could see he was as rattled as his men. And, in truth, if she dared to admit it to herself, she was too. But this had to be done. She forced herself to approach the dais and climbed up beside the gaping stone tomb. She peered inside, half fearing that a second sentinel gull would come shrieking out and breathe its mephitic grave stench in her face. In the uncertain mage light, she saw a mummified corpse, partially fallen to dust, the withered skin like parchment, with the bones protruding through. The grave clothes, once fine linens embroidered with purple and gold thread, had all but rotted away. She could smell a faint odour of old tomb spices, bitter salts, and resins. And, oh horror, there was what she had foolishly asked for, the last long grey strands of dry hair clinging to the skull. Closing her eyes and wincing with revulsion, she reached in and with shaking fingers pulled out a lock of the dead emperor's hair. "Forgive me," she said. Grave robbery was not her usual practice. Already she could hear Malusha scolding her for breaking the ages-old code of the Ghazlias. She sat down at the foot of the sarcophagus, her gusli across her knees. She was trembling. She prayed the fragile strands of hair would not crumble to dust before she could call their owner back to the vault. Just this one summoning, she told herself, and then they will be satisfied. "You must not look into the spirit's eyes," she said, staring directly at the emperor. "Whatever the spirit may say, no matter how persuasive it may be, never look into its eyes." "Why?" asked the emperor bluntly. Kyukayu answered, equally bluntly, "Spirits cannot resist the desire to become flesh again. It will envy to possess you." "How could we prevent such a thing, were it to try?" asked the magus. "You must burn the hair. The spirit will be forced to return to the ways beyond." "I doubt such a precaution will be necessary," said Eugene. He sounded so confident. Had he no idea of the seductive power of summoned spirits? Or the weakness of mere mortals in the face of such persuasions? She placed the lock of hair before her on the dusty flagstones and sat back to begin the summoning song. Kyukayu closed her eyes as she played the long, slow notes, sending her consciousness far out from the burial vault into the burnished gold of the sunset. As she played, she made herself repeat aloud the names of the note patterns, a repetitive litany: twilight, starlight, midnight, memory. Each resonant pitch carried her farther onward, drifting from the pale light of dusk toward the starless darkness, and beyond. And then she saw him. Tall, broad-shouldered as Eugene himself, he was gliding toward her through the eternal dusk as though pulled by an irresistible force. It had to be Ataman. "Come with me, Lord Ataman," she said. Memory. Midnight. Starlight. She must keep playing, each note in its right place, or the pattern binding the spirit would fail and it would break free. She opened her eyes. Mist was rising from the ground of the vault. A man appeared, half hidden in the fog, a tall, hawk-nosed man with a thick mane of oak-brown hair. She caught a glimpse of dark, troubled eyes staring at her, but hastily averted her gaze. "Necromancy," muttered Emperor Eugene. "Or some outrageous piece of fairground trickery. Whichever, it's damnably convincing. Why have you summoned me? You cannot hold me long against my will, Ghazliya." "Forgive me," Kyukayu whispered again. She could feel the strength of the spirit struggling to be free. She must hold it bound in the chains of her summoning song and not let it loose. But it would take all her strength and skill to do it. "Speak to it, Highness," urged Linnaeus. Eugene squared his shoulders. He addressed the apparition. "Are you Ataman the Great?" "That was my name when I was alive." "You had a son, Prince Volkar. He gave you a ruby." "That ruby was cursed." Ataman's deep voice reverberated through the vault, heavy with grief and sorrow. "It was a demon stone. It brought strife and ruin to my empire. It was used to unleash terrible demons into the world, demon warriors that possessed my beloved sons and turned them against one another." "A demon stone," repeated Eugene. "It contained powers strong enough to open a gate between the worlds. Even I held the gem in my hands, I could feel the power burning in its blood-red heart. It was the most beautiful jewel I had ever possessed." Ataman's strong voice began to falter. but I vowed that it should never be used to cause such devastation again. And so I had my jewelers divide it. 3 craftsmen died, burned by its fire, until my mags laid such strong wards upon it that the division was achieved. So you, not your sons, ordered the stone to be divided. My sons? Ataman's voice echoed. They were no longer my sons. They looked like demon lords, they fought like demon lords. In their madness, they were too powerful for me to control. Only Sirhir of Azkenda had the courage to confront them. And he died, battling my youngest boy. So Volkar was lost to me forever. Kyukayu was concentrating hard on keeping Ataman bound by the droning notes of the summoning song, within the drifting mists where the world and that of the ways beyond mingled. She glanced up and saw Eugene move closer to the tomb and the tall spirit. Had he forgotten her warning? But how did it happen? How were your sons, all your sons, possessed by demons? She could tell from the urgency of Eugene's voice that he burned to know the answer. And who are you that you dare ask me, Emperor of all Rossia, such a question? Eugene smiled. I am Eugene, Emperor of New Rossia. Ataman fell silent. His spirit form wavered. The temperature was dropping fast and Kyukayu's fingertips ached with cold. We're losing him, Kyukirulya. Linnaeus's voice muttered warningly. They took the ruby from me. Their intent was to unlock the ancient gateway to the realm of demons and send the spirit that possessed Volkar back. But the temptation to seek power of their own was too strong, and when the gate was opened, they too were possessed. And where is this gateway? Eugene's voice trembled now with excitement. Far from here, on an island sacred to the serpent god, Naga. My boy, my Volkar, forswore his faith in the one God and became one of the priests of Naga. Such was the strength of his new faith that he even took the serpent god's name, calling himself Nagarian. Nagarian? Kyukayu forced herself to keep playing, though her arms and back were stiff from holding the heavy gusli. Did that mean Lord Gavril was descended from the great Ataman? Come closer, Eugene. There are other secrets still I could impart. But they are not for the ears of common servants. Let me whisper them to you, alone. The chill in the tomb had begun to numb Kyukayu's mind as well as her fingers. She heard the spirit's seductive offer but did not at once realize what it intended. She looked up and saw Eugene walking into the swirling mists, directly toward Ataman. She saw the spirit lean forward, arms opening as though to embrace him. And she had warned him. No, she cried, breaking off in mid-pattern. The broken notes hung as if frozen on the cold air, jagged as icicles. The spirit froze too, arms raised to draw Eugene close. Don't look into his eyes. Ataman turned toward her. Cold fire blazed from his eyes, a fury of rage and blatant desire. She dug her heels into the floor, determined not to give way. He's mine. I shall be emperor again. I shall take back my empire. She faced the spirit, eyes still downcast, avoiding the silver fire of his gaze. Your time in this world is past, Lord Ataman. Let him go. I command you, let him go. You dare to cross me, Guzliar? Look in my eyes, if you dare. You are not strong enough to withstand my will. Magus! Kyukayu cried out, forcing all her strength into her voice. Burn the hair. Linnaeus snatched up the ancient lock of hair. The spirit turned toward him, its face twisted with hatred. The Magus's little golden flame bloomed in the darkness, flaring blue as the hair sizzled to ashes and a foul smell of burning tainted the vault. The spirit let out a rasping shriek that seared Kyukayu's ears. It wavered to and fro, as though the Magus's flame was fast consuming its energy. It dwindled, shrinking until with one last gasping shudder, it faded into the tomb. The golden mage light went out and there was only darkness. The Magus relit the torches. Eugene still stood as though rooted to the ground. Kyukyu's heart was pounding as she set down the gusli. And then the Emperor let out a shout of triumph. Extraordinary! He punched the air with his fist. Quite extraordinary! So he was unharmed. Kyukyu slithered slowly down the side of the tomb, huddling at the foot of the sarcophagus. She was shivering with relief, her strength utterly spent. Lieutenant Vassian. In here, called the Emperor. Guardsmen came down the stairs into the vault. She heard the Emperor instructing them to replace the stone lid on the sarcophagus. She was so weary she could not move. Thank you, Kyukyulya. She looked up dazedly and saw the Emperor standing over her, his eyes bright with exhilaration. Lieutenant Vassian, have you a flask of aquavit? Here. The lieutenant knelt beside her and put a small silver flask into her hands. Slowly she raised it to her lips and took a mouthful, coughing as the strong spirits stung the back of her throat. Let the vault be sealed. I shall send antiquaries from the university to restore the tomb. Eugene's voice seemed to be coming from farther and farther off. Until then, let no one else disturb the first emperor's rest. Had they forgotten her? Did they mean to seal her in the vault as well? She tried to get to her feet to follow, but sank back, exhausted. Don't leave me here in the dark with the dead. Come, miss. It's time to go. Kyukyu felt a strong arm around her shoulders, raising her to her feet. She looked up into the face of Lieutenant Vassian. It was a good-hearted face, she thought, an honest face. My gusli, she said. She bent to pick it up. It seemed to weigh as much as an anvil. Let me carry that for you, he said. She placed it in his arms and followed him, one dragging step after another, out of the unwholesome air of the burial vault, up toward the fresh night air and the light of the spring stars. You will awake now. Kyukyu opened her eyes. She had been so deeply asleep that she did not know where she was for a moment. But when she saw Caspar Linnaeus, when she felt the swift onrushing throb of the skycraft, she remembered. I didn't mean to fall asleep, we are approaching Einskama. So they were close. She was choked with excitement. She would see Lord Gavril at last, after all these long months apart. Only now did she begin to feel apprehensive. He would be changed, that was for certain. No one could live a prisoner's life and not be. But she was strong, she was prepared. She loved him. Surely love would be enough to see them through the difficulties that lay ahead. On the distant horizon she saw high cliffs, craggy and sharp. Rocks protruded out of the heaving sea. The waters had turned a dark, metallic color except where they foamed white as they smashed against the iron-brown stone of the cliffs. The prison? Where is the prison? She gazed out, shading her eyes. They were scudding faster now, rain clouds close behind them. There. Linnaeus pointed toward the farthest cliff. He brought them low over the water so that the prison's looming towers, rising up out of the cliff itself, were silhouetted against the pale, rain-filled sky. She let out a little cry. The tower on the farthest, most precipitate edge of the cliffs was half blown away, a jagged shell debris. What is it? Look. She stabbed her finger at the prison. That tower is in ruins, surrounded by shattered. What's happened here? Let's take a closer look. Linnaeus guided the craft closer, speeding past the formidable walls of the prison. She was kneeling up now, frowning intently at the brown, sea-stained walls towering above them. Spray fontained into the air from the wild waves below. Cormorants, black-winged and predatory, hunched on the lower rocks, oblivious of the sea's assault on their perch. Has the prison been attacked? Her voice was hardly audible above the roar of the waves. Has there been a battle? Linnaeus brought the craft about, scanning the ground below for a suitable landing place. I have a bad feeling about this. What do you mean? But the Magus did not answer. All his attention was focused on landing the skycraft. This is most, awkward. The director of the prison seemed embarrassed by their arrival. I sent a full report to the Emperor about the unfortunate affair involving 21. 21. Kyukyu echoed angrily. Do you mean Lord Gavril? Doesn't he have a name anymore? I've been abroad, Director Baltzar Linnaeus said. It may be that your communication has not been forwarded to me. Then, the director kept rubbing his palms together nervously. I'm afraid your journey has been a wasted one. There was a storm, you see, and the tower in which 21 was confined was struck by lightning. We searched the rubble, but oh no, Kyukyu said softly. It can't be. The top of the tower disintegrated. Part fell into the sea below, the rest landed in the courtyard. It was completely destroyed. Kyukyu stared at him. She had heard the words but was not sure she understood them. Completely destroyed. No trace has been found of a body. Struck by lightning? Kyukyu could not even bear to think of it. And yet her mind began to produce images, horrible images of raging fire and crumbling stone. You're saying the prisoner is dead? Linnaeus persisted. Director Baltzar gave a little, helpless shrug of the shoulders. No one could have survived a fall from such a height into the sea. The rocks. Linnaeus turned to Kyukyu. I'm sorry, he said. I had not anticipated such an outcome to our journey. Shall we go? All she could see was the Magus's pale eyes, everything else around her had dwindled to shadows. She felt cold now, and numb. Wait. She could hardly speak. Let me at least see the place where he were_family. Director Baltzar mouthed the word and Linnaeus nodded. At once the director's manner altered, his tone of voice became unctuous in its solicitude. But of course. And I would have handed over the deceased's personal effects to you, only everything was destroyed in the storm. What did she care about personal effects? She could only think of Lord Gavril. Just take me there. Director Baltzar led them out into the inner courtyard. A dank passageway led to a locked grille and then another gloomy courtyard hemmed in by grim, water-stained walls. Warders with clanking keys unlocked gate after gate to let them pass along a dark tunnel into the heart of the asylum. And then they came out on the edge of the cliff, wind-buffeted, with the broken walls the only barrier between them and the raging sea beneath. Kyukyu gazed at the piles of rubble lying at the base of the ruined tower. How, she cried over the roar of the wind. How can you be dead, Gavril, and I not know? Linnaeus saw Kyukyu suddenly start out toward the rubble, moving with swift determination. For a second he feared she was about to throw herself over the edge of the cliff. But she just stood there, her back to him, gazing down at the pounding sea. Well, he said, trying to sound kindly. He saw her draw her sleeve over her face, as though dashing away tears. There was something in the way she wept for her dead lord, silently and with her face averted, that touched even his cold heart. Rain began to fall, a light patter at first, and then, as darker clouds swept in swiftly over the headland, the drops spattered down in earnest. Kyukyu, he said. You'll catch cold out here. Let's take shelter. Very well. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Director Baltzar took them back to his office. Linnaeus watched Kyukyu all the way. At one time, hearing a distant voice crying out from one of the high tower cells, she stopped in the rain-swept courtyard, raising her head to listen. Poor wretches, she said in the same emotionless tone. Better to be dead than imprisoned here for life. The sky above Anskhama had darkened to the color of lead. Kyukyu trailed slowly after the Magus through the falling rain, one dragging step after another. She was soaked to the skin and she didn't care. Gavril was dead. She had touched the lightning-blasted stones. She had stood on the edge of the cliff where the tower had crumbled into the sea. So why didn't she believe what they told her? Why, in her heart, did she feel he was still alive? Stupid girl! Raindrops mingled with the tears running unchecked down her cheeks. No mortal man could have survived such a blast. And even if Gavriel had somehow been thrown free, he would have been dashed to pieces on the rocks far below, his blooded and broken body washed away by the tide. Back to Azkenda, Linnaeus said. Rain ran down his thin nose, a drop was hanging on the tip. It can't be true, she said, as obstinate as a child. It just can't be. How can you be sure? He asked. Suddenly she understood what he meant. Oh no, she whispered. I can't do it. Don't make me. Don't. He shrugged. Who else is there who can confirm, once and for all, that Gavriel Nagarian is dead? She said nothing, remembering her grandmother's teaching, the newly dead are very difficult to trace. There is always chaos and confusion. Many refuse to accept that they have passed beyond the bournes of this world. Others, with unfinished business here, strive to return by any means possible. This would be the hardest task she had ever undertaken, searching for her lover's spirit. Tears choked her, tears of bitter anger. I'll sing him back, she vowed fiercely. I'll sing his spirit back into another body. But whose body would she choose? Simeon? The young lieutenant who had treated her so chivalrously at the mausoleum? The Emperor Eugene? And where would their spirits go? Wouldn't it be a kind of murder, to force an alien spirit into their unwilling bodies? Wouldn't it send them mad? Now she remembered Lord Jeromir lurching toward her, possessed by his father's spirit wraith. She saw again the incipient madness in his golden eye. No, she sobbed aloud. No, not that. Besides, she could still feel Gavriel's arms around her. She could still see the warmth in his blue eyes when he smiled at her, still hear his voice saying her name. How could she dare to think she could recreate that intimacy using a stranger's body? We must go. The Magus touched her arm. No. Not yet. She shook his hand away. Surely you can perform your ritual anywhere? Does it have to be here, where Lord Gavriel died? There was a slight hint of tetchiness in his voice. I have nothing of his to perform a summoning, so it must be here, she cried, her voice raw. It was Yue. She had not one single token of love, no lock of hair or ring to remember him by. Just his last promise, when they had parted on the snowy moorlands. I will come for you. Now it was never to be. Instead she was going to have to wander the eternal vasts of the ways beyond, searching for her dead lover. If it must be here, then here it must be, said the Magus. But come sit in the skycraft, at least it's dry. The skycraft. Kyukayu gazed around, seeing only boulders and scrubby bushes, bowed over by the sea wind. The Magus moved his bony hands with extraordinary rapidity, like Sosier whisking a linen cloth from a dining table. There lay the craft, no longer concealed by his clever artifice, and inside it her Guslie. As she lifted the instrument onto her lap, it felt as heavy as if it were made of lead. The strings would not stay in tune. She moved slowly as though in a dream. Everything took too much effort. This was the hardest task she had ever attempted. Her fingers began to pluck the strings, the slow, sad notes began to issue from her throat as though someone else were singing them. Where shall I look? She was singing herself into the trance, letting each pitch resonate through her whole body until her spirit broke free and began to drift away. And if I find him, will he even know me? Kyukayu passed through ragged festoons and swags of dark mist. She had set all her thoughts on Gavriel, not knowing where this would take her in the ways beyond. And now she found herself in a vast hall, filled with a crowd of milling, aimless souls, all wandering about, lost and confused. A distraught woman rushed up to her, crying out, "There you are at last, Lina, I've been searching for you for so long." Kyukyu saw the look of bitter disappointment as the woman realized she was not the one she was searching for. Almost instantly a little boy stretched out his arms to her imploringly. "Where's my mother? I can't find her. Help me." Kyukyu steeled herself to ignore the harrowing pleas and walked on, scanning the hall in vain. How could she ever track Gavril down in this chaos? She halted, closing her eyes, willing his image into her mind, keeping all her thoughts fixed on him and him alone. When she opened her eyes again, the others had faded and were nothing now but whispering shadows. She passed on through the echoing vaults of the hall, trying to block out the whisper voices of the newly dead. And all the time, the pain in her heart burned like a brand. Her feet dragged. For when she found him here, as find him she must, she would know for sure that her life had lost all meaning. She had no idea how long she had been wandering onward through the gloomy vastness of the hall when she found herself facing a tall portico. Shreds of mist fluttered and flapped like gauze curtains across the opening. "Where are you, Gavril?" she cried. "Why can't I find you?" "Well," asked a soft voice. Rain glistened on the rocks and slowly dripped from the stunted branches of a sea pine overhead. Caspar Linnaeus was regarding her inquiringly with his cloud-pale eyes. She shivered. "No," she said. Her mind was still filled with the pleading voices of the newly dead. There were so many, so very many. He nodded. "Perhaps your trance was not deep enough to take you where he has gone." She glared at him. "Are you suggesting I'm not skilled enough to find him?" But he had spoken the truth and she resented it. She had never undertaken such a search before. "What do you know of such things? You must not abandon your search so easily. You must go further in." She opened her mouth to make another retort but realized that he was right. She must NY again. If only to say one last farewell. Caspar Linnaeus stood looking down at Kyukyu. Her voice, so strong at first, was fading slowly to a whisper as her fingers ceased to pluck the strings of the gusli. Such potent music! Even he, who understood little of the crude and dangerous magic of the Azkendi shamans, sensed its energy and power. Her voice died, her head drooped forward, and her fingers rested loosely on the metal strings. She was out of her body now, lost in the singing trance. He must act now and swiftly. Her grandmother's influence was far too strong in Azkenda. Here, at least, he could work his glamour on her without fear of interference. He drew from inside his robe an alchemist's crystal glass, fashioned like a teardrop. The wavering daylight, penetrating the thin, high clouds, spun a swirl of rainbows in the heart of the glass. It was this forbidden use of his art, soul-stealing, that had brought about the closure of the Thaumaturgical College in Francia and the Inquisition and deaths of his fellow mags. The Guzliars of Azkenda talked with the spirits of the dead, but the Francian magi had learned how to imprison the souls of the living. He leaned closer to Kyukyu, listening to the gentle, regular rhythm of her breathing, raising the soul glass toward her lips. "Now," he whispered, "now you are mine, Kyukyrylya." Chapter 24. Pavel Volemir tried to shift into a position that would ease the crippling stiffness in his back and legs. His captors had somehow contrived to chain him so that he could hardly move. Kneeling was difficult and standing impossible, except in a ludicrously stooped position. He let a slow sigh escape his lips. He had known it would not be easy to be accepted as one of the Smirnan rebels. But he had not planned on being chained up in the old citadel with other Thailand prisoners who, one by one, were being taken out into the courtyard to be shot. Now, of the few who remained, one sat white-faced in a dazed stupor, another mumbled prayers over and over under his breath, and a third was so terrified that fear had loosened his bowels with the inevitable disagreeable results. Poor devils! As the day wore on, the heat and the smell grew more and more offensive. Even though the citadel walls were at least a foot thick, The Tylons had blasted so many holes in them that they let in the fierce midday sun. Pavel leaned back against the shrapnel-pitted stone and closed his eyes. He had planned on using the disgraced at the Winter Palace story from the Myram Journal as his alibi, but now he realized that the rebels had been so caught up with their own troubles, his exploits in Myram would be of no significance to them whatsoever. He would have to think fast if he was to escape the firing squad. What would you have done in my place, Uncle Fyodor? And then he heard a girl's voice, passionate and young, raised in argument with the guards. You were wrong about Gavril Anda, Lovin. How many more mistakes are you going to make? My conscience is clear. The rebel girl with the short cropped hair. He had seen her giving a cup of water to a sick prisoner. She, at least, showed some compassion. What was her name? Ralsa? Was she his salvation? Lovin appeared in the doorway, carbine in hand. He came straight up to Pavel. Get up. He prodded Pavel with the end of his carbine barrel. Pavel tried to stand, but the shackles pulled him back down to his knees. This one isn't in Tylon uniform. Why did you arrest him? Asked a strong, resonant voice. Lucan, cried Ralsa, hurrying to the newcomer's side. Pavel looked up and saw another man looking down at him. He was strong-featured, sunburned, with a wild head of silvered black hair. The others, even Lovin, deferred to him, so he must be one of the leaders. What is your name? Lucan asked him. Pavel Volemir. They tell me you come from Moscow Bar. Lucan's face swam in and out of focus. What are you doing in Smyrna? I came to join you. I see. Lucan glanced at Lovin. And why should we trust you? You could be a spy. Why? Pavel said. Because I am a fugitive from the Emperor's tyranny. You, burst out Lovin, his voice sour with scorn. Because I was working in the diplomatic service before I was publicly disgraced. Because I know things that you cannot possibly know about the plans of Eugene and his ministers. Lucan glanced at Lovin again. Pavel saw uncertainty in the look that passed between them. He's bluffing, said Lovin. But what if he's telling the truth? Raisa cried. What if he really has come from Moscow Bar to help us? And what if he's a Tylon double agent? Eugene's spies are everywhere. And, remember, Ralsa, we shoot spies. Do something, Lucan. Raisa pleaded, ignoring her brother. Lucan's forehead was still furrowed, the expression in his dark eyes wary. Bring him to the council chamber. Let him make his case to the other wardens of the citadel. Lovin put finger and thumb to his lips and let out a piercing whistle. Two of the militia, who had been lounging around smoking tobacco, hastily put down their pipes and came over. Prisoner to the council chamber, Lovin ordered. Now. 3 men and a woman sat at a long table in the blast-damaged chamber. A shaft of golden afternoon sun, sparkling with dust motes, shone down from a ragged hole in the roof. It dazzled Pavel so that he could only make out the shadowy outlines of his inquisitors. Lucan crossed the wide chamber swiftly and leaned down to confer with the wardens. Bring the man calling himself Pavel Volemir before us, said the woman at the table. Lovin tugged hard on the chain around Pavel's ankles. Pavel staggered, almost losing his balance, then lurched forward to stand before the wardens. We are the elected wardens of the citadel. The woman spoke briskly. My name is Nina Vashtelai, Minister of Justice in Vermail. You claim to bring us intelligence of the new Rossian government. Ready, aim, fire. A fusillade of shots rang out from the courtyard below. Nina Vashtelai gave Pavel a sharp, appraising look. We show no mercy to our enemies, especially spies. Pavel closed his eyes a moment, remembering his fellow prisoners. Those poor wretches. They'll never get to see Tylon again, now. Can you prove your identity? Minister Vashtalai asked. No, he said. But I spent many childhood summers here with my mother Xenia at the Villa Sapera. Some of the servants there might remember me. Lucan whispered in Minister Vashtalai's ear. We'll send to the Villa Sapera for some of the staff, to verify your story, the minister said. Ralsa Kanili, would you go? Take me brush. Thank you. Raisa shot a triumphant look at her brother as she hurried from the chamber. I've attended receptions at the Villa Sapera, the minister went on. So has Professor Lucan. Lucan nodded. He was gazing searchingly at Pavel now, as though trying to identify some familiar feature. We've both met Lady Xenia and her son. You certainly resemble him. But we must be sure you're not an impostor. Wait a moment, here, Lovin strode up to the table. If this is Pavel Valemir, what has become of that uncle of his? Didn't he go over to Eugene of Thailand's side? That same Eugene who is enforcing his imperial tyranny on us today. He turned around to Pavel, eyes narrowed. Just where do your allegiances lie? Another volley of shots cracked out from the courtyard below. More summary executions by firing squad. Pavel clenched his fists. It could soon be his turn, and he could think of no explanation that would satisfy his inquisitors. My allegiances, he said, affecting a careless tone, such as they were, lay with Moscow Bar. I worked in the diplomatic service for the Orloffs. But when Eugene deposed Grand Duke Alexia, I was swiftly removed from my post and it was given to a Thailand civil servant. No great tragedy, said Lovin under his breath. And as for my uncle, Pavel let a tinge of discontent colour his voice, his estates should have come to me. I was his only surviving heir. But Eugene humiliated me in front of the court and gave them to one of his favourites, Roskovsky, the turncoat who betrayed his own people by swearing allegiance to a Thailand. He made his voice crack as if in suppressed anger. So you would have stayed at the Emperor's court if he had awarded you your uncle's estates? Asked Minister Vashtalai in the coolest of tones. She was not going to be easily swayed. Pavel decided he must play his trump card if he was to walk out of the chamber a free man. He lowered his voice. There was another reason. And that was Astasia Orlova, the Empress. Nina Vashtalai raised one perfectly plucked brow. She was not always Empress. And there was once an understanding between us. It was, in part, true. And how could the insinuation hurt Astasia now? We used to meet in secret at the soirees at the Villa Orlova. You're asking us to believe that you, a poor, low-ranking diplomat from Moscow Bar, and Altessa Astasia Orlova, jeered Lovin. I would rather die than dishonour her reputation. Pavel said hotly. But neither can I bear to see her married to that Thailand dictator. Minister Vashtalai was conferring with the other inquisitors. So what can you offer Smyrna, Pavel Valemir? She asked. Secrets, Madam Minister. I learned much from my uncle about the workings of the Thailand war machine and the Emperor. We can get as much from questioning the prisoners, put in Lovin sourly. Give me an example. She propped her chin on her hands and stared at him, pointedly ignoring Lovin. Were you aware, said Pavel, that Eugene and his armies use a highly sophisticated communication device? And that, if you were to return to Mlajings, you would find one such concealed there, that I have stolen from the palace? One which enables me to listen into their conversations. Whoever heard such rubbish? Exploded Lovin. Sophisticated, my ass. Pavel found himself taking a certain pleasure in goading the irascible Lovin to these outbursts. And he sensed that Nina Vashtalai was intrigued by his revelation and growing increasingly irritated by Lovin. Find the device and shoot the spy, went on Lovin. How do we know he's not using it to feed information on us straight back to Thailand? The council chamber doors opened and a small, plump woman was brought in. What's this all about? She demanded loudly. I want an explanation dragging me away from my housework without so much as a please or a, and then she saw Pavel. Any hand flew to her mouth. As a little boy he had called her Chady after the cornbread she used to make for him. She had been his mother's cook and housekeeper at the Villa Sapera for as long as he could remember. Mama Chady, he said, his voice genuinely trembling with relief. Master Pave P. She came forward haltingly, one cautious step at a time. Look at you, all grown up, she reached out, tears sparkling in her eyes. Give your old Chady a hug, there's a good boy. He would have run to her and hugged her then and there if his chains had not tugged him back. I'm sorry to intrude on such a touching reunion, broke in Lovin sarcastically, but this could all be play-acting, specially arranged for our benefit. Can you make a positive identification? Asked the minister, ignoring beg your pardon, madam. Chady said blankly. Who is this man? Well, you should know, Madam Minister, you've been up to the villa on enough occasions. Chady stared at her indignantly. It's only my special boy, Pavel Valemir, Lady Xenia's son. Minister Vashtilai rose to her feet. Accept our apologies, Pavel Valemir. We had to be sure, you understand. Will you be coming back to the villa, Master Pavel? Chady asked. I'll need to send word ahead. The furniture's all covered up with dust sheets. You're not going to let him just walk out of here, burst out Lovin. Minister Vashtilai turned to stare at Lovin. Are you questioning my judgment, Lovin? She asked in a voice of ice. If we'd listened to you, an innocent man would have been executed. Lovin glared at her but did not answer back. Lucan, can you arrange some food for our guest? And transport to the villa? He looks in need of a good meal and some clean clothes. Minister Vashtilai walked briskly up to Pavel. We would like to see this communication device of yours. I suspect we can put it to good use. It's in my luggage. Several of your loyal rebels relieved me of it when I was arrested. Lovin, see to it. Bring the luggage here. We shall convene again in a few hours. And then, Pavel Valemir, you will show us how to operate your device. As soon as his chains were removed, Pavel hobbled straight to Mama Chady and let himself be hugged, kissed, and properly fussed over. It was a small price to pay, he reckoned, for his life. The blue waters of the bay slowly darkened to indigo in the balmy twilight. Alizia and Gavril stood on the villa balcony watching the new moon rise over the sea. The sea looked so calm, and yet, if Gavril closed his eyes, he could still see burning ships and hear the anguished cries of drowning men. He could still feel the demonic rage that had made him attack the Thailand fleet until his strength failed and he crashed into the waves. I've held them off for a little while, he said. But I know Eugene. He'll retaliate. When will this end? Alizia said. She sounded weary and heart-sore. Is there no hope of compromise, Gavril? There's been so much destruction already. I don't know, Mother. It was a question that he could hardly bear to contemplate. She came back, Gavril, Alizia said. Kyukayu came back to the castle looking for you. Kyukayu. How he longed to see her. And yet his heart ached at the thought of what he must tell her. She's a strong-minded young woman. She was ready to set out to find you, without money, without papers. He almost smiled at the thought. Yes, that was just the way she was, stubborn, determined, against all the odds. But what will she say when she sees me as I am now? She'll just be glad that you're free, my dear. As I am. Alizia placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Go back to Azkenda. She's waiting for you. His mother still had the same gift for reassuring him as she had when he was a boy. From the calm, steady way she spoke, he almost began to believe that he could soon be free to follow his heart. I'll go, then. just as soon as I've made certain there's no immediate threat from Eugene. It was evening by the time Pavel returned to the citadel, no longer limping and in chains, but washed, shaved, and in fresh clothes. There were armed Smirnans everywhere, many of them young, all carrying looted Tylan carbines. They seemed in ebullient good spirits, swaggering about, flushed with cheap wine and victory. But as he passed through the first courtyard he couldn't help noticing a cart covered with a blood-stained tarpaulin. From underneath, hands and naked feet protruded. They had shown their Tylan prisoners no mercy. He felt a dry, sick feeling at the back of his throat. These men had been shot without a trial, they had not been accorded even the most basic of rights. Eugene would not take kindly to this barbaric treatment of his soldiers. There would be reprisals. He was shown into the council chamber with much more civility than before. Nina Vashtali, Lucan, and the two older ministers were conferring earnestly around an open box on the table. And he couldn't resist smiling at their evident confusion. "Now you can settle our dispute," Minister Vashtali said a little tartly. "Is this your communication device? Or some kind of objet d'art?" "I suppose you could call it both," Pavel said. He had taken a calculated risk in revealing one of the secrets of the Emperor's intelligence network to the Smirnans. He hoped it would not end in his execution by one side or the other. He lifted the crystal out of its protective wrappings and placed it on the table. "What does it do?" asked one of the elder ministers, scratching his head bemusedly. "It will enable you to speak to one of the Emperor's staff." "In Tylan?" Lucan said. "Or in Myram?" "Wherever the device has been tuned to be received. This one, a diplomatic vox, is tuned directly to the Imperial office. Others are used by the Navy and Army out in the field. So I could address the Emperor's diplomatic staff with this," said Minister Vashtali. "Not some petty clerk in an obscure bureau. They'll be a little surprised that they are being contacted from Smyrna, not Francia, but yes." Nina Vashtali looked up. Her expression was grimly resolute. "Bring in the hostage," she ordered the guards on the door. "Hostage?" Pavel turned to see a portly, broad-shouldered man enter between two armed guards. His uniform coat, though tattered and stained with dirt and dried blood, showed the colors of the new Rossian Empire. "This is an outrage," he bellowed. "I demand my rights. I demand, Governor Armfeld, you are about to speak to one of the Emperor's staff. You will inform him that Smyrna is no longer part of Eugene's empire." "I will do no such thing," blustered Armfeld, his face turning a choleric red. "You will tell him that unless all Empire forces are withdrawn from Smyrna within 36 hours, we will shoot you and any other Tylan Sonas. But that goes against the treaty." "Pavel." Minister Vashtali turned to him. "Would you be so good as to make your device work for us?" Pavel lifted off the thick glass dome and listened carefully. To his relief he could hear a faint crackling buzz emanating from the sparkling crystal. It had survived the rigors of the journey from Myram intact. "What's that?" "A Vox Etherea," spluttered Armfeld. "How the devil did you get your hands on one of those?" "It can't be mine, your vandals smashed it when they ransacked my quarters. Good evening, Lutz." A distant voice issued, distorted yet audible. "What is your information?" To his satisfaction, Pavel saw the consternation on the faces of the Smirnans. If this didn't convince them, then, Lutz! Armfeld cried. "This is the Smyrnan Council in Kolchis," Pavel said into the device, speaking slowly and carefully. "We have Governor Armfeld here." "Armfield?" There was no mistaking the surprise in the reaction. "Proceed." The guards brought Armfeld over to the Vox Etherea. Pavel saw the governor sigh, his shoulders sagging as he realized he had no choice but to do as he was bidden. "Armfeld here. The rebels have taken the citadel and shot most of my men," Armfeld mumbled into the device. They'll shoot me too if all Imperial troops are not withdrawn in 36 hours. Could you clarify that last point? Came back the distant response. They are going to execute me. Good God, man, isn't that clear enough? Can't you get me out of here? As Armfeld's voice rose hysterically, the guards pulled him away from the table. You've missed one vital point, Governor, said Nina Vashtelai. She approached the device and bent low to speak into it with ice-clear diction. This is Nina Vashtelai, Minister of Justice for Smyrna. Smyrna is no longer part of the new Rossian Empire. Any attempt to invade our country will be regarded as an act of war. We have powerful allies across the sea, and will not hesitate to call them to our defense if necessary. She rose and looked at Pavel, her eyes shrewd and cold. And now we wait for the Emperor's response. If you like, Madam Minister, said Pavel in his easiest, most reasonable voice, I can monitor the Vox Etherea. I know how to operate it, and it's not as if I've anything else to do tonight. The minister glanced at her fellow councillors for approval. We'd better supply a pot of our strongest coffee to keep you awake, Lucan said, laughing. You could be in for a long wait. Eugene was at dinner with his ministers in the amber dining room when the communique from the Smyrnan rebels was received. He had Chancellor Malthus read it aloud to the assembled company. We have powerful allies across the sea and will not hesitate to call them to our defense if necessary. Malthus lowered the paper and looked expectantly at Eugene. There was silence in the dining room now, as his ministers glanced uneasily at one another. Powerful allies, said one. They are bluffing, surely. Eugene was pushing a crumb of cheese around his plate with one finger. He had lost his appetite. Emperor. Malthus prompted. Smyrna's allies? Well, we have our suspicions, he said. Did the Vashtelai woman mean Gavril Nagarian? And if so, why did she couch her threat in such ambiguous terms? We must check with our agents in Aligondi, Tourmalise, and Francia. Has any unusual massing of troops or ships been observed? So you take this threat seriously, Highness? Asked the Minister of Finance. Our coffers have taken quite a hit with the sinking of the Southern Fleet. And, of course, all the expense of the coronation. And the new uniforms for the Imperial Household Cavalry, not to mention the considerable sum in pensions that will have to be paid out to the war widows. Money. It always came down to money. Yes, yes, I hear you. Eugene had no need to be reminded. But he was damned if he was going to be dictated to by some motley collection of rebels and students. But how will it look to the rest of the world if we concede? No. Smyrna is still part of New Rossia. Could we not enter into negotiations? Ventured another minister timidly. Eugene's fist hit the polished tabletop, making the plates and glasses rattle. I will not negotiate with revolutionaries. So our reply to Smyrna, General Froding and his troops are even now making their way south from the borders. Let the Smyrnans work out our reply for themselves. A toast, said Malthus hastily, raising his glass. A toast to Froding and his brave men. Victory to Froding's light infantry. The ministers clinked glasses and drank. Eugene sent Malthus a grateful glance over the rim of his glass. In spite of the careless bravado of his reply, he felt unsure for the first time in his military career. Doubting my own judgment? I must be getting old. Pavel Volemir poured himself a third cup of coffee. But after one sip, he grimaced and set the cup down. It had gone cold. It was past midnight and there had still been no response from Tylan to the Smyrnans' defiant message. He was weary and beginning to regret his offer to stand by the Vox Etherea. There was a comfortable bed awaiting him in the Villa Sapera. He had begun the day in chains, under threat of imminent execution. If it had not been for Marmochady, He stood up and paced the council chamber a couple of times, stopping to stare up at the starry night sky through one of the jagged holes in the roof. He could hear the sound of drunken singing drifting up from the taverns outside. The Smyrnans were celebrating their victory. Celebrating far too soon. He knew all too well what the Emperor's response would be. Eugene's troops would be back. And when they least expected them. He rubbed his tired eyes, blinking to NY to keep them open. Well, Pavel Volemir. He turned around, startled, to see Nina Vashtali. The minister was dressed in a gown of dark green brocade and she wore emerald feathers in her neatly arranged hair. She must have been out to dinner. No answer from Tylan, Minister, he said with a regretful smile. You didn't expect one, did you? She said, peeling off her long satin gloves, finger by finger. Frankly, no. Neither did I. Tell me, Pavel, does your device send messages to places other than Tylan? Not yet, Madam Minister. A pity. It would be useful to communicate directly with our allies. We will just have to rely on more traditional methods. Allies. Pavel, tired as he was, remembered the direct threat she had made to Eugene. Had the council already summoned help from overseas? It might not be so easy to find out who had secretly allied themselves with Smyrna without giving himself away. How long do you think we can hold out against Eugene's troops? Tell me truthfully. Her dark eyes fixed on his, he felt uncomfortable, as if he were being tested. If he attacks by land and sea? It would depend on how close his forces are to the border. He overran Azkenda in a matter of days. The strains of singing came swelling up from outside again. To Pavel's ears it sounded much like a rousing marching song. She sighed. How can I convince these hotheads to be patient, to wait for support? Their blood is up. I hope to God that our request for assistance will get through before Eugene's armies come marching across the mountains. It is a dream and yet not a dream. Gavriel slowly rises through layers of sleep to find himself enmeshed in a dark cloud shot through with jewel-bright lights that shiver through him like little lightning bolts. It is as if he has been drawn deep into the demon's consciousness. Can I trust you? Whispers the Drakhowl. Can I really trust you, Gavriel Nagarian? Every emotion is a shimmer of vivid color. For now Gavriel can feel the demon's doubt and desire, a deep desire for something long unobtainable. The colors flicker from a pale, uncertain violet to a deep, rich crimson. You talk of trust. Yet you told me you would die if we were separated. I believed you dead, Drakhowl, so why are you still alive? Another shimmer of colors, changing from the dark thunder blue of anger to softer, more conciliatory hues. I found another who needed me. You took another host? I thought you could only meld with those of Nagarian blood. Had the demon not been entirely truthful with him? This one also has the blood of Utaman's sons in his veins. But then I heard you calling to me. Your need was greater. And so I returned to you. Did this new fusion not work so well, then? Gavriel is curious, wondering who this other host, this far-distant blood relative might be. You had to want me to be part of you once more, Gavriel. And I would have died if you had not come when you did. He cannot hide the truth from the Drakhowl. He feels more grateful for his life and his freedom than mere words can express. There is a journey I must undertake. But I cannot do it without your help. And you are not strong enough yet. A journey? Where do you want to go? When it speaks again, its voice is deep-hued with longing. Away home? I want to find. Gavriel wandered around his room, picking up his possessions and putting them down again. Here were his poetry books and the abstruse volumes of philosophy Lucan had given him when he was a student. And here were his paints and pastels, all neatly tidied away. Next to them lay his brushes, from the slender squirrel hair he used for picking out the finest details to the big, rough-bristled ones used for applying large quantities of oil paint for the background of a portrait. Each brush had been carefully cleaned and wrapped in cloth. Alicia had obviously been busy since she returned from Azkenda. Azkenda. He sat down on the bed. All this time he had been so obsessed with his own struggle to survive that he had put Azkenda out of his mind. He had even chosen to revert to using his Smyrna name, Anda. Soon he would have to face his responsibilities. But it was one thing to help liberate Smyrna, and quite another to put things to rights in Azkenda. Would his Drugina even want him back? In their eyes, he had betrayed their trust. He had denied them the chance to die gloriously, defending their lord. He needed time to come to terms with what had been done to him. Healing time. He knew that somewhere, deep inside, he was still damaged. The Drak'hal had mended the wounds inflicted by Director Baltzar, had even miraculously repaired most of the botched surgery done to his brain. But he still felt wrong. His easel stood in a corner, an empty canvas propped on it, already prepared for use. He walked past it a number of times. The blank canvas mocked him. Could he still paint? Or had Baltzar's scalpel destroyed his gift? Gavril. He heard Alicia calling his name from the hall. Reluctantly, he opened his bedroom door. Minister Vashtelai is here to see you. Palmyra has just made some barley water. Nothing for me, thank you, Alicia Nina Vashtelai said as Gavril entered the salon. She looked directly at him. There have been reports coming in since yesterday of large numbers of dead fish washed up on the shore. Dead gulls too. He saw Alicia's hands tremble violently, spilling the barley water she had been pouring for herself. Can you explain this, Gavril Anda? He could remember little of the attack now, save the utter exhilaration as the power tore from his body in one terrifying burst of brilliant light. There had been smoke afterward. Yet as far as he could recall, the sea breeze had gusted it away from land, toward the Tylan fleet and beyond. Gavril, said Alicia. He could hear consternation in her voice. He had not thought of the damage it could do to the very people he was trying to save. And no one in Smyrna, except Alicia, was protected against the deadly after effects of Drakhon's fire. Well? Nina Vashtelai said, her voice stern. Is this your doing? Is this anything to do with the weapon you used to defeat the Tylans? For a moment Gavril could only stand there dumbly, his mind whirling with unspeakable possibilities. Gavril, said Alicia again, more gently this time. The beach could be polluted, he said at last. Let no one go there until I can be sure it is safe. Polluted with what, precisely? Minister. Gavril moved closer to her. Have there been any reports of sickness among those who were on the citadel ramparts yesterday? Nina Vashtelai gave him a searching look. But all she said was, I take it you have seen these after effects before. Gavril lowered his eyes. And I also take it that you know how to treat them? How could he reply to that? The only protection against Drakhon's fire that he knew of was the ritual blood bond. Was it possible it could also work as a remedy? Well, Gavril Anda. I might. But I can't guarantee it will work. Gavril hurried out into the villa gardens and followed the winding path down to the beach. Now the soft scents of pink tamarisk and lilac were nothing but a torment, reminding him of what he had done. The last part of the path was rocky, overgrown by burgeoning weeds and mean-toothed brambles that caught and clawed at his legs as he ran. He reached the sands and stared out to sea, shading his eyes as he scanned for fishing boats in the bay. But even as he looked at the glittering blue water and the pale gold of the sands, another landscape kept superimposing itself, a stark, empty, grey desolation. The Arkell waste in Azkenda, blasted with Drakhon's fire by his father Volk. He set out across the damp sands, making toward the citadel. Here, not far from the path that led up to the Villa Orlova, was where he had swooped down on the Thailand troops and seared them all to oblivion in his fury. And in spite of the lapping tide that had risen and fallen several times since his attack, he could plainly see the ash clogging the sands, the residue of shattered bone and melted metal, the last remains of Eugene's invasion force. The cinders would have washed into the bay, polluting the waters for miles around. He sank slowly to his knees in the sand. "Damn you, Eugene," he said, his voice choked with bitterness. "Look what you've driven me to now." Chapter 25. Eugene shut the door to his study and leaned his back against the panelled wood as if to keep the disorder that reigned outside from bursting in. "Never again," he muttered. "Never again." The corridors were filled with servants, all running to and fro in confusion. Hammering and sawing could be heard in every room. It was as noisy as if they were rebuilding the whole palace. There was nowhere to hide from the din. All this for one diviner's night ball? Why did I ever agree? He had ridden back to Swanholm from Utterman's mausoleum, buzzing with plans for a journey to find Tynaga. And in his excitement, he had forgotten all about the ball. On his desk lay a letter. It was from Malherbe, the celebrated landscape gardener from Aligondi, who had been working on a special commission in the grounds. "And I most humbly invite your Imperial Highness to inspect the works, now at last complete." Anything was preferable to enduring this cacophony. Eugene went to the stables and was soon on horseback again. Outside on the lawns, the Imperial household cavalry had been pressed into helping erect the giant marquees. At least their campaign experience means the job will be done efficiently, Eugene reflected, watching the guardsmen, uniform jackets discarded, shirt sleeves rolled up, pulling and tugging at ropes in the warmth of the spring sun. Sunlight glittered on the green waters of the lake. Eugene turned Cinnamore's head toward the deer park and rode off along the gravel path to inspect the new works. He had learned that to preserve his sanity there were times when it was necessary to put the worries of state aside. And he had built Swanholm as a retreat for just such occasions. Soon Eugene heard the gentle sound of wind chimes borne on the breeze. Dismounting, he led Cinnamore down into a little grassy dell, sheltered from view. As a birthday surprise for Kerala, he had commissioned a Khetri dragon pavilion from Malherbe. He had imported stone dragons, one for each of the four corners, and another smaller one to top the roof. Inside the pavilion, the walls were hung with green and blue Khetri silks to complement the glossy black lacquer furniture exquisitely painted in gold and scarlet. He hoped it would provide the princess with her own private retreat from the rigours of court life in the palace. As an extra delight, he had created a private menagerie for her. Fluting birds with colourful feathers and bright golden eyes hopped about a gilded aviary built in the same exotic style as the pavilion. Little bells hung from every comer and chimed sweetly in the breeze. A pair of tiny deer, no higher than his knee, came to nuzzle against his leg, gazing expectantly at him with their mild, dark eyes. He reached into his pocket and held out some oats garnered from the stables on the palm of his hand for them to nibble, feeling the brush of their quick, rough tongues on his skin. Kerala would fall in love with this secret little kingdom he had created for her. He couldn't wait for her to recover her strength so he could bring her here and watch the expression on her face as the dell revealed its treasures. Why did the sweet air and green valley of Swanholm always put him into a good humour, whereas the winter palace in Myram induced nothing but feelings of tension? Grooms came running out to greet him as he rode back into the stables. Eugene jumped down from Cinnamore's back and patted her flank affectionately before handing over the reins. He was exhilarated by the fine weather and by the sheer pleasure of riding. He walked away from the stables, pulling off his riding gloves, finger by finger. He was planning on taking a bath, a good hot steam, followed by an invigorating plunge into the ice-cold pool. But he had not even reached the main stair before Gustave appeared. He seemed uncharacteristically agitated. "You have a visitor, Highness." "The visitor can wait, Gustave." Damn it, what was the point in being Emperor of all New Russia, if he couldn't take a bath when he wished? It's the Frantian ambassador, Highness. He says it's extremely urgent. Eugene let out a snort of exasperation. Well, if it's that urgent, damn protocol. He'll have to put up with me as I am, hot, sweaty, and in need of a bath. I took the precaution of showing him into the Willow Room, Highness Gustave said in a low voice, rather than the Malachite Room with your father's favourite painting. The defeat of the Frantian fleet. Eugene said loudly. Why so sensitive, Gustave? Our nations are on the best of terms now. I'm sure the ambassador won't be offended by a reminder of his country's past disappointments. Gustave, wincing at Eugene's deliberate jibe, opened the door to the Willow Room and announced, His Imperial Highness. The Willow Room was one of Eugene's favourite rooms in the whole palace. The walls were hung with Khitri brocades woven with a pattern of